splash of water reality. Women are much more happy being solitary in terms of romantically, being alone romantically, not having sex, not being romantically involved. This is something men we tell ourselves this to sleep at night.
I mean, I don't think that's the case. I think that I don't think that anybody enjoys genuinely being like alone or solitary. I think most people want like partners in life.
Well, they have friendships though. Women have fulfilling friendships, like I was talking about earlier.
Friendship, even for women, friendships are not replacements for relationships. Not even for women. Yeah.
I'm not saying women don't want men, but it's certainly not as much as men want women.
I mean, I think that men want women, but I think that unfortunately, just because of the position that we're in as men, I think that we kind of underrate sometimes the difficulty that goes into dating as a woman or courting guys as a woman too. Because they face like, there's a lot more inherent risk, I think, when you're on the woman's side than you are on the man's side. And I think sometimes it's easy to take that for granted as a man. So it just kind of seems like, oh, well, like, like why do all women play hard to get? Or, why does it seem harder to do this, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, the investment on the woman's side can be a lot more scary sometimes in these arrangements, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. The women do face safety concerns that men often don't have to face. That's all legit and everything, but the distinction here is all of society is geared towards helping those problems, listening to those problems, those struggles are broadcast everywhere you look, and we have an infinite amount of organizations and money and funding and emotional and moral
I agree
support.
with you in the woke sphere, that's true. But out in the real world, it's still not exactly
mainstream
like that.
culture.
Yeah, mainstream culture. But mainstream culture isn't going to help you if like you try to ghost a guy on Tinder and now he's like stalking your fucking apartment because you didn't respond to his texts, right? Or mainstream culture isn't going to help you if like a guy is like trying to like break into your fucking apartment because you made the mistake of taking him back to your house one time because you didn't know that he was going to go fucking
law
crazy.
Enforcement certainly will.
No.
Law enforcement will in a hot second.
They won't. You can get a restraining order very easily, and then you got to wait till the guy has a fucking knife to your throat to get a cop to show up to do anything for you. Law enforcement is notoriously horrible at responding to issues like this. Until somebody shows up with a fucking gun or is violating a restraining order in a threatening manner, like you're not going to get fuck all for help from law enforcement. It's not like the internet where it seems like, oh, you can call the cops and they'll throw out all these evil men for it, blah, blah, blah. In the real world, it's really, really, really hard to get help with issues like that.
All right, fair enough. But at least you will acknowledge that all of society wants to bend over backwards, and it will stop at nothing to help women in every way.
Yeah, for sure. But again, I go back to my argument about the First Amendment, right? The First Amendment doesn't exist to protect popular speech. Popular speech is already protected. All of society wouldn't be making calls like this if it was unnecessary, right? If the call is being made, then it seems like there's probably a reason why it's being called for, right? Which is that like dating scenes, especially with strangers, can be like really scary for women. And then especially today when we're so fucking online compared to where we used to be. Like it used to be, I think over 50% or really close to it of people would meet people through friends. Like that's how it used to go. And then if you meet somebody through friends, like you're like reasonably safe, okay? Like this person's been friends with Luke for like since high school. He's probably not like a crazy serial rapist, okay? This whole group of friends knows him, like they can all like, verify him. Nowadays people are meeting each other online and shit. And I think that arrangement in general is like a lot more scary for women than it is for men. Like I would say, like as somebody that's bisexual, I don't care where I go with a woman. She can come to my place, I go to her place. I would never, ever, ever, ever fucking bring a guy back to my place. I cannot imagine how fucking paranoid I would be if I had a bad arrangement with a guy and then he knew where I fucking lived. Okay, that seems traumatizing as fuck. But for women, I don't give a fuck because if it gets really violent, I'm not the one that's in big trouble in that arrangement, right? Which I think is like generally true of like most interactions, unless you're like a UFC fighter or something, right?
Yeah, I mean, a simple solution would be just, give women guns, right?
No. One, it's really easy to overpower somebody with a gun. Two, you're not always going to have a gun on you ready to use at all points in time. Three, if somebody knows where your gun is, it's very easy for them to just get it and shoot you with it. Four, you don't want to be put in a position where you have to kill somebody that you're having an awkward dating encounter with. Five, you don't know when, like when is it time to shoot a guy? If he's outside your door knocking because he really wants to hang out, like, do you get your gun out? Like, if it, like, I don't think that just having a gun is a good, and this is as somebody that loves guns. I got a Glock 17, I love it. I got a Mosin gun, I love it. I want to build an AR-15, I love it. Guns are not like the be-all, end-all that people pretend they are sometimes, I think.
Okay, but there's a stun gun, right? Pepper spray, little taser.
Sure.
all
So
kinds of
stun guns and tasers are garbage. Okay. I guarantee
Wow.
you, because they're fucking horrible. I know that if I were to find your social media feed, I'm guessing you're a little conservative, and I'm sure you've talked about police and using stun guns and shit. Stun guns, first of all, an actual like taser, like a thing that you shoot and prong somebody, even that's not guaranteed to knock somebody out. These things work like 1 out of 3 times, and that's if you get a good connection. A stun gun, like a little shocker, will piss a guy off and then he'll rip it away from you and then rape you and kill you. You're not like actually like putting someone on their ass with like a little like stun gun. Pepper spray, I guess, could be effective in a public place, but if they're in their house, like you're fucked. What are you gonna do? Run around while they like shout in your kitchen? Like, I don't like. I mean, and again, like. I'm not trying to say that like you shouldn't take any precautions or all of these are bad ideas. Like I think these things are okay ideas, but like look at the difference in here, right? Like if we were talking as boys, you would never ever tell me like, hey Destiny, like or Steven, right? You're gonna go on a date with a girl. Make sure that you bring your pepper spray in case she tries to rape and kill you, right? We're never having that conversation, you know. So I think it's just good sometimes to be aware of the different challenges that exist sometimes.
Interesting, yeah. What do you think of? Well, I would say. Damn, I lost my train of thought. I would say that. Oh yes, the way women suffer their struggles, and this is part of the reason why I think men's issues and struggles are so overlooked, and women's are so bent over backwards for, is because women's struggles tend to be very violent and sudden, very radically bad things happen to, like they might, like the situations you just described, a stalker breaking into their apartment, getting raped, stuff like that. And when you describe things like that to people, it really cuts to their like emotional, like they're like, oh my God, wow, that's so awful. And they feel really terrible. But men's struggles are much harder to articulate and a different kind of struggle. They tend to be death by 1,000 paper cuts, and also tend to be lack of something rather than like negative, I guess you could say, rather than positive. Like men's struggles being rejected, being ignored, being, left out. And it's over the course of many, many decades, as opposed to women's bad things tend to happen to women. It's like one time somebody assaulted her, like one time somebody raped, like all of a sudden, and it's like bam, very, very, very violent, like bam, bam, bam. Whereas men's, it's like a long, drawn out, different kind of pain that's much harder to encapsulate. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree with you.
And the other thing is, I would say, you were saying like, why is that messaging necessary if society already did it, or whatever you were saying? I would say that this kind of comes to the fundamental point, which is that I think that as human beings, we are wired to value female life more than male life, because of the mathematics of a man can pump out, like 100 kids in a couple hours with his sperm, right? And a woman, it takes 9 months. And she only has a certain amount of eggs, and so it's much more seen as much more valuable. And so because of that mathematical dynamic, where it's like women bearing the children and it's very hard and takes a long time and all that, women therefore are seen as more valuable, in my opinion. And that's basically the underlying premise to like most of what I talk about, I think.
I think there's a temptation. Well, there's not a temptation. So there are a couple things that we do like really well as people that give us like a huge edge over like animals. One thing we can do is our ability to communicate is just on another level. Like I can communicate a concept to you. I can tell you about something that you've never seen that will be in a place you've never been at a time in the future. Me being able to like use language like that is just unreal as humans. It's a huge advantage, right? So that's like one big advantage we have. Another huge advantage we have is recognizing patterns. We're really good at like recognizing patterns and like making heuristics and like, okay, if I see this, it means that. If I see that, it means that, right? I think as people, I think it's very tempting sometimes to like, I think that evolutionary biology is a really tempting way to sort out the world because it promises answers to everything. But I would caution against trying to use that to understand all parts of the world, because one, absolutely no claim ever made in evolutionary biology can ever be proven. It's just not possible because of the way that we work with knowledge, right? These are just stories that we tell to try to connect facts together, and it may or may not be true, but there's no way we can ever know it. And two, sometimes I think it's easy to buy into these narratives so much that we end up like missing like better answers that we could have for things. So like there might be evolutionarily like some reasons why we prefer, you know, some things over other things, but I think it's probably better to engage more at the human level than to pretend that like we can just sort people into these biological categories and then just be done with the story. That's something that I think is like really important to be careful of. So like, I guess
you do.
Yeah, go ahead.
You do agree with that biological, sociological, I guess you could. I'm not sure how you would describe that phenomenon
of like valuing women more than men. I mean, like it might be, yeah. I mean, we might do that. It seems to be the case. When I talk with like SJW people, it seems like everybody cares about trans women, but nobody cares about trans men. And then it seems like in normal society, like it seems like we talk a lot about women's issues versus men's issues, but like there can be a wide variety of reasons for that. And I think that societally speaking, like we can deal with a lot of that. Like it doesn't have to be that way. And I think that's the biggest worry that I have when I engage. So I know that like Peterson engages in like a lot of this type of dialogue. I think you have to be really careful when you start to engage in this like evolutionarily we're wired for this, because it feels like the next step is saying, therefore we must do this. And I think that you have to be really careful because you can get locked into such like toxic like thinking patterns really quickly. And rather than looking for solutions, we kind of become like captive to the answers that we've developed. And we don't even know if those answers are true or not. So like, I think that it's possible, so to bring all this back, I think it's possible that we could have a society where men are valued more than women. I think it is conceivable. It would be really hard to do, but I think it's conceivable we can make that a society. I don't think that should be our goal, but I think that it's like important to recognize that things could go like a bunch of different ways rather than to just say like, oh, well, evolutionarily it's this and this and that. So now we know it's going to be this and this and that. And there's nothing we can do to change it, I think.
Oh yeah, I definitely, I'm all for recognizing that humans have this biological, whatever, evolutionary inclination, but circumventing it, countering it. And that's why I say men are the ones who need advocates. Women don't, I would say women generally don't need advocates because all of society, I feel like for the reasons I just described, because women, it takes so long to have one kid and whatnot, already is inclined to value female life. Men, however, need advocates because no one cares about us without advocates. So it's like I would like to flip the dynamic that we see today, and I think that would actually balance things out. I think if men had fierce advocates and women didn't, then men might be able to get treated almost maybe kind of equally as women.
Well, like when we say treated equally, like what do we mean by that?
Well, in equal regard. I don't mean literally equally. I mean in equal.
But I mean like
respect.
in equal regard, like
respect.
Men do fine in terms of education. Men do fine in terms of career. Men do fine in terms of athletics. Men do fine in terms of representation in companies, representation in politics, representation in media. Like, where are all of these? Like, I know there are some places that men need help.
If you advocate for, you're not even literally. If you have a group or a organization that advocates for men, you're called all kinds of horrible names and slandered by the entire mainstream. I'm advocating for men, and your entire chat is attacking me for it. Meanwhile, when a woman advocates for women, nobody attacks her. I mean, unless she's in like a far right, corner of the internet.
But I mean, like, I think like a problem is that like I agree that is an issue, but like. I think the problem is that sometimes we get this feeling where protests aren't taken seriously when it feels like it's a protest to a protest. So, for instance, I think that white lives matter, obviously, but I don't think that white lives matter is an appropriate response to black lives matter, right? I think that men matter, and I think that male lives matter, but I don't think that men's rights issues is an appropriate response to feminist issues. And sometimes it feels like people will bring up these things that become like protests to protests. You can't even tell if they actually super care about the issue. More so, they're just really mad about the advocacy on the other side. Does that make sense?
Well, I can tell you, I absolutely care about men. I want to see men doing better. And when the stuff like the incel thing, even though I'm not, by the way, in case your chat is probably dying to know this, I'm not an incel. I haven't been since I was 16. I have a girlfriend. I have a beautiful blonde girlfriend. And you can see that on my Instagram if you want to find Real Dylan Volk. That's RealDylanVolk, and on YouTube. But what was I
So like
saying?
just in terms of like things that you've said, so like when we say things like like women are doing fine and like women do better than men in here, blah 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 blah, like instead of like making it sound of making it sound like we genuinely care about like a male issue here, like it feels like very combative. And I don't think that it has to feel combative. Like, and even like the original stated goals of feminists, like will include a lot of men's issues. Like that first issue that you talked about men not being able to form friendships, like that's an issue that feminists care about because men do have issues with like emotional expression. And that's something that feminism talks about. That's something that is encapsulated in the idea of like patriarchy theory and toxic masculinity and how men force other men to act in these hypermasculine ways that are damaging to not only women, but men as well. And so I think that like you can phrase a lot of these things in ways that appeal to both like genders, and it comes off as being like more of like an additive positive thing than just like all right, you had your turn advocating, now fuck off, I want to advocate for my people, fuck you, women are fine, I want to do blah blah blah. Like I think that there are ways to make it so that we can kind of like work together more and respond to each other's issues more rather than just be like protesting everybody else's protests.
I guess, but I feel like you're kind of critiquing making a stylistic critique there.
Yeah, but I mean, unfortunately, that's just what people respond to, right? Like, that's generally how, like, 99% of people view things is going to be, like, how do I feel about your arguments? Like, how do they appeal to me? Like, what is the story that you're telling me? Like, how are you? Like, even for you, like, some personal examples that you've had in your life are, like, deeply empowering to you and probably shape your world experiences. I know they do for me. In reality, those personal experiences don't actually matter. We should really only truly be logic lords and look at the data, right? But people don't think that way for valid reasons, right? You know, like the United States has benefited a great deal under globalist trade policies and, you know, under trade agreements like NAFTA. But if you go to Detroit and you ask the people there, they're not going to fucking feel that way. If you talk to anybody that had a manufacturing job whose dad worked in manufacturing in the 60s or 70s, they're not going to feel like they benefited under NAFTA. These are going to be the worst trade deals in the history of the world to them. All the data in the world is going to convince them otherwise. So I think that like optics and how your argument looks and like how it feels to other people is actually sometimes more important than the argument itself.
Well, on that topic, you're saying that, you know, you're talking about how style is often what persuades people. Mm-hmm. What do you think of this? I came up with actually a chant that I'm hoping catches on, you know, that I could see maybe being used at future, you know, if we can organize like a men's rally or something like that. Here, I'm going to perform it for you. All right. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. We're gonna advocate. We're standing up. We're gonna advocate. We're stepping up. I don't know. Could catch on.
Yeah, maybe, possibly.
Yeah, I think men, you know, the left is great at those tribal chants, you know, like cops and Klan go hand in hand, or like no Trump, no fascist USA, no KKK. And men need to start using those kind of chants. Like we that's a tactic that we need to use. We need to get rhythmic, start pounding those drums and whatever you call them, the bucket drums.
Yeah. I mean, like, I think conservatives have done pretty well on their messaging generally as well. But I think that, like, you're going to find, like, a lot of pushback because you still find a lot of men, especially on kind of, like, the right, that will push these ideas that, like, men need to be these, like, cold, emotionless, stoic warriors. Like, that's what masculinity means to, you know, that's what masculinity means, is to be this, like, unfeeling, unflinching machine that in the face of danger, like, doesn't care about anything, right?
Yeah, they don't say it in that way at all, but I could see how you would say that's what they're going for. That's what they're encouraging, you mean? Mm-hmm. Like on
the very
the
traditional, like the more kind of like the traditional James Bond is like, that is what it means to be a man. Or like American media in like maybe like the 80s and 90s, I think. The Sylvester Stallones, the Arnold Schwarzeneggers, like these are like manly men, big muscles, murdering everybody, fucking bitches all day, like doing whatever the fuck and like not caring about anything, not flinching in any pain. Like these are like the manly men, right? I think that like those ideas are definitely more conservative in nature. And are still appeals made to by the right. Look how many times they talk about like, oh, masculinity is disappearing in the country. You know, when we hear these things, we're all becoming soy boys and stuff, you know?
Yeah. Here's another, you might like this. Here's another myth that men perpetuate because we think that rightfully so. Men repeat this myth, this lie, because they want a virtue signal. They want to sound manly. They think that a man is supposed to want this, and that lie is that men that like, oh, we just want sex. We just want to fuck and then kick her out in the morning, or fuck and then the second we nut, we're done with the bitch. That is complete bullshit. You know what men want? They want to cuddle. Men want to get breakfast in the morning. Men want romance. Men are romantics, huge romantics. And we don't admit this. I admit it, but men don't admit it because they don't want to get seen as like less manly or whatever. But it doesn't help us to not admit this, because what it does is it enables people to look at us as dehumanize us, look at us as these sex animal pigs who don't need consideration, don't need respect, don't need rights, don't need really much regard or anything, because they're just fucking, dirty animals.
So
it doesn't help us.
Well, that's kind of true. I think that super depends sometimes as well. And I think that's where you run into like a big disconnect sometimes between like men and women. So like, here's a personal observation that I have, that I am fully convinced is true. And I don't know if at this point in my life I'll ever be convinced otherwise. And this might be something that is confusing to a lot of women and confusing to a lot of men, right? So I would say that men and women view sexual and romantic partners in completely different ways. So I think that for women, generally speaking, if a woman is willing to fuck a guy, she's generally willing to date that guy. There's like a big list of men in her life, and some of them are on like or there's like two lists of men like in a woman's life. She's got guys that are like, these are my friends and we're chill and are cool, blah, blah, blah. And then there's a group of men that's like, I would date / fuck these guys. And like, that's that. I think for guys, I think that there's just like a giant list of like, these are all the women in my life, and I would fuck literally every single one of them. But just because I would fuck you does not mean I would date you. And I think that that's a really confusing experience for women. And then I think it can also be like a really confusing experience for men. So like if a woman is fucking a guy, generally speaking, now this is all in generalities, but generally speaking, like that woman is probably willing to date that guy. But for a lot of guys, there are a ton of women that they would very readily fuck that they would never even think of dating. So I think like that's like one example of like miscommunication that can happen between men and women that can leave both sides feeling like a little bit fucked. So for instance, like you just said the thing that like, oh, like men just want to cuddle, blah, blah, blah. That's not always true. There are guys that are definitely sure.
Not just, but they do want that just as much as they want sex, I would argue. But they don't say that. They never say that. They only say that they want sex.
Yeah, sure. But I mean, like that can like, again, like, and it sucks because like, I know why people are making fun of you for things that you say in chat, but I know why you're saying every single thing you're saying, because I have like so much lived experience that I know where all of these things are coming from. So I'm not denying your lived experience, but like there's just so much confusion around like so many of these different topics. So for instance, you say like men are scared to say they want to cuddle. This is anecdotal, but like in my experience, a lot of women are scared to say that too. Like I talked to a ton of women where we're like, oh, like how do you feel about cuddling? And they're like, oh, I don't like that. Like that's gay. They'll like literally say shit like that. And I'm like, oh, well, that's crazy. I actually really like cuddling. And they'll be like, oh, actually, I'm just kidding. I really like that too. But they'll say the other thing because they think that like that's what guys want to hear sometimes, right? Or they'll think that like that's how they have to act in order to get somebody. So I think there's like 3 or 4 different levels to like all of these types of like interactions where it's not just men misleading women or just women misleading men. Like there's like a lot of like complexities to like how people approach these relationships. And I don't think it's all just like like evolutionary biology or people trying to fuck each other or whatever over,
Well, yeah, they're not scared to say they want to cuddle. They just don't. They prefer not to say that because they would rather appear more manly and less wanting that kind of thing.
Well, yeah, because I think that if women say, this is just how it feels to me, I could be wrong, but I think that women oftentimes feel like if they say something like, oh, like I really like being cuddly, then the woman feels like, oh, if I say that, I'm going to come off as like hugely fucking clingy right away. If I say that, it's going to look really bad. Like I want to be cool. I just want him to think I want to fuck and we're cool. And then like maybe like, so kind of like how guys like, or how girls can friend zone guys, like girls can like friend zone themselves into like thinking if they fuck a guy and make enough concessions, eventually he'll want to date her. But the guy is actually like fuck zoned the girl to where the guy is only willing to fuck the girl, but he'll never date her. And she thinks that right. I'm just trying to say that these are really complicated interactions on both sides. And it's good to pay attention to that sometimes.
Yeah, true. But but I would argue that nobody, literally nobody says half the things that I've said here today. Half the things I've said here today, at least, are completely original takes that you won't find anywhere else. And I just want to address some people in the chat that are accusing me of just like copy pasting incel talking points. Somebody was like, Google incel talking points and you match everything. If that's true, first of all, I don't agree. A lot of the things I've said here, such as their options don't dry up when they get older, women are not insecure. You will not hear these talking points anywhere else, even in the incel community. These are original, real Dylan Volk talking points. But even if I was copy pasting everything the incels say, thank God. Because the incel talking points are pretty spot on, I think pretty accurate. However, they don't have a good ambassador for them. Well, I'm a great ambassador. I mean, you can just, if you look at, unfortunately, we have no video here, but at the risk of sounding cocky, I put a lot of effort into how I look. Okay, so I can brag about it, right? I mean, I work out every day. I'm not a bad looking guy. Okay, you can look at my real Dylan Volk on YouTube, RealDylanVolk, and you can judge for yourself. Leave it in the comments. But I have a girlfriend. I haven't been an incel since I was 16. I've been out with probably more girls than I even want to say on here. Let's say it's probably in the triple digits. Pretty ratchet, but whatever. So if I'm copy pasting incel talking points, that's awesome because they need a good ambassador like me.
Okay.
Did I leave you speechless?
Yeah, let's say that.
But you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand everything you've said so far, yeah.
Yeah, the incels need an incel hero, and I am that incel hero, the incel Chad hero. I'm white knighting for the. That sounds gay. Never mind.
Not that there's anything wrong with that, of course.
So one thing I really respect about you is that you are willing to debate pretty much. Well, you've debated such a range of people. I was, like I said, I was booking somebody said, what do I think about dating black women? Funny you asked that, Dr. Zeus, because I actually did a rap music video many years ago, back when I was like a total wigger. I used to be obsessed with black people. You can read about that in my book, Bad Choices Make Good Stories, My Life with Autism, on Amazon and Audible. But I used to be obsessed with black people, and I actually made a comedy rap music video about my attempts to date black women. Destiny, have you ever heard that song? It's like a hip hop song. It goes, I don't got no type. Bad bitches is the only thing that I like.
I haven't, but I can get the gist of the song probably. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I made a song, I don't got no type. Black bitches is the only thing that I like.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and that's a pretty you can Google that. Just Google Dylan Volk black women. It'll probably come up. Your chat will love that if anybody bothers to Google it. But I've noticed, back to you debating, I've noticed that you I booked you on Jussie Lee Peterson, and my job was to book Jussie Lee Peterson's guests. I did that for 2 years, and you know how he likes to talk to people he disagrees with. So it was my job to basically like hunt down liberal guests to get on his show. And so I know firsthand that not always, but many times people on the left are much harder to book for these debates, for a conversation, than people on the right. They're much less willing to debate people they disagree with. And I did have some success. I mean, I booked Cenk Uygur, Kyle Kalinske, Sally Cohn. But why do you think that is, and what makes you so different from most liberals in that you've debated Mike Enoch? I mean, come on.
I think it's really complicated. I don't know. I think that a lot of left-leaning people are maybe a little bit more sensitive sometimes to some things, and they're not like as combative for whatever reason. And then now I think a lot of left-leaning people think that if they just ignore conservatives, they'll go away. So they just plan to do that because they're already kind of like winning the corporate culture war at least. So they figure they can just keep ignoring them and eventually it'll all go away. I don't know. That'd probably be my two biggest guesses for why they don't want to do it.
Interesting. But what? So do you recognize that like you're different from most people on the left in that way?
Yeah, but I grew up as like a hardcore conservative, and then I like spent a ton of time like fighting with people on the internet and everything. So I mean, like I'm gonna be more like, I guess, like ready for battle, I guess, just in terms of like the type of person I am than most of these other types of people.
Have you ever thought about talking to Richard Spencer? He's like the one guy you haven't, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to, I'm not sure I could do it because I don't want to risk getting like banned from anywhere, and I don't even know where I could talk to him at. If it's like, I don't know if I'm allowed to even do that on YouTube or something, you know?
Oh, dad, yeah. Do you do the alternatives like D Live or Odyssey?
I'm thinking I'm doing an Odyssey thing soon. I think I've got a meeting with them tomorrow. I don't know if I'll ever do D Live, but who knows? Maybe.
Oh yeah. Well, he does the alter. You could maybe do it on the. I mean, I guess you wouldn't get much out of that, but yeah, you debated Mike Enoch. What was that like? What do you think of him?
I think that most people that are into like the big like ethnic separatist stuff are generally, I think it's like the same with most extremists. I did like the most reading I did about like extremists and the kind of propaganda surrounding them was around the ISIS time. And I see like a ton of crossover with ISIS and how they like recruit people and communicate with people with like similarities to that in a lot of white nationalist groups. Like basically you just kind of have people that are disaffected in a lot of ways in life. They don't really have much going for them. They kind of have like sad backstories and stuff. And they found like a group of people that can accept them. They've got like a cause to rally behind. And like, yeah. It's kind of like the vein that I feel like kind of a lot of the ethnic separatists in, whether they're black nationalists or white nationalists or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Yeah, is there, I think we've talked about a lot of stuff here. Is there anything else you want to talk? You know what we should do? Would you ever be down to check out my audiobook?
Maybe. I'm pretty bad when it comes to like reading and shit, but
well, I got the audiobook. You could listen to it.
That's audio reading. I'll think about it, okay? You can shoot me the link to it, man. If we're bored, we can take a listen or something sometime, yeah?
Yeah, well, I was just going to say, if you ever listen to my audiobook, or if anybody in the chat wants to look up my audiobook, it is whatever you think it is, trust me, it's better than you think it is. And there's some stuff in there that you will not ever read anywhere else and probably will never read for the rest of your life anywhere else.
How do you do the emojis in the audiobook?
Well, for the audiobook, you don't need the emojis because you've got me narrating it.
Oh, okay. No.
So I am the emojis.
Gotcha. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I personally narrated the whole thing.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Are you still working? Are you still working with Jesse Lee Peterson, or are you doing your own thing now?
No, I don't work. I actually I didn't get fired the last time. I resigned. I moved on, but I did get fired from him twice, actually, and then he rehired me twice.
Why? What happened?
The first time I was talking to, it had been a number of things. I was more immature then, and I had some growing up to do, and I was kind of, my personality, as you might have got from this conversation, can be quite intense, and sometimes I don't know when to tone it down, and I can just be a little overwhelming. That's something I've had to work on my whole life. And so there was a number of incidents, but then the final straw was actually something I didn't, he thought that I was holding up a guest that I had booked for the Fallen State, the show that you were on. And he thought I wasn't. The guy was talking to me, but because of other things that had happened before, we got into, so he fired me over that. And then then there was what happened? Oh, then I made a joke about on a Baked Alaska stream. I started making jokes about female teachers. I was shit posting saying that we need to not punish female teachers who sleep.
Well, okay, I got it. Okay, let's be careful. Okay, I don't know what I can joke about.
Yeah.
But okay, sure.
And I was just, kidding about that. I was shit posting, but people started sending it to his Twitter and spamming him on social media, and because I had mentioned I worked there, of course. And so that was the second time. And then many months later, he finally brought me back again. But then I almost got fired a couple times. But finally, I actually did not get fired in the end. I actually quit the last time. Do you know Gazi Kodzo?
Nope.
You don't know? Oh, you don't know Gazi Kodzo, the radical black activist guy? Well, I tried to bring him on the Fallen State. The guy actually bought a plane ticket out here from Florida to come on the Fallen State, but not to do a real interview. All he did was like berate Jesse. You can find this video if you type in Jesse Lee Peterson, Gazi Kodzo, Gazi, like Nazi but with a G, Kodzo. And he basically just started going ape shit in the studio, and we almost had to get security to remove him. So I almost got fired for that, and there were a couple other times too. But luckily, I survived. But what happened was, it got to the point where, like, you know how he likes to have people on that disagree with him, right? And I had booked or reached out to and been rejected by or ignored by. I mean, there's only like a finite number of public figures out there, right, in the political sphere. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It got to the point where I had reached out to or already booked like almost all of them. Like there were very few stones that were left unturned. Did you hear my cat?
Nope.
Such a bummer that we don't have the video now, because I'm holding my beautiful, gorgeous cat. Do you like cats?
Yeah, I guess. I don't think I
I'm a big cat person. Sometimes people say that, like, they call me, people insult me on the internet, and I'm like, bro, I live with 2 gorgeous cats, and my girlfriend, when I go over to her place, she has 3 cats. So, like, who's really living well here, right? Like, what are you doing with your life? I'm petting gorgeous cats. I wish maybe we could do this again sometime and have the video. Maybe check out my book. It's very, very entertaining. I know when somebody asks you to read something, you're like, oh God, but you will really enjoy it if you read just like a couple chapters of it. You'll get hooked. I know it's like eye roll, but all right. Well, I hope did you enjoy this conversation? Sometimes you're hard to read. I can't really tell whether you feel like you would
kind of
sound
like a monotonous
All right. Well, sounds good. If I can just remind everybody again, Real Dylan Volk, RealDylanVolk on YouTube. I'm sure I'll be making a video responding to some of the comments in the chat on this. Are you going to post this individual thing on YouTube?
It might get posted. I'm not sure.
And if you want my book, badchoicesmakegoodstories.com, and it's on Audible. Thank you so much for having me. 106 in Park's about to be on.
No, Girl Code is on.
We don't need to watch more Girl Code.
I need to see if I can wear Ugg boots after Labor Day.
106 and Rich Homie Kwan's gonna be on there today.
Will you stop acting black? You are not black.
Oh, alright. Girl, I'm done with you.
Where do you think you're going?
Finna go date me some black girls.
Okay. This is AAPE. Okay, thievery, alright? This is appropriation. Among other people. They were right, okay? I can't do this.
There's this vid that's really the train wreck version of a video. I can't stop watching it. Every time I watch it, I feel the need to impersonate it with a stronger and stronger southern accent every time. Let me show you what I mean.
We don't care if you're white, don't care if you're black.
I still can't believe me and Trihex talk to these people. Oh my god. Oh no.
All right, so first I started out like, we don't care if you're white, don't care if you're black. And then,
We're all under attack. We don't care if you're rich, don't care if you're poor.
and then it gets a little worse. We don't care if you're rich, don't care if you're poor.
We just know what we're fighting for. Sing it.
Just now, but riding more. Now you can barely even understand me.
Real women, vote for Trump.
Real women,
Real women, vote for Trump. We don't care if you're girls, we don't care if you're dudes.
I don't get it. Is he just being
Okay.
obnoxious about it? Like that? I can understand if they sounded like that and you're like, oh, okay, this is what it should have sounded like, and trying to better the sound of it.
Why
But
can't I use this bet? Is there a reason? I'm right clicking and
yeah,
it doesn't work.
I don't understand.
Oh wait, Melina got stuff from 7-Eleven. Never mind. I thought I did the store right.
All right, where am I at? Hold on.
1.4 stuff. Oh, you can't use beds in 1.3 or whatever? You can't sleep in this version. It's a 1.4 thing. You can just reset your spawn. How do I reset my spawn? Bunny fish caught in surface. Where's my closest surface fishing thing? Do I really have to go all the way over there? You can make an item that changes it from day to night. Doesn't that only work like once every week or something though? Oh, the bet has to be in a valid room. Gotcha. You think that dude is susceptible to any of your counterpoints? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I feel empathetic with him though. I understand. It just sucks because like I understand where so many of the talking points come from. And I understand why people feel that way. It's just the way that they want to fix things is just usually so bad. Or like they get into like really weird worlds where it's like, oh man. Like good description, bad prescription. Yeah, maybe something like that. I think the issue is with such a toxic conversation. Hold on. I think the issue is that it's such a toxic conversation. A lot of people who will admit this stuff are the pill people. Yeah, where sometimes like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Do you feel like he was considering what you were saying back to him? Maybe, I don't know. I think that the only way to get like messages like that through to somebody is it has to be like a lot of reinforcement over a long period of time. It's a sort of good description, like the women's trauma is only solid singular events and not over time. Yeah, that's actually true. Like the types of like experiences that men have that suck in society are a lot less discreet and a lot more gradual. And so it like becomes hard to quantify things.
Why am I putting everything inside of this room? Like, why is that a thing that's happening right now?
What? It's like missing a ton
I
of
have a
nuance,
stove
like
right next to their faces, you know. Right when it starts burning, the carbon monoxide is going to take us all out before we can even wake up. I had a door to the right. I swear I had the door over here.
A lot of women issues are faced a lot like men not taking no for an answer and bothering them or being constantly bothering them.
Some rocks that I really want to get rid of, but this tutorial will not let me do what I want to do.
Confusing too. Like you get like a lot of mixed messages and it's all just like super duper 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 confusing. Yeah, and then also people are just really bad about being honest what they want to. Like that, it sucks. It sucks really hard, but like there is a lot of truth to like the rule 1 and rule 2, and you can get away with a lot more stuff if you're a very, very, very attractive guy than you can if you're not. But then guys aren't always as forthcoming too as like how important they think that like looks are or whatever, you know? So I don't know, it's just, there's a lot of like dumb shit. I don't know, there's a lot of stupid AIDS shit everywhere. Just play League. Fuck, should I bring my fishing potions? Why is it so hard to catch? It said surface, right? Rule 1 and 2 apply so much more for women. If you're an attractive woman, you don't have to ever pay or do anything. I guess it just applies universally. Pretty people. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That is true, actually. That's super true, actually, yeah.
Just can't
women
win.
will tell you when they actually feel bothered. I know a lot of guys, me included, who don't want to message them or talk to them as much as we'd like to because we feel that we are bothering them. I don't think anybody will tell anybody when they're bothered usually. I think usually the go-to is to just ghost somebody. But like, I mean, like, it's hard because like, the problem is that like, the reason why you ghost somebody is oftentimes telling somebody that like, this isn't working and I don't like this, like isn't acceptable. Like a lot of people try to argue with you or like say that your like thing is wrong or whatever. So like, it doesn't work to,
we can.
I believe the bunny fish is forest only. Wait, no way. Seriously? Out in the forest, I was fishing, right? Bunny hopped me. Okay, caught on surface. Okay, but it's surface forest. Forest is the default biome, right? What is accepted as an attractive male body is way more varied than it is for women. That is true. But I think that's also because attractiveness just isn't really as valued for men all the time as well either. I guess it super depends on like what we're talking about. There's like, yeah, I don't know. Or I guess we're talking differences in standards between like casual stuff versus. Well, no, I don't know. It's fuck all of it. Fuck everything about dating. Everybody lies. Everybody's shit. Fuck them all.
Trying to get everything in line is just so annoying right now. So my biggest problem right now is that while I'm playing this game, my desk is way too higher than I am. So I need a higher chair, of course, and then I need something to like the end of the desk because it's very hard. It's a wooden, I say a desk, it's a like a bar stool, and I've taken out some of the compartments, realigned some of the extra boards to make my feet fit underneath, and voila, I have a little desk of mine. But the edge of it, so if everybody's leaning their arm against the edge of it, it's a straight wood, and then some of it's splintered, like going right into my, is it my forearm? What's that? My wrist area. So I have that to deal with. So I stopped trying to reach over like I'm a little kid or something like that. I try to, so now I have an external keyboard in my lap. But then, okay, I need a mouse, right? I still need to use my mouse. So it's either I put it on the desk and, I'm getting my wrist cut off, or I have this like little, the keyboard box to put it on. So, and then just trying to position that on my knee while, while everything stays together. Nothing's falling over, especially the mouse, which if I let go of it for a second might just collapse. So yeah, that's all the noise you're hearing mainly. But and then I'm just learning how to play this game. So let's see what else I have to learn.
Sick. I feel the endo-ecto shit is way too overemphasized. Most of that shit can be curbed with working out and diet, in my opinion.
Now choose whatever you want to be. Whatever you want to be researched first.
I'll play a few games of League until I lose. I'm going to sleep.
Wait, he's playing League. Don't know what I want to react to. That's one thing I did not have on the board yet. There's like no debates.
So Jordan, we were speaking a moment ago about the sort of lack of meaning that people are looking for, particularly young men. And it really is a big thing that young men seem to have lost meaning. Postmodernism killed the scientific rationalist world. And the postmodernists have decided...
I think when they say postmodernist is the idea of when you're... I think it has to do with like speaking past the truth. So, or that the truth can be whatever you want it to be, or facts and logic and... No, facts can be... How do I want to say this? Whatever the true meaning of something is, so where you can get empirical information or data to then say, hey, that tree does exist because my sight can see it, my nose can smell it, my hands can touch it, all of those things can just be interpreted as truth. And the fact that we have our senses to say it is true, but then I think a postmodernism would then go past that and say, well, is it really true? Is it really there? Or are we just, putting a lens over what might not be true or might not be even the essence of what it really is? Is it really a tree, or are you just, falling back on your humanistic senses to then compel me, because I'm a human just like you, to say, okay, well, we'll just say this is a tree, but can it be something else? And as well, can we call it something else? Does it have to be technically a tree? Can it be a car? Can it be a house? Whatever terms we want to put on it. So I think I believe that's postmodernism in the philosophy terms, but in a very poorly put way. And so because of that, you know what we do? Let's see here. So it's like we gotta go line by line. Let's see. But yeah, we'll just go to the wiki real quick. Postmodernism? And I might be totally wrong. Let's see. Postmodernism is a broad movement that developed in the mid to late 20th century across philosophy, the arts, architecture, and criticism, marking the departure from modernism. The term has been more generally applied to describe a historical era set to follow after
modernity and the tendency
and the tendency of this era. Postmodernism is generally defined by an attitude of skepticism, irony, or rejection towards what it describes as the grand narrative and ideologies associated with modernism, often criticizing Enlightenment, rationality, and focusing the role of ideology in maintaining political or economic power. Postmodern thinkers frequently describe knowledge claims and value systems as contingent or socially conditioned, framing them as products of political, historical, or cultural discourse and hierarchies. Common targets of postmodernism or postmodern criticism include universalist ideas of objective reality, morality, truth, human nature, reason, science, language, and social progress. Accordingly, postmodern thought is broadly characterized by tendency to self-consciousness, tendencies to be self-conscious, to self-consciousness, self-referentiality. How you say that?
self-referentiality,
epistemological and moral relativism, pluralism, and irreverence. Postmodern critical approaches gained popularity in the 1980s and 1990s and have been adopted in a variety of academic and theoretical disciplines, including cultural studies. Okay. Postmodernism is an intellectual stance or mode of discourse defined by an attitude of skepticism towards what is described as the grand narratives and ideology of modernism. I don't like. Okay, I can't even get it. Okay, this is actually the wiki if you look at it, but let's modern philosophy is okay. Give me a .gov, please. Or yeah, .edu, the University of Tolden. Modernism is a period in literary history which started around the early 1900s and continued into the early 1940s. Modernist writers in general rebelled against clear-cut storytelling and
formulaic verse from the
19th centuries. Instead, many of them told fragmented stories which reflect the fragmented state of society during and after World War I. Many modernists wrote in free verse, and they included many countries and cultures in their poems. Some wrote using numerous points of views or even used a stem of consciousness style. These writing styles further demonstrated the way the scattered state of society affected the work of rights at that time. Emily Dickinson and Walt Whitman are thought to be mother and father of the movement because they had the most direct influence of early modernists. Sometime after their death, the Imagist poets began to gain importance. Well, that sounds like everybody that dies. The University of Tolden's Canada
Center has a rich collection.
Tolden's Canada Center has a rich culture of poetry and critical work from that era. Imagist poets generally wrote shorter poems, and they chose their words carefully so that their work would be rich and direct. The movement started in London, where a group of poets met and discussed changes that were happening in poetry. Ezra Pound soon met these individuals, and he eventually introduced them to H.D. and Richard Addington in 1911. In 1912, Pound submitted their work. Okay, why am I reading about images? Why does this keep going off on different tangents? Okay, so they're the influencers of the modernist movement, and yet for some reason we jump into Imagist poets. And now I'm reading about poetry. Okay, modernism versus postmodernism. The term postmodern begins to make sense if you understand that modernism refers to, in this case, modernism usually refers. The term postmodern begins to make sense if you understand what modernism refers to. In this case, modernism usually refers to neoclassical Enlightenment assumptions concerning the real reason, the role reason or rationality or scientific reason play in guiding our understanding of the human condition, and in extreme case of postmodern theory, nature itself. Postmodernism basically challenges those basic assumptions. Okay, so I was wrong. I was backwards. So modernism. No, I was right. Right. So modernists would say that, reason. So P plus Q equals R, or something like that. Whatever the philosophy term, goes from. So they call this classical propositional logic. So in propositional logic, modus tollens, also known as modus tollens, and denying the consequent. Consequent and denying the consequent is a deductive argument form and a rule of inference. Modus tollens takes the form of if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. It is an application of the general truth that if a statement is true, then so it is contrapositive. The form shows that the inference from P implies Q to the negation of Q implies the negation of P is a valid argument. The history of the inference rule, modus tollens, goes back to antiquity. Back to antiquity. The first two explicitly described the argument from modus tollens was, what is that? Theophrasis. Modus, actually we can see how to say this. Modus tollens is closely related to a modus ponens. Modus ponens. There are two similar but invalid forms of argument, affirming the consequence and denying consequent, right? Consequent, and denying the antecedent, and denying the antecedent. Resembles a syllogism with two premises and a conclusion. If P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. The first premise is a conditional if-then claim such as P implies Q. The second premise is an assertion that Q, the consequent of the conditional claim, is not the case. From these two premises, it can be logically concluded that P, the antecedent of the conditional claim, is also not the case. For example, if the dog detects an intruder, the dog will bark. The dog did not bark. Therefore, no intruder was detected by the dog. So if the dog detects an intruder, then Q, the dog will bark. Then we say what actually happened or what occurred. The dog did not bark, so not Q. Therefore, therefore no intruder was detected by the dog. So we learned what modus tollens finally, and maybe I'll remember this in the beginning, just to go all the way back to modernism, where postmodernism is to, try to debunk all that, to say, well, hey, is that really actually true? If P then Q, and based off of what? So you're saying that the dog never, so because of my statement P then Q, if the dog barks, then there's an intruder, right? If that logically follows, right, as an assumptive statement, then I gotta ask you, okay, well then what happened? And then you tell me the dog never barked. So then I'm supposed to then assume based off of, or then I'm supposed to take as a fact that then there is no intruder, because if there was an intruder, then the dog would have barked. But since I'm a postmodernism, all I'm going to do now is then try to take the whole logical premise of the idea to say that, oh, if this statement is true, so that's my P, then I'm supposed to follow it. Would be my Q. But then from there, we would plug in as another Q that no, postmodernism, where we're supposed to be skeptical about any claim based on any senses that you want to put out there, any knowledge that you might have, any what would you call objective statements about life and reality. Like if a person's pulse is no longer there, they're dead. That's supposed to be an objective idea that we've all come to accept, especially in the, I would say at least the medical part of our reality has accepted, and we take that as face value. But now postmodernism will say, okay, well, are they really dead? What does death actually means? I mean, maybe they're still alive, but we just can't communicate to them as we once tried. So, what really is the truth about what is taking place in these different moments? But and I think I went and said all that without going into the modus tollens, but yeah. Hopefully that made any sense, but we'll keep reading just to make more sense of it. So modernism or enlightenment, empiricism, and humanism, reason and science provide accurate, objective, reliable foundation of knowledge. Reason transcends and exists independently of our existential existential, historical, cultural context. It is universal and true. Freedom in the form of democracy and free markets are the natural extensions of universal, true, reasonable beliefs. We hold these truths to be self-evident. Why does it sound like is this the national anthem? Science is an objective means of understanding the natural world, and its applications can improve our lives. Reasons will lead to universal truths all cultures will embrace. So are these like just statements that are postmodernism basically challenges those basic assumptions, right? Because we're taking these all as face value, but none of us would presume to be God. And if we were God, then I guess we wouldn't need all these different takes, and everything that we do would be as is. So in a sense, if you're a God, then you can, if it's raining one day, then you can change that. If you're sad one day, you can change that. If somebody's broke one day, you can change that. Like you can actually take the world and mold it to your will. And that's essentially is why you're a God, or why that we praise people, praise deities that some of us may say are real and some of us may say not. But that's why we praise these higher beings, because they have a form of control over the world that we don't have. And then we ask them and we plead and we sacrifice and we do our part to get them to humbly provide unto us their, magical powers to bless our lives as well. So postmodernism would say reason and science are ideologies in the Nietzsche? In the Nietzschean or Marxist sense, simply myths created by man. That's true, right? So, and that's the funny part, right? They're just critiquing this and saying, okay, well, there is no objective truth. Yes, I don't think anything is objective. It's all a form of our imagination, but our imagination is based off of something, right? So that's the part where this leaves out. Like they're just critiquing something, but then don't have anything in place of it. Now, of course, some maybe philosopher thinkers will go in depth and say, okay, well, it's so it's just your ideology, man. But then maybe they'll go and try to replace that with something else, where maybe we'll find some as an example. I can't even think of an example. But okay, culturalism, relativism. Reason itself is a specific Western tradition ideology, competing with other traditions like faith and other cultural means of knowing. Reasons transcends and exists independently of our existential, historical, cultural context. It is universal and true. So reason transcends. So yes, I think reason does transcend our natural state of mind, or let's not say natural. Reason is better than just assumption. Reason is better than just your feelings or your thoughts or your imagination, because there's a formula that we can perfectly test out every time, where we can get an accurate prediction of what the world, what is happening in the world. So if you say to me like, oh, I saw a bird the other day, and then my wife went into labor. Okay, well, you saw a bird probably every day of your life, but women weren't just going being, all, you didn't have a wife, and women weren't just getting pregnant all around you. So why do you think this one time seeing this bird is what made your wife go into labor, right? You can't use that statement or his assumption or his imagination or his thought process to say that, oh, well, this is why the world is, or how we can manipulate the world in our favor. But if I tell you, okay, well, and this kind of happened with my wife, where I think around the time she was not going into labor, but close to it, I think we saw owls, and I'm not using this as like fact or reason in this case, but this actually happened where I think she was sad, or there was some type of about owls where she was either sad or going to labor, and then we heard a who outside the window. Okay, well, in that case, I have better reasons to believe that, because that's actually happened in that very moment. No, that's a terrible idea. I don't know why I tried to bring that up. I felt like that would be cool, but anyways, a better way to look at it is that when my wife's water break, when she dilates if she's dilated more than 3 centimeters, that means she is going to have a baby in the near future, in the very near close future. Still not very specific as I would like it to be, but that's better to say than just, oh, I saw a bird and now my wife's, about to go into labor. Like, okay, so if any woman looks at a bird and they're pregnant, they're going to go into labor. That's your claim, really? So we can test that out right now. We can go outside. I have every pregnant woman out there in the world and see how many goes into labor by looking at. Maybe you might say it's just this one bird, but okay, we can try to track that bird down or whatever the case may be and try to test it. And it's most likely not going to, no, it will not lead to a verifiable evidence at the end of the day. So I don't know. That was a long tangent to go off, where is why I'm going to agree that reason does transcend most thought process or assumptions or, feelings that you might have. So reason does transcend our thought processes and exists independently of our existential, historical, cultural context, which I think this is saying to say that, I don't like the existential part, because I'm thinking that usually means that you're, the world's going to end or something like that, relating to existence. So like if we weren't here, then of course, no, there would be no reason. Who's going to do the reasoning if no humanity was here? So no, historically, so are they saying no matter the historical text, you can have reason will always transcend? I think you can plug that into here, depending on what they're really trying to say. So if they're saying that historical events will lead to no matter what the historical event, you can still have reason that will transcend your normal thought process. I believe, as long as you're referencing the historical event. But if you're trying to say that the historical event has its own reason, then that's not true. It's all up to interpretation at the fact of whoever can remember it, or the best written down information that we have left about it. So, yeah. Wow, I had the music muted all this time. Sorry. I thought I had my voice muted, but we're good on that part. Anyways, where else does this go? It is universal and true. It's not universal. So, okay. I think every tradition uses reason except religious. But no, they have their reasons based off of their own narrative, so they're even using reason. Freedom in the form of democracy and free markets are the natural extension of universal, true, reasonable beliefs. Democracy and capitalism are specific Western traditions, ideology, competing with other traditions. China and Russia especially challenge this assumption. Also, democracy and capitalism, like all ideologies, are often used to colonize foreign culture. Okay. So this is just like democracy bad, capitalism bad. I'm pretty sure socialists, communists, libertarian, far right, far left, everybody's trying to conquer everybody. But okay, science is an objective means of understanding the natural world, and its application can improve our lives. Nope, science is ideology. This is why it just kind of gets stupid, but it's like, it's true. But then where do we take that now? Like, at least with this, you had meaning to everything you said, right? Or everything you practice, or following these guidelines, that this will happen when you do this. This is what it is if you believe in this. Now we're saying, well, no, it's just your imagination, dude. It's just your ideology, dude. Like, you know, just get with the program. I mean, if the world's ideology changed the next day, then everything that you believe right now wouldn't even be worth anything. So, the concept of global warming was created by and for the Chinese in order to make U.S. manufacturing non-competitive. Majority of people have been paid to say that man is causing the climate to warm up. They also get the money if they come up with the right results. So the challenge, right? So it's just like, oh, okay, so I get it. So they're trying to use current influencers fighting back on the notion that, oh, because we have the science that global warming is happening, that it is true. And then they're saying, well, no, it's just your ideology, or that you can manufacture, you can make a... This is kind of the Donald Trump false news thing that they're trying to show here. But I think we get what postmodernism is. So let's finally go back to the video.
Substitute for that a certain utopian vision of the remolding of American society in terms of what they call equity, but really amounts to tribal dynamics. And you see this over and over, the radical left pushing its own version of utopianism. Classical liberals have been wrong-footed, I think, by the need for something more fulfilling, which is why classical liberalism always relied on an unspoken assumption that you were going to find meaning in your family, you were going to find meaning in religious community, you were going... So Jordan, you were speaking a moment ago about the sort of lack of meaning that people are looking for, particularly young men, and it really is a big thing that young men seem to have lost meaning. Postmodernism killed the scientific rationalist world, and the postmodernists have decided to substitute for that a certain utopian vision of the remolding of American society in terms of what they call equity, but really amounts to tribal dynamics. And you see this over and over, the radical left pushing its own version of utopianism. Classical liberals have been wrong-footed, I think, by the need for something more fulfilling, which is why classical liberalism always relied on an unspoken assumption that you were going to find meaning in your family, you were going to find meaning in religious community, you were going to find meaning in... So there it is, that classical libertarianism, since they're strictly modernism, and they believe in, hey, these are our truths, and we find them self-evident, that you will be happy if you have a home, have a wife, have children, have a family, have a community, have a wealth, or somebody to provide for and take care of you at the same time. They took that as truth, and now you're trying to say, oh, these leftists are coming out here being postmodernism and saying, oh, well, do you really need a family? Which is true. Is that the truthful, reasonable statement that we can have? That you're going to say that you need a family to be happy. Okay, well, yeah, that might be true, but is that the only thing? Like, if I only gave you that family and didn't give you nothing else, because, right, you gave me a list of things, but then keep harping on the family, or you keep harping on the pregnancy. And I want to say, oh, okay, we'll take away the family, bring friends, but keep the pregnancy, keep the bonding, keep the, sexual relationship happening. And then you want to get mad at me. Well, we're both providing postmodernism ideas. It is not just one thing. There is a reasonable, logical way to think about it, but it is not end all be all whatever you think it is. It's a whole complex interlude of information, data, structural, cultural influences that's going to get you to that happiness. Like, what?
And you believe this. Like, you're not just, once again, you're not just sitting there saying, have a family, you'll be happy. You're sitting there saying, have a family, have a family, because you could just have kids and not have your wife. Have a family, have your wife. In your case, the nuclear family, where you have a wife and probably 2 children. So that's one thing. Okay, have a community. Well, okay, so I need 2 things now. And if you want to say, okay, it is all these 3, 4 things, then that's a line I probably wouldn't cross myself, because there's just so much things in this world to point at that we can test and study to see if it benefits you in the scale of being more happy or not. So just to say it's like 5, 6 things, it's just ridiculous. And to even say it is those things is another ridiculous notion.
In bettering your social life outside of government, but when that unspoken understanding just dissipated, when religion started to fall apart, all that was left was, well, let's just be rational with one another. There's not much inspiring there, and I think that's why you see that across the board, a drive toward irrationalism, a certain level of romanticism dominating the society, to the point where irrationalism is much more prized than rationalism. If you make a rational point, if you cite data, very often this is now considered not only impolitic, but damaging and dangerous.
The other thing that ideology does, and the radical leftists are also very good at this, is that it provides you with a convenient locale for the existence of evil. And so if you reflexively identify the patriarchy with evil, well, first of all, that's a powerful idea. It independent of its broad merit. It's true. Now, it's not the only truth and it's not the complete truth, but it's true. The reason it's true is because every hierarchical system tends to degenerate in the direction of power. And all hierarchical systems are less than they could be. And that's partly because of the possibility that power and deceit will corrupt them, but also partly because we're willfully blind and deceitful in our own personal direction of power. If I saw something...
What is he saying?
And identify the patriarchy...
is now considered not only impolitic, but damaging and dangerous.
The other thing that ideology does, and the radical leftists are also very good at this, is that it provides you with a convenient locale for the existence of evil. And so if you reflexively identify the patriarchy with evil, well, first of all, that's a powerful idea. It independent of its broad merit. It's true. Now, it's not the only truth and it's not the complete truth, but it's true. The reason it's true is because every hierarchical system tends to degenerate in the direction of power. And all hierarchical systems are less than they could be. And that's partly because of the possibility that power and deceit will corrupt them, but also partly because we're willfully blind and deceitful in our own personal lives. And so when you tell young people that the cause of the trouble they see around them in the world, and maybe even the disquiet in their own heart, is the malevolent inadequacy of their society, that rings true. And they don't hear the rest of the story, and it's the rest of the story that I've been trying to tell. They don't hear the story that, don't forget about the evil and corruption that exists in your own heart. And don't forget about the fact that nature, this wondrous goddess as portrayed by the anti-human environmentalists, and by that I don't mean all environmentalists, by the way, that wonderful goddess nature is also trying to make you ill and kill you at all times. And so, but the story that corruption exists in hierarchical structure, and that's a consequence of malevolence, the malevolent use of power, that's true. So it's very motivating, especially if you're young and you're looking for an adventure. Now, it's also too convenient, which is one of its tremendous dangers, because unless you're taught to look within and identify the malevolence there as the primary moral obligation, then you now have an excuse and a moral justification to take out all of your negative emotion, your hostility, your resentment, everything about you that's unexamined on the demonic enemy. And of course, that degenerates with extraordinary rapidity as we've seen over and over and over. So it's up to the
politic, but
okay. Anybody in the chat, please tell me what was his point. I'm sorry. We're gonna sit here and listen to this whole thing over again, and then we'll try to make a point out of it. I'm not saying he's not making a point. I'm just not getting it in his. I don't even know.
Jordan,
if
you
it's
were
my
speaking a
fault or
moment
his
ago
fault.
about the sort of lack of
go
meaning
ahead.
that people are looking for, particularly young men. And it really is a big thing that young men seem to have lost meaning. Postmodernism killed the scientific rationalist world. And the postmodernists have decided to substitute for that a certain utopian vision of the remolding of American society in terms of what they call equity, but really amounts to tribal dynamics. And you see this over and over.
So we're changing the narrative so we can be more equitable, or equity, meaning everybody is more equal. Equality is more equal. Equity is balancing the disproportional way that the world is. So we're trying to balance the power that's being shifted from one person to the next. All right.
Over the radical left pushing its own version of utopianism. Classical liberals have been
pushing our own ideology because, we have our way of looking at stuff. I say ours, pushing leftist ideology where we want to be more of a government loving, family loving type of people, where we believe in democracy, we believe in liberalism, where we want you to be free. So
wrong-footed.
And we think the government can help you do that.
By the need for something more fulfilling, which is why classical liberalism always relied on an unspoken assumption that you were going to find meaning in your family, you were going to find meaning in religious community, you were going to find meaning in bettering your social life outside of government. But when that unspoken understanding just dissipated, when religion started to fall apart, all that was left was, well, let's just be rational with one another. There's not much inspiring there. And I think that's why you see that across the board, a drive toward irrationalism, a certain level of romanticism dominating the society, to the point where irrationalism is much more prized than rationalism. If you make a rational point, if you cite data, very often this is now considered not only impolitic, but damaging and dangerous.
The other thing that ideology does, and the radical leftists are also very good at this, is that.
So because we changed it, so they're saying, so the libertarians had their way, and then we came in to add skepticism to everything that they were doing. And so because of that, we put it, which supposedly they were being rational, right? But then we imposed our own rationality into their world now. And now they're saying that because of so much rationality, where you're talking if P then Q, not Q, then, then not P. If you're speaking in that language that's very boring or very self-destructive or not entertaining enough for the masses, that now we draw further into the irrational way of thinking, where you think how you want to think and you believe what you want to believe, and you spout conspiracies, and you laugh with your friends and move on like it never meant anything. I think that's just a form of entertainment, just like me right now sitting here critiquing a Jordan B. Peterson video. This is very entertaining to me. I like rationality. I like putting things together in a cohesive form of thought and a form of process of thought, where I guess other people might enjoy this as well, but take more into the entertainment side or the more bombastic attitudes and ways of flailing around and being very hyperbolic about everything they talk about, without ever getting to the exact point, not having that cue or what the actual resemblance of the evidence is. So
that it provides you with a convenient locale for the existence of evil. And so
it provides locale for the persistence of evil.
Reflects
that
she does, and the radical leftists are also very good at this, is that it provides you with a convenient locale for the
convenient locale. What is low quality? Is that what he's trying to say? What is locale? Is he trying to say local? The subtitle says over here.
Is that it provides you with a convenient locale for the existence of evil. It provides you with a convenient locale for the very good at this.
And dangerous.
The other thing that ideology does, and the radical leftists are also very good at this, is that it provides you with a convenient locale
convenient locale
for the existence of evil. And so if you reflexively identify the patriarchy with evil, well, first
of evil. So making the, well, he says, so if it's local, he's saying, then he's trying to say that the left pushes a narrative on any local mastercy, like people in power, and call them evil. And then,
first of all, that's a powerful idea. Independent of its broad merit. It's true. Now, it's not the only truth and it's not the complete truth, but it's true. The reason it's true is because every hierarchical system tends to degenerate in the direction of power. And
every hierarchical system tends to degenerate into the power of
all hierarchical systems are less than they could be. And that's partly because every hierarchical system tends to degenerate in the direction of power.
Tends to degenerate, so lose power or lose influence towards the seeking of more power.
And all hierarchical systems are less than they could be. And that's partly because
all hierarchical systems are less than they could be. Because they degenerated. So he's already saying they've lost influence, they've lost their they've lost their standing in the world and become less of themselves. But then as they became less of themselves, they trended towards power. Okay. And so that makes, and then he's just making a broad claim that all hierarchical systems are not as good as they could be.
Because of the possibility that power and deceit will corrupt them.
Because of power and deceit may corrupt them. That's probably based in evidence, okay.
But also partly because we're willfully blind and deceitful in our own personal lives. And so when you...
Is that like his example of why that they're so scared to be better than themselves? Because if they get to a certain form, that deceit and corruption will come in, and then you're explaining that, oh well, yeah, that could be true based off of this, because we are blind to ourselves and our lust for power and greed and stuff like that. Okay. And of course, this is fine. This is all fine in a sense. It's the way he's talking. I guess I'm trying to figure out where he's trying to take this. Right now, we've got hierarchical systems are not as good as they could be. Loss of power. When they're degenerating, when they're losing power, they tend to derive into the direction of power. And the way he sentenced that is like he's trying to say that they're losing power because they're seeking power, and because of that power that they're seeking, that's more of a corruption, blind to themselves way of thinking. Okay.
You tell young people that the cause of the trouble they see around them in the world, and maybe even the disquiet in their own heart, is the malevolent inadequacy of their society. That rings true, and they don't hear the rest of the story. And it's the rest of the story that I've been trying to tell. They don't hear world, and maybe even the disquiet in their own heart, is the malevolent inadequacy of their mind and deceitful in the possibility that power and deceit will corrupt them, but also partly because we're willfully blind and deceitful in our own personal lives. And so when you tell young people that the cause of the trouble they see around them in the world, and maybe even the disquiet in their own heart, is the malevolent inadequacy of their society.
And then Ben would say, oh, get rid of the society, then they can be free to go and roam the ethers of the world to be truly them, to be happy, and to make the world, into what they believe it should be, without having the government, impose on them their negative attributes that then make me a negative person.
That rings true, and they don't hear the rest of the story.
So they like hearing that. So young people like hearing what Jordan B. Peterson just said. Okay.
Story. And it's the rest of the story that I've been trying to tell. They don't hear the story that, yeah, don't forget about the evil and corruption that exists in your own heart. And don't.
Okay, and then he's trying to point out that, oh, well, actually, yes, the system is bad, but you're bad as well. And are we still pointing this on the leftists saying the system is bad? And now Jordan B. Peterson is now saying that he's pointing out that no, the people are bad.
Don't forget about the fact that nature, this wondrous goddess as portrayed by the anti-human environmentalists, and by that I don't mean all environmentalists, by the way, that wonderful goddess nature is also trying to make you ill and kill you at all times.
And then nature has a point to play. So he believes in climate change. Amen.
But the story that corruption exists in hierarchical structure and that's a consequence of malevolence, the malevolent use of power and deceit, that's true. So
could be true.
It's very motivating, especially if you're young and you're looking for an adventure. Now, it's also too
young and looking for adventure. So what are we talking? Is this like what story? Is this a Caesar story or something like that? Which I think he was just evil, right? And they got rid of him.
Convenient, which is one of its tremendous dangers, because unless
but he was young.
You're taught to look within and identify the malevolence there as the primary moral obligation, then you now have an excuse and a moral justification to take out all of your negative emotion, your hostility, your resentment, everything about you that's unexamined on the demonic enemy. And of course, that degenerates with extraordinary rapidity, as we've seen over and over and over. So it's up to the centrists on both sides to deal with this. I've been talking to a lot of the optimist rationalist types on my podcast, Matt Ridley and.
What is centrist on both sides? Aren't you just center? Aren't you the center? How are you on both sides if you're the center?
Bjorn Lomborg and Haidt and Pinker more distantly, but more recently Lomborg and Ridley and Marian Tupy, who's written a lovely book on human progress, 10 things everyone needs to know about human progress. It's something like that. Anyways, one of the things we discussed consistently was the difficulty in promoting the message that all three of these men are very aware of, which is that from a material perspective, in terms of absolute privation, worldwide, humanity is way better off on virtually every dimension you could possibly measure than ever. And most of that improvement has occurred in the last 40 years, and it's been revolutionary in its speed. And no one knows this. And so it's very important to try to think through why that is. Like, that's such a positive message. Now, I talked to Russell Brand about this, and I'm bringing him up for a reason. He's a lefty by temperament and by heart. And his first objection, but he's very thoughtful and quick. His first objection, I pointed out all this data showing that by every possible objective measure, everything is way better than it was certainly 100 years ago, but certainly even 20 years ago, even on the environmental front in the main. And he said, well, what about disparity of distribution? So there's the problem of absolute level of wealth, let's say. That's improving. But there is still tremendous disparity.
I don't know where he's going with this. The question was, hey, young people are hurting right now. And because of the left, they have pushed us into this postmodernism where now we, my neoclassical thought, well, not even neoclassical, my, patriotic, loving America person that, thought gender was a one thing and that women had babies, men went to work. All that's being changed. Now we got trans people in this. Like, why, Jordan Peterson? And then we don't care about whatever anybody else has to say, or the left doesn't care about what everybody has to say. So, but now you're saying maybe, but the left is right. The left is pointing at the hierarchical. I don't even know how to say the word, system that is corrupt and needs to be adjudicated or in some type of fashion to get them out of power. And then, but then let me tell you something, Ben Shapiro, that actually you're the corrupt one. You need to fix yourself as well as fight the powers of nature as well that's attacking you, which you don't even believe in. You don't believe in climate change, so... And then he's gone on a rant where I just can't keep up.
Disparity. And of course, that is fair enough. You could even point out that the role of the left is to provide a conscientious voice for that's constantly attending to the fact of continuing disparity, regardless of absolute level of wealth. And fair enough.
Whoa. He said continuing disparity.
Equal of wealth in the matter than it was certainly 100 years ago, but certainly even 20 years ago. Even on the environmental front in the main. And he said, well, what about disparity of distribution? So there's the problem of absolute level of wealth, let's say. That's improving. But there is still tremendous disparity. And of course, that is fair enough. You could even point out that the role of the left is to provide a conscientious voice for that's constantly attending to the fact of continuing disparity, regardless of absolute level of wealth. And fair enough. But having said all that,
I think that's okay.
It's a great mystery that incremental optimism is not sufficiently motivating. And you can't just wish human nature is going to change. It's not going to change. We got to tell a better story. And I also think that's why I'm a target, I think, is because I am actually trying to tell a better story and I'm actually having some success with it.
So I totally agree with that. And that...
What do you agree with? I don't even... Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna leave it alone. No, I'm not. What did he agree to? What did we get out of that? Like, if you really paint the picture of how he said everything, he's pointed some good things about the left. Where we point out evil beings and that we need to attack them, but then the part we're not pointing out is that we are evil on the inside, which I think that's not true, because we talk about big corporations, but we also talk about the individuals like Tim Cook, Steve Jobs, dead now, so I guess he doesn't matter. Mark Zuckerberg, what else? Corporations. We try to point out the ones that have too much power to then enact their evil intentions on us. So that was that. And then he says we bring consciousness to the disparity of distribution that goes on, where we're trying to make aware that just because you're being optimistic and you are moving up in the world, that you're just sharing somebody else's disparity while we're not actually getting to the root of the full problem. So I could literally be taking his words out of his mouth right now, but he said this distribution of disparity, and we're being conscious about that. We're making that be aware. So that's a good thing, right? Or should we not make them aware? Is that his implication? That people don't need to know these things? But what does Ben Shapiro agree with?
Very personal. You talk about yourself, but you also speak in a way that most writers do not. You use second-person pronouns. I mean, you speak directly to the reader. You say, you feel this way. You think this way. And a lot of people read that and say, I do think that way. This is a person who's speaking directly to me in a way that mainstream political books very often do not. They consider me sort of a widget and whatever.
Well, yes, he does that, and I think it's very valid in his case, where there are some people that's going to very much disagree, but since he's on his own platform, a professor, where we agree with and love science and technology and the things that has brought us to our magnificent world that we have around us, our little houses, our technology, me being able to stream, you being able to work from home without getting COVID, or being free of the extra worlds of having to go out and plant crops and cut animals down to eat and live. Yes, why wouldn't we listen to this person that supposedly has a doctorate's degree in psychology to then tell us about how we feel in this case? And of course, that's not everybody. He has a vocal voice. Some people are going to respect it and some are not. And based on this video, at least 257,000 are at least wants to hear what he has to say. So it's not that he's just doing something profound. Some people like it, some people don't like it. Profound, yes, in the way that he is doing it. Maybe nobody else is doing this, and being vocal about it. Because, of course, my psychiatrist, or when I go to my psychiatrist or counselor, they give me things to think about, because I don't have the words to express how I'm feeling inside. So they tell me, you are depressed, or you are this. And why are you this? Because of this, and that. So that's just a psychology thing to do, Ben Shapiro.
Or ideology they're pushing, or they're considering the value of systems or not systems. But you sort of end around that. And I think that in many ways, that's what members of the left find so threatening, is because if you're a member of the left and you believe that all individuals are essentially just the outgrowths of institutions, and therefore that all change by individuals is going to be insufficient, and that it must be societal change that creates individual change, you're a threat, because you're telling people, well, the systems can certainly get better, but the main threat to you is you.
Okay. But I'm trying to... So do we not care about the individual? Is that really true? Does the left not care about the individual? Well, based on that last conversation about the women, we care about women individuality, who want to be more in the workplace, be free of men or our tyrannies over them for the past, thousands of years, where they've been our concubines, our sex slaves, or our housewives, or whatever you want, our mistresses and stuff like that. And of course, there are examples of women queens and having higher roles in society, but not majority. So not even being able to vote for not until like 1900s, early 1900s, at least in the United States. So that's one example of trying to make an individual more of an individual and fixing themselves or bringing them up from their despair of the tyranny. Well, I guess we use the government to make that happen, but that's empowering the individual, right? I mean, you would say that the government providing child support is, or forcing men to be put on child support, or separating the man from himself, is giving the woman an individuality. So, but then he would say that's hurting her. She's not really learning or being in a nuclear family to better herself individually. But then you're in the nuclear family, so how are you really individually working on yourself? You're working on the family, right? So once again, if the family wasn't there, then what would you be as far as just being an individual trying to salvage off the land or be a tech engineer or something like that? So, but I mean, we're trying to give people money in their pockets, right? That doesn't help the individual, because I'm guessing so this is not great. They're trying to use their words and say that we're not providing. They're trying to take the higher ground to say that just because we want to have the, what is it, the. So, because we want, I thought they were finished. So because we want, I lost where I was going with it. That's what I'm talking.
And that is a deeply threatening message to people. And if people find fulfillment in that message, then the left really does have a problem, because if people start improving their lives within the system and not blaming the system for their problems, and instead recognizing that they can improve their lives. That's what members of the left hate most of all. You talk about in the book, Jordan, the fact that people are constantly coming up to you and they're saying things like, I was leading a dissolute life. I read your book. I started taking your advice and I've turned it around and now I'm doing much better in life. And, I'm blessed to have much the same experience from a lot of people who listen to the show, people who have been homeless, who now have graduated Harvard Law School, people who were single moms and then decided to take a college course and figure out their lives, people who have made mistakes and turned their mistakes around. And to me, those are inspirational stories. I think that because those inspirational stories exist, that I think is why people find you to be such a threat. It's because so many people are inspired by the stuff that you say and change their life individually without putting all of their ire and focus on a system that the left is mainly focused on tearing down.
I defy anyone to go read 10,000 comments on my YouTube channels and not come away with a much refreshed view of human nature. The comments are, in the main, unbelievably positive, and not in a naive sense. They're positive in a thoughtful sense and in a communal sense, because the people who are making comments on the lectures are also commenting on each other. And there's ideological babble on both sides. I would say that's probably 5% of the comments. And generally, I believe they're written by people who didn't actually watch the lecture, because they're often out of context. But in any case, 95% of the comments are thoughtful, but also extremely positive, which is very rare in a social media comment landscape, which tends to be very, very toxic. And so I think that's absolutely great. And it certainly has that impact on me when I read it. But then here's something else that I've observed in the media attacks.
I'm a great writer,
that has been directed towards me. They're not just directed towards me. First, they're directed to who they think I am. So that's kind of interesting to begin with. But more than directed to me, and more perniciously, is that they're directed to those who are hypothetically following me. Now, I don't regard myself as someone with followers. I regard myself as someone with viewers, listeners, and readers. And that's different. But in any case, my typical follower, so goes the story, is a disaffected, angry, young white male. And for a while, I, in some sense, pushed back against that and said, well, my audience is about 70% male, but YouTube skews male, so that's perhaps part of the reason. And I see no evidence that it's particularly limited racially or ethnically, especially when I see my lecture crowds and when I meet people on the street. But then I started to realize that that was the wrong response. The right response is, why does it disturb you so much that there's a group of people who, by your own admission, are disaffected and angry and alienated and young, and I'm helping them? And why is that exactly a problem? What is it that I'm supposed to be doing with them? Just out of curiosity. What do you think if you had your druthers? Would I ignore them? Would no one talk to them? Is that actually what you want? Well, the answer seems quite clear, that that is exactly what's wanted. That's what's held forth, because there's this implicit assumption in all of this critique that in my very active aid, I'm doing something immoral. Immoral enough to be parodied, let's say, as Red Skull. So just what the hell's going on here? It's like, why is that now fodder for parody or slander? Precisely. I mean, do you debate the fact that I'm helping? Well, you go read the comments yourself and see what you think. And so then I thought about that a bunch too. I thought, well, what is it with men, the men that I'm speaking to, let's say, why are they responding positively? Why do they come to my lectures, the biblical lectures even, which is very surprising, right? Because what the hell are men doing at a biblical lecture, especially young men, especially when they could go do anything else and they have to pay for it? It's like, what are they doing coming to this lecture? Well, if the patriarchy is an evil tyranny, then the appropriate attitude towards any male ambition is to not treat it as ambition, but to treat it as nascent drive to tyrannical power, which is certainly what Foucault would recommend, for example, or Derrida, because it's all power. And so if you see some young man trying to stand up and better himself in any dimension, you're not going to trust that. You're going to identify that as the manifestation of tyrannical power. And clearly, if the patriarchy is a malevolent tyrant, then any sign of the desire to contribute to it should be, at minimum, not encouraged, but more subtly criticized and discouraged at every possible opportunity. And that's our culture.
If you enjoyed this video, be sure to hit the thumbs up button and share it with all of your friends.
and then the market shows up again because you sell the output. But Marx was not primarily interested in the buying or the selling. He was interested in the what he called the relations of
protesters outside the third holiest site in Islam, and missile strikes from Hamas, and
I think, I don't remember if I said this yesterday. I had a girl, or I said this last night. I had a girl I was talking to on Tinder, and I mentioned, because I have like my occupation listed in my profile, whatever. And she asked me, she was like, oh, so you see my Twitch right now? I was like, yeah. And she's like, oh, are you doing like that hot tub stuff? And I'm like, good one. Good one. Good reputation. Do you think we'll ever get to the point to where advertisers are actually like, this is too much, and start to pull out?
No.
Come back. Think they'll change advertisers or ban that type of content first? No, nobody ever says no to advertisers. They would ban the content first, 1,000,000%. Why would they? Like, imagine shareholders to a company being like, oh yeah, like we all want to take like a cut in like the money we're making from this stock because we want to be able to have hot tubs. Well, I guess depends on who your shareholders are, huh?
No way, bucko.
I guess that's pretty funny because that's
no
technically
way.
That's kind of like the next step of what the GMA people are trying, where they're like spamming that stuff. It's like, guys, the shareholder meeting is coming up. You have proxy voting rights. Remember, you can vote, guys. You have proxy voting. Please vote. Please vote. Please. Do you think Israel should vaccinate Palestinians? I think that it's in all of our interest to get as many people around the world vaccinated as possible, because holy fuck, if we get a strain that actually starts to come about that is resistant to vaccines, then just fuck everything about this fucking horrible shit ass fucking planet and the people on it.
True. But they get beaten out by a vaccine, people. I mean, by a virus.
What are those green diamonds? What are you talking about? Oh, it's some toxic cloud that follows me around. Just like my streaming career. But it gives it just damages enemies or some shit. Think about the U.S. now vaccinating teenagers, postponing helping countries that need it even more. Countries are supposed to put the citizens first. I mean, I think you probably want to. I think your own citizens would probably want to be protected first, right? I don't think that's that crazy to think about. Why are you building a cloud? Well, I need an air lake. Okay, deficient. You dumb fuck. You stupid fucking idiot. Someone is testing answer the same question 4 times in 10 minutes. What happened to MT? Okay. What? The only question I'll ask or answer multiple times is how I fucking got him. Fucking got him. I say that as an insult, but honestly, you guys would be, let's be real, most people would be ecstatic. If you woke up in the morning, you're like, Mom, how you doing? And I walked out of your bedroom, my cock throbbing, dripping, combination of your mom's vaginal fluids and blood because of my behemoth dick tearing her body. Okay, I'm so done. Anyway. Hello?
Hey, Destiny, how's it going?
Great, how are you going?
I'm going fine. I'm going on a straight and narrow. I'm on God's path. Amen.
Cool.
Blessed be thy name. So, I heard you were talking about Israel-Palestine.
I mean, a little bit.
What's your take generally?
It's really hard to have a general take. I don't know. I wish that they could just like fucking all grow up and live happily together and stop trying to fuck each other over so much, but...
True.
I don't know. Let's see right.
Your take is like a peace on earth, everybody get along, basically?
Yeah, please. Stop being so cringe. Just stop being cringe. Can't people just not be fucking cringe? Who cares where your particular holy man came from or your fucking families of generational bullshit, all right? Fucking load up some old school RuneScape, make an account, go fucking farm, okay? Or go to school, get a job, do some dumb shit. Be a citizen of the world, okay? Be a globalist. Be based, okay?
You know what? Maybe that's what they need. They need less cringe. So what factions do you think are cringe? You think Hamas is cringe? You think
Hamas is
Jihad is cringe?
Ultra cringe, okay?
Ultra?
Yes. However, the Israeli government also a little bit cringe.
A little bit.
A little bit cringe, yeah. And basically just, yeah, all the people there are cringe.
What do you think of Benjamin Netanyahu, Destiny?
Well, he lost the elections, right? So he is out soon.
I wish I followed it as near as I could, but it's complicated. We don't know for sure what's gonna happen, but apparently I think some Arab party, there's questions about Arab parties and what's gonna be happening going forward. I don't want to say anything definitive because I don't know for sure.
Okay, gotcha. My understanding is he's out. I mean, like, he's obviously, I mean, like, when you ask me, like, what is your opinion on Netanyahu, you're basically asking me, like, do I think, does Israel have a right to kick all the Palestinians out of fucking Israel? It's kind of the question. It's really I don't know what the right answer is. I really don't. What do you think?
I mean, my position is, so the thing is, obviously, I've actually avoided for the last year and 5 months while I've been streaming to ever talk about Israel-Palestine because I know that no matter what I say, I'm gonna get like an angry reaction from somebody, and also like depending on what you say, and this is a legitimate concern for me, it can affect who exactly would be wanting to hire me going forward if I work in the foreign policy sphere, because this is an extremely divisive issue, and a lot of people make like, you know,
it's not divisive at all if you're in the U.S. If you're in the U.S., you toe the Israeli line 1,000,000%, and there are no other options. But go ahead.
I will just say for myself personally, I believe that, and I got some shit for calling them evictions, so I'll put evictions in air quotes. The evictions that are going on in East Jerusalem, I think they're pretty screwed up. I think that the large amount of force that was used against Palestinian protesters that were outside of the third holiest site in Islam was extremely disproportionate, and you can just look at the injury reports, like over 300,000, over 300 injured compared to like what 3 Israeli security forces, I think maybe a dozen Israeli Jews.
As always is, by the way, there's disproportionately Israel is always able to kill way more Palestinians than I mean, like, again, it's just being descriptive, I'm not taking a side, but like on one end you've got people from Gaza lobbing over these shit-ass rockets that are being intercepted by this fucking multi-billion-dollar anti-missile defense program, and then the retaliation for that is scrambling like fucking fighter jets to do these like precision airstrikes and shit on Gaza. Like
I don't think the Hamas Air Force of balloons with grenades.
Oh yeah, the balloons with the fire, where like I think only one of them even managed to strike, like, even I think it was like a remotely populated village. Did it? Oh, okay. I knew that one was like like I think only one of those like found like any type of like valuable target. I say valuable target, but it was like a car in a town or something.
I think that I think this moment showed a lot of weakness in Netanyahu due to the fact that when he banned access to the Temple Mount, which is it's like the same thing, but it's like for, I don't know how to say it, but it's like the same thing but for Jews. It's like a really important site for them. It's literally like the same location. There's been this long-standing policy of Jews cannot pray at the it's complicated, but anyway, he banned like access to it on Jerusalem Day, which is the anniversary of the 1967 victory of Israel in defense of the Israeli state, blah, blah, blah.
Which is seen as like kind of like a big like buff like Israel citizen moment with like, yeah, fuck everybody, like we can do our shit. Like I think it's considered like relatively antagonistic towards Palestinians that live in East Jerusalem.
Extremely, because the thing is, a lot of these number one, the Israel Day marches are usually organized by pretty far-right Israeli groups a lot of times.
Wow, no way.
And they'll specifically choose to march through like pretty like heavily Palestinian communities in East Jerusalem.
Yeah,
And
well,
so
now this time they wanted to march through the actual, I don't remember the name of it, the actual neighborhood where they were going to do these evictions at. They were planning on,
yes. It was extremely provocative. And so the government basically said like, yeah, man, this is a little too much for us. And a lot of the far-right allies that Benjamin Netanyahu helped get elected to Knesset basically turned around, started spitting in his face. Like, you are basically saying you are seceding, you are caving to terrorists. That's what you're doing today. And so he got a massive L. Obviously, like Hamas's missile strikes, Islamic Jihad's missile strikes, any missile strikes, terrible, should be condemned. Obviously, the Gaza, but again, the disproportionate level of force here is so overwhelming when you see like the missiles. I think maybe one person might have died as of now. I saw one report showing that, but before yesterday, it was one person was injured and was followed up by a IDF airstrike that I know it killed Hamas members, but it also ended up killing. The original reports from the Gaza Ministry of Health said 9 children out of 20 was the original figure. I don't know if that number's been updated or not. But obviously, I don't know if this is a controversial take, but I think blowing up kids is bad.
Kind of. To be fair on that, though, and this is something I've read about extension in the past, because this gets thrown a lot. I'm pretty sure Hamas do actually stage shit outside of like schools and hospitals and stuff with the stated goal of like, listen, if they blow fucking hospitals and kids up, it makes our side look way better. Right? Hamas is very intentional when they do that. Not to say that Israel should return fire and kill fucking kids and all that. That's horrible.
Thing. Like, but I understand that, but this the thing for me is this justification could be used to justify basically like large-scale firebombing, could be used to justify large-scale bombing of a lot of places. For example, the Russians were very famous during the Syrian war for bombing hospitals and bombing civilians. If you look at death tolls from any respectable institution that's actually logging like how many deaths happened in the Syrian civil war, the overwhelming amount of deaths are due to the Syrian military, as in the Syrian Arab Army, and the Russian military bombing campaigns and indiscriminate attacks. And the defense they always use is, well, the terrorists, they use civilian shields.
Sure.
But then you look at the footage and it's like they're just straight up bombing hospitals.
Sure.
Right? And so it's hard for me to just see like children blowing up and just hear the defense of like, well, you know, that there was a terrorist behind that child, and take that for justification. I mean, I remember people dunking on Joe Biden like a few months ago when he did the strike in Syria. And as far as we know, originally the reports was there was a different strike that he was going to do, but then called off once there were civilians in the vicinity, and everybody was laughing at him like, oh, this is something that needs to be applauded, right? And then you fast forward to now, and we see the results of what happens when you don't do that.
Sure. It's not the U.S. that's doing this.
No, not we, but okay. I'm just talking about the general alliance. Yeah, I shouldn't say we, but when the Israeli government doesn't do that, that's the result. Yeah. Because for me, a personal standard is if there's civilians in that vicinity, the general rule should be abort. That should be the general rule.
Yeah, kind of. But then obviously Hamas plays into that, right? So.
Yeah, Hamas does play into that. I mean, obviously Hamas does play into that. So it's a hard. I'm just gonna stick by the general rule though, that if you need to do your best.
You need to do. I understand that, but I'm just saying that like
when you end up bombing and killing civilians, ultimately a lot of the blame is at your feet.
Sure, I understand that, but then on the other side, on the Israeli side, you literally have people that are lobbing rockets over into like your cities and stuff, or attempting to. So like.
Yeah, but you also need to remember that these rockets, when you look at comparative damage to like Israeli strikes, are not at all comparable.
Yeah, of course.
When the amount of damage, the defenses that the Israeli government has made available. Now, there is a question of like, do they have to respond proportionally? No, But when you have the ability to choose if you can or how proportionate or how overwhelming your response is going to be, then I think you can make that decision to, we're not going to bomb this because there's civilian casualties. And
sure,
when you
and I can understand that.
Civilian casualty, that's on you.
Yeah, and I can understand that, but we have to keep in mind too that like imagine it's easy for us as U.S. people to sit and say this because I don't deal with any shit like this. I don't know where you live, but I don't have bombs shot at me ever. I don't think I've ever experienced it in my life. I think it's probably true for 99% of people listening. But like, I can't imagine like how politically viable it would be to just like sit by and have like people lobbing rockets at you, and you're just like, well, we're not going to respond because we think that'd be the wrong thing to do. Like, I feel like you'd be losing elections, and you just
I understand
farther and farther right-leaning like people that would just start taking office over and over again. Yeah.
I understand that there should be a response, just like there should be a response to like any type of terror attack on the United States. But if that response ends up killing civilians, ultimately, we have to place the blame somewhere, and the blame, I think, in large part, has to go on the person who pulled the trigger and ended up killing civilians.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. It just doesn't work here, right? Like, Hamas is going to exclusively be launching attacks out of this. So like, your prescription is basically saying Israel should never respond. Which you know, maybe you can make an argument because it's not like Israel suffered much damage, but like,
I believe that I do believe that there's other ways to respond than direct airstrikes.
Like how?
For example, like Israel has one of the most intelligent intelligence services in the world. They have used like a lot of, for example, I think assassinations, something a lot more strategic.
Yeah, but doesn't Israel, even when Israel does like the targeted, fuck, I wish I could remember this. There was, I want to say this happened, it was a big deal a while ago. Didn't Israel like drone strike like a guy getting out of a car in, was it Gaza or the West Bank? And then like, I think like one civilian died during this, but I want to say it was a relatively high ranking target, but even in that, people were like incredibly critical of, it might have been in Iran though, not in Palestine. But like even when the targeted attacks are used, one, these are a lot harder to set up, I would imagine, and probably take a lot more time. And then, yeah, I don't know. I want to agree that like civilians should always be left alone, but like I think that like the real world application, I think it's like a lot more messy. I think it's like really difficult.
I understand that like we understand that civilians are like, in war, civilians die. That is a thing that happens, right? That's why war should generally be avoided.
Sure.
The problem is, to be able to hand wave civilian casualties under the definition, well, our opponents don't care about civilians, that they use them as shields, leads to basically the justification where you can basically stand there and any amount of civilian casualties can basically be justified under the pretense that, well, our opponents are bad guys, it's all of our opponents' fault. And if you look at the justification they're doing right now, that's it. It's all Hamas, fuck Hamas, it's their fault. Their fault that civilians are dying. And the thing is, this justification has been extended to justify basically everything. A great example would be when there was protests at the border or at the gates, and Israeli snipers would literally shoot Palestinian children. They would say, it was Hamas that organized it. It was Fatah that organized it. It was Palestinian Islamic Jihad that organized it. Therefore, they organized the protest. They organized the stone throwing. Therefore, it's their fault, even though they're the one who sniped a child in the head or ended up crippling people and shooting them in the legs. They would use that justification to justify any amount of force because the opponents they're working with are perfectly willing to put Palestinians in the firing line.
Sure, but I mean, like, like a very pro-Zionist or whatever, like, explanation might be that with enough pressure applied, maybe the Palestinian people throw out Hamas.
My response would just be, why hasn't it worked? Because there's obviously, I mean, if we look at the Egyptian and Israel-backed blockade, we look at the bombing campaign, we look at the large-scale expansion of Israeli settlements, we look at everything that's happened, all it's really done a lot of times, in my opinion, is pushed the Palestinian people closer into the arms of these organizations. Because what they ultimately can say is, hey, remember how we told you how we can't negotiate with Israel? You remember how we told you in our charter how evil this group is and that group is? Boom, there's the evidence right there. 9 dead kids.
Yeah, of course, people play this up all the time, right? People in Syria were doing this as well, right? With the chemical weapon attacks and everything too, for like recruiting people to either side, right? Whether you were blaming Assad for it or any of the more moderate rebel groups.
3 of you awake in your cryo, crypto sleep.
I don't know what the
sarcophagus.
Like I understand. I'm empathetic to your point. I'm
the
just not
sound of
comfortable
sirens
telling a
and
country
ripping
like, listen, I know
metal.
people are throwing rockets.
Barely
at you,
get to
you literally
escape
just sit
pods
there and,
before
like,
the
do
ship is
nothing
torn
about it and
apart.
live with it. Like,
Sometime later, you
I think
land
it's a really rough-
on this
I think it's a really
unknown
hard
rim
situation.
world. As pieces of the shredded starship fall around you, you start making plans to survive.
Israel-Palestine is Italy has its own almost its own standard of complicated issues because it is an extremely complicated issue. My problem is I just want to be like, I think we need to be careful when we talk about like specifically the civilian casualties that happen here, because we need to first acknowledge how disproportionate it is. It's the same reason why I think Andrew Yang is getting a lot of shit right now. There is nothing wrong with what Andrew Yang said.
Yeah, and to be clear, Andrew Yang is probably getting a lot of shit online. If I had to guess, though, I think his take in New York is probably pretty fucking safe.
Like the thing is, in New York City, it means literally nothing. Number one, it's a mayoral race. Foreign policy, nobody's really gonna care, and nobody cares about foreign policy really a lot of times on the national level. And you're gonna get them to care on the mayoral level. And number two, New York City has an extremely powerful, like, when I say powerful, I mean like Black Jewish community who cares about Israel. And so I don't think that is really going to have a huge effect at all. And I think other people thinking this is going to crash his campaign are wrong. That being said, the problem with the statement was, of course, the lack of perspective on the totality of the situation of leaving out the protests, leaving out the forced evictions, leaving out all this other scenarios, all the dead Palestinians and the children and everything else, leaving that out and just saying, oh, this is terrible, let me condemn this. It doesn't give an entire perspective. For an example, it would be like, it's like when you'll see a lot of times people condemning, like, this rioting is terrible, this rioting is terrible, this rioting is terrible, and then like get quiet when January 6th came around and then turns right back again to the rioting is terrible from the left.
Yeah, right? Exactly. And then
leaving out a huge chunk of the violence.
Yeah, and even the U.S. State Department, is similar, where it's like the Palestinian attacks, what?
Did you see the State Department official getting grilled?
Well,
on this? On the idea of Palestinian self-defense?
I saw that, but to be fair, I wouldn't expect him to give any other answer on anything, because and you know what? I'm actually so much more empathetic now, having been a streamer, because I see how clip chimped everything gets, and reporters are truly the original clip chimpers, okay? Because you're trying to get like a quote from this guy, basically saying, because they're asking him over again, do you think that states have a right to self-defense? And it's like, well, yeah, I mean, I think any state has a right to, like, we agree generally. Do you think that? Wait, but do you mean only states, or do you? Because it's Palestine. It's like, well, hold on.
Was the original question state, or was it Israel has a right to self-defense? And then he said states, and then he said.
Yeah, but I think that in general he was thinking, but he wasn't trying to right. They're looking for like a quote from him, right? But the obvious answer is that the United States isn't going to stake out like a huge position on Palestine, because Israel isn't willing to stake out like a huge clear position on Palestine. Real quick, what we were saying before though is that like the problem with the State Department is coming out really strong against the against like Hamas's attacks into Israel. You talk about leaving out context. It's kind of shitty when you ignore the fact that like Palestinians like constantly have like an existential crisis in East Jerusalem. Is like a shitty thing for the State Department to just kind of leave that out, because it makes it look like the Hamas attacks are like out of nowhere. Like, oh well, they're them wacky Palestinians again, just bombing Israel for no reason.
Yeah, because the thing is, the reason why that question was so interesting, right, is because when you oops, accidentally showed something else here. Okay, the thing is, when anytime like something happens with Israel, Palestine, and any missile ever goes over, the first thing you hear is right to self-defense, right? Right to self-defense is usually the immediate thing you're going to hear, that the state of Israel has the right to defend itself. But then with that logic, that makes sense, but wouldn't that same logic apply the other way? And I don't think a lot of people, and I don't even blame a lot of people for having thought about this, because this is something even I haven't probably put forward to myself, because it's just not something I hear a lot. It's not a narrative that I hear questioned. Well, okay, well then do Palestinians have a right to self-defense? And what does a right to self-defense for Palestinians look like? Is that armed militia groups? Is that a response to an airstrike? Like, what exactly does that mean?
It's more complicated, because Israeli aggression against Palestinians is more subtle than Hamas's like counterattacks, right? Like, because it seems weird to say like you should be able to violently defend yourself from evictions, right? Is that right? Like, it's a lot more muddied. Whereas on the Israeli side, they're like, look, they're launching rockets at us, like fuck them, right? So like Israelis have like the better optic or rhetorical.
People don't see the tension turning slowly up on one side, like a broiler, until boom, there's an explosion, and that's the missile strikes that ends up hitting a car or terrorizing the city, and then a response that's a military response that's much more destructive, much more deadly, kills a lot more people, ends up killing kids, and if anything, that just makes the situation, of course, worse. And then you have like a whole bunch of missile strikes, and then groups like Islamic Jihad or Hamas then can turn to the crowd and say, see how right we were? See, we're the only ones fighting them? Out of everybody else, all these other groups, all the political solution, Abbas and Fatah, look, they're failing. There's no political solution to this. And then they're able to point to their charter or their principles and say, see, we're the solution.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the thing is, it was just really interesting to see that posed to a United States official, because you think like, I would think the answer should be, of course, Palestinians have a right to self-defense.
No, you can't say that. No, because that's going to be used for propaganda. Like, oh, look, even the U.S. State Department believes we have a right to self-defense, right? He could never answer the question that way.
Well, the thing is, then the problem is, if you say that could be used for propaganda, the fact that the State Department says Israel's right to self-defense to Palestinians, like that right there, it's propaganda in and of itself.
Well, but the U.S. supports Israel, so of course the U.S. is going to have that position always, right? Supporting Israel is literally like the most safe political opinion you can have in U.S. politics, whether you're left or right. Like Democrats and Republicans.
I don't feel like it's extremely difficult. I don't feel it's extremely difficult to just say, yeah, I believe all people have a right to self-defense.
No,
now, wait.
Okay.
Come on. Now you could follow that up by saying, what that looks like is different, or you could say something along the lines of, what that means, of course, we might not agree, or something along those lines. But you can say, of course, all people have a right to self-defense. All nations have a right to self-defense.
The headlines tomorrow read, U.S. State Department official agrees Palestine has a right to self-defense. Like, that's exactly, like, he can never give an answer like that. That's literally what that guy is fishing for, because that's the headline that he wants for tomorrow. So it's obvious that the State Department guy is going to be trying to weasel around that as much as possible.
I would say that, of course, yeah, I think some groups is going to take that in the wrong way, but I also think it is the correct statement to say. I do think it is the right thing to say.
I mean, like, morally and everything, yeah, obviously, of course it is. Palestinians have a right to defend.
A lot of stuff.
Is it the same old, or is it
same old?
No.
The same old.
Wait, cause like they got like beef for a little bit, right?
Yeah, they got beef. They
okay.
Palestine, Israel do got beef, yeah.
Okay, so is there anything like funky happening with the situation recently?
Like as in like, ooh, funky, like dancing, or what do you mean?
No, like Monka W.
Monka Wing? Yeah, there's a lot of stuff Monka W right now, Jade.
Okay, is it with the Israeli government?
Is it with the Israeli government? Yes, it has to do with the Israeli government and West Jerusalem and forced evictions of people from their homes and police brutalizing protesters outside the third holiest site in Islam, and missile strikes from Hamas, and airstrikes from the Israeli government.
Oh my gosh, on their people?
Yeah.
Whoa. Oh my gosh, that's not good.
No, it isn't.
Wait. Are they allowed to do that?
Who?
Like the government.
Like, is Israel allowed to strike?
No, just like, I feel like that's very unethical.
It is.
That's like, don't they have like a moral compass?
Well, unethical depends on how you define it. This situation is really complicated. Jesus fuck.
Nah, I think Jade's pretty based here, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was Muhammad Abbas. He was shutting you down, Destiny.
Gotcha.
I understand like the whole PR routes of it. I understand that, but I still think it is also important to, like, if somebody says something morally wrong, as somebody who isn't in the position where I have to make this mistake, I can like say, this is why what this person said is wrong, right? This is why they do have a right to self-defense.
Okay. But the U.S. acknowledging that would be the U.S. basically saying that like Israel's entire policy related to East Jerusalem is unethical and immoral, which would be a complete...
I don't think it's necessarily saying that it's entirely immoral just to say that they have a right to self-defense. Because example,
but a right to self-defense against what?
Yeah, the question would be against what, and somebody could just say general aggression, or they could say something like that.
But this isn't about general aggression.
Yeah, somebody could. Yeah, the thing is, the question would then, of course, be narrowed down to: is this apply in self-defense? And that's when the United States would have to give a position on whether, like.
But then the United States would have to force itself to acknowledge whether what Israel was doing is right or wrong. And I imagine that for purposes like the U.S. probably wants to remain agnostic on the East Jerusalem stuff.
I think the Biden administration wants to, but I don't want them to.
Sure, I understand you don't want them to, yeah, but even if you didn't want them to, then what is the correct?
The thing is, my take would be, of course, they have a right to self-defense. I don't think missile strikes from Hamas on civilians is self-defense.
You don't think? Well, what else are they supposed to do?
Past that point, then the question would be about like legitimate military conflict under international law and the striking of like actual, like, of course, the statements from the United States should not be like, well, technically, legally speaking, and what's morally speaking, that would be the combat with actual like military forces. So that would be compact with the IDF. Now, of course,
I'm asking more specifically, what are people in East Jerusalem, what are the Palestinians supposed to do? What is their proper response, if not military strikes?
The proper, okay.
Because from a Palestinian perspective, they are fucked, right?
Yeah, okay. From a Palestinian perspective, they are screwed either way, and that's why protests, large-scale civil disobedience, stuff like that is stuff I would push towards. The thing is,
well, but hold on. To be clear, wait. To be clear, they already are protesting. This is why Hamas struck. They already were protesting, and they're getting killed during the protest by cops, by IDF cops and everything, right?
The thing is, I would point towards the idea of like, number one, you do not kill civilians in response to killing civilians. That's bad. Number two, I would point to the large scale, like, effective.
Okay, wait, stop. Hold on. I got it. Hold on. I need the not. You're giving me very idealistic answers, okay? The reality is that every answer that you're giving me is going to be a U.S. talking point in favor of Israel, right? Because you and I both know the Palestinians do not have the capacity to strike Israeli military targets.
Yes, I know.
Right? They can't protest because they do that and they already get killed by the IDF. Right? So it seems like, from a Palestinian's perspective, you've got two options. Either get the fuck out of East Jerusalem and just cede all the territory, and then wait, and then watch as Israel slowly encroaches on all of your presence in the West Bank, and all of it goes away, because bureaucratically, Israel has the upper hand. Or two, you support a quasi-terrorist organization like Hamas and hope that through military efforts and intervention, you get enough international focus on your issue that maybe you can start to make some real political progress in terms of getting some type of situation going on in East Jerusalem. But because I appreciate your kind of more pacifist approach, but that only benefits Israel, right?
I don't think I'm advocating back. Okay, let me be very clear. The reason why I'm being very careful with my words is, I think, obvious. Like, I just want to make sure I don't say anything stupid, because this is a very, very important issue, and I don't comment on it a lot for that reason. And number two, if I had the solution to the crisis, I'd be making a lot more money, right?
Sure.
Obviously, like, this is one of the most complicated issues. So the best I can do is like give suggestions,
sure,
and like my general takes. And I would say that I believe that the most effective tool of resistance is the ability to get international attention on what's going on and international scrutiny on what's going on.
Yeah, but how do you know? How do you do that?
Now, how do you do that?
Because here's the question: how many people around the world knew that Palestinians were being evicted from East Jerusalem until these attacks happened? My guess would be less than 1% of U.S. citizens.
Actually,
right? Like,
no, wait, we're messing up the timeline. So the timeline was the evictions occurred, the protests occurred outside the third holiest site in Islam. Then the Israeli government responded violently towards the protesters, injuring 300. That is when international attention happened. That was followed up by Hamas missile strikes. And I think Islamic Jihad, I'd have to go back and check. So the international attention turned to them once the Israeli government was beating Palestinian protesters outside the mosque, right? Which for Israel would be the Temple Mount, right? In that area, general area, and in the old city. That violence in the old city of Jerusalem is what originally got that attention. This was due to Palestinian protesters recording the events and due to activists getting the attention out there by like trying to route this to news stations, local reporters on the ground. That was originally what happened. Not a single missile strike at that point had occurred, showing, in my opinion, that you can get attention from the international community without lobbying missiles at civilians.
Sure. I mean, I want to agree with you, and I like your take, and I'd even like support it, I guess. But I think that take, I think the only
then you could just agree with me.
What?
Then you could just say I agree, Dylan.
It's the problem that I think people would have is that take is a future where Palestine is eliminated. The take that you're giving right now. Israel will very slowly continue to encroach on the little territory that Palestine has. Nobody really gives a fuck about Palestine. Nobody's like winning or losing elections based on their point in Palestine. Israel has the military, the economic.
The elections are also being delayed by Mohammed Abbas and Fatah.
I'm just saying that like the path that you're on right now for what you're saying, they should just peacefully protest and blah blah blah. Maybe a few citizens get killed by some IDF forces every now and then. Eventually, Israel will rout all the Palestinians out of Jerusalem. They will have a stronger claim to Jerusalem. They will take it over completely, and Palestine will be wiped
and this
off
is why I would combine this with the moving of the United States Embassy out of Jerusalem and stuff like that, using that as leverage to get people to the negotiating table, stuff like that.
Yeah, Trump really fucked everything here, but because I don't know if Biden will do that.
Give them so much leverage for literally nothing. We got nothing out of that. There was no concession on anything, so we just gave them a huge leverage boost, and then followed that up by them normalizing relations by all these states.
Cult? A religious cult. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I thought I was muted. Oh my god, I really. I'm so sorry.
Did Jay just call Judaism a religious cult? That's a little weird.
That also complicates things. I don't know what the U.S. does in terms of that because I think it benefits the U.S. politically to not have a strong stance on what Israel does, so that we can be like, oh well, they're crazy stepchild sometimes. What are you going to do? But now with the moving of that embassy to Jerusalem, I don't think you can undo that, right? Without making it. That's making a very strong statement on Palestinian existence in Jerusalem. And Trump, fuck.
That's why I think that's why I'd rather, instead of like immediately doing that, it'd be something like, hey, we want you to move on this. If you don't, we are willing to move on the previous thing we've given you. We gave you something, we expect something in return in negotiations. Now, of course, again, the problem with all these recommendations that I could give, like, toward this is a solution or this is a possible solution, before comment on that, you do acknowledge though that a military response from Palestine also ends with the elimination of Palestine under your framework. Like, what are they going to do? Like, push Israel into the sea? That's not possible.
Well, no, I think if I had to guess, right, with the way that Hamas operates, I think the goal is that once you drum up like enough attacks and enough Palestinians are killed, that maybe you get enough international focus on the area that there does become international pressure on the United States to pressure Israel to chill the fuck out with their Palestinian
But then
stuff.
The problem is that with the missile strikes, that removes pressure, because then the Israeli government can push attention towards those missile strikes and the terror that they induce to say, look, these are terror groups. Look at the suicide bombings. Look at this.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. It's a gambit. I think the thing that we disagree right now, though, is that, or maybe we disagree, maybe we don't. The path that we're on right now leads to Palestinians being gone. That's where, assuming there's not a radical departure right now, Palestinians are on the way out. So I can understand them trying to take more radical measures to make sure that doesn't happen.
I agree. It's just I don't see a military. There's not a military solution.
Bogged in.
Jade, you did it again.
I'm so sorry. I'm gonna leave. I'll be right back. One sec. How do I leave?
Hit the hang up button.
Nice.
Wow.
So I see the Palestinians. I acknowledge them as being in a pretty desperate position where, everything you're saying might be right. Maybe Hamas functions in such a way that people become unsympathetic towards the cause, right? We've seen in the U.S., for instance, that when innocent protesters are killed by the police, that it's good for like the protesters, but when they start getting violent, it's bad, right? And that might carry through. That might be the case. But I mean, like what do you do? Like they're in a pretty desperately fucked situation, is all I'm saying, right? Not approving or disapproving of violence one another, but yeah.
I agree that the thing is, I agree that they're in a desperately fucked situation. And the thing is, like, I agree that right now, like, the solution, like, definitely after Trump's move of the embassy, that Palestine doesn't have many options on the table besides basically almost complete submission to the Israeli state, which would mean that all of their priorities would be thrown under the bus when it comes to the illegal Israeli settlements in the West Bank, when it comes to the idea of right of return, when it comes to East Jerusalem and the idea of Jerusalem being a capital for Palestinians, when it comes to who would have security and control over Palestinian territory, because I believe like Israel has control of like what 40% of the West Bank. Like there's so much, not to mention like how much influence the Mossad has over Palestinian territory and stuff like that. So there's so many priorities that are currently under the bus that they don't want to be thrown under the bus. The question is how to get them on the right track. And I mean, I can like give suggestions of stuff I think Joe Biden could do. I could give suggestions of stuff that I think the Israeli government should do. The problem is a lot of these suggestions work against the interests or are huge risks that I don't think are politically viable for the people involved. So I like the best we can do is try to pressure them to do these things or make it so it'd be politically unviable not to take certain moves, right? For example, Joe Biden speaking up on this, because the three paths towards a solution here is through Israel, America, and like Jordan, because Jordan has an immense influence over only like the Temple Mount, but also like negotiations due to the large amount of Palestinians who are refugees in Jordan and how much influence the Jordanian king has had historically. But the Jordanian king does not have a good relationship with an Israeli government, which right now is non-existent after multiple rounds of elections, which basically is just like playing patty cake with who's going to be in power. So the Israeli government's kind of like, you know, currently in its own crisis, so that's not going to like be the government that brings about the change right now needed to bring a solution to this decades-old issue. In the United States right now, I mean, Joe Biden could make the historic move of doing something on this, but his priorities right now is COVID response.
Yeah, but so like here's a question.
He wants to make a pivot to Asia.
Yeah, so here's a question. So because we act like, so I don't actually think the issue is that complicated. Okay, I think that it's actually pretty simple. But the problem is that the answer is not simple. So the issue is quite simple, I think. You have two completely different groups of people that want access to one land, right? Like that's the issue. Now, it's complicated insofar as like, how do we make it work? Because the answer is like diametrically opposed to reality. It seems like what both sides want isn't achievable. So you keep saying that like, well, I think it'd be cool if the US would just pressure Israel to do the right thing. What is the right thing though? I'm curious in terms of what you mean by that. Because there are strong arguments on both sides for why, for instance, like a two-state solution, like Israel is not going to be happy with a two-state solution, depending on democratically what that means for Palestinians moving in, right? So how do you even begin to figure out like what the right answer is there? I think that the problem is you just have like, these are just contradictory desires. Like I don't think both can be fulfilled in this reality.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, is that the actual idea of compromise would have to be a real, because the thing
but what is compromise?
Well, gotta let me finish the sentence here. So the thing is, I understand compromise on this would be like, of course, like Israel, like for example, like being like, okay, let me just think of something random, like, well, you know what? Maybe we will keep some Israeli settlements if we talk about and favor right of return. That would be a compromise. The problem is, of course, Israelis are living in the territory formerly held by Palestinians who were displaced internally and externally in places like Egypt, Jordan, other places. And that's why this negotiation, it doesn't seem currently viable, because the leverage is all held by Israel. They have no reason to ever even like listen to that type of a concern, right?
Do you think that Israelis are...
thanks so much for the grade, sorry.
Do you think that Israeli citizens might have some concern over forfeiting a large amount of influence to Palestinians, like joining them under one nation?
You know what? I can't really give you a. I mean, I would assume so, but I can't give you really a solid answer.
Yeah, because I think that's probably an issue that that's probably I would guess is probably a pretty central issue to a lot of Israeli citizens. Is like, I don't want to share a government with these people. Like, there's a sizable portion of these people that want to see like Jewish people eradicated from the planet. I don't want to give these people any say in my government. To be clear, I'm saying this for a millionth time, even though it doesn't fucking matter. I'm not saying one side is right or wrong in this, but I think that both sides can have like pretty valid claims to like feeling like certain like different solutions that might benefit one side would severely fuck over their side.
The thing is, like, there's a few different models of like what is the future. One of them would be, of course, like the idea of there's one state, it's the Israeli state, but everybody has citizenship. Because right now, if you're a Palestinian, if you're a Palestinian in say West Jerusalem, you don't automatically actually vote in Israeli elections. you could apply for the citizen. Now, if you're an Israeli Jew, the conversation might be a little bit different, in like a different part of Jerusalem. But if you're Palestinian in East Jerusalem, you actually have to go through this complicated backdoor, like weird, like do a triple flip to like become a citizen to then vote in Israeli elections. If you start giving a lot of people like the idea of a one state, you would have to give a lot of people the right to vote and give a lot of people participation in government. But I would say that the Israeli far right really doesn't like the idea of Arab parties, specifically like Palestinian Arab parties, growing in strength, growing in power, growing in representation. This is something that scares them. For a lot of people, the idea of even thinking of voting or working with Palestinian Arab parties is disgusting to them.
Yeah, it's like Republicans
And
when they think of like seating any type of like gun right stuff, where you're like, oh, maybe we should have background checks. Like, you want background checks today? Tomorrow you're taking all of our guns, right? Like, you don't want to cede any ground there because you're worried what like the end.
Recently, the whole idea that Palestinian Arab parties might be part of the coalition that takes out Netanyahu has been something that's really pissed off the Israeli far right. In fact, that was a big motivating factor for them voting for Bibi's party, was because they didn't want to see Palestinian Arabs in government. They didn't want to see them in power. So that's one problem. But then, of course, when you talk about the two-state solution and the problems that come with the two-state solution, we talk about and this is just true under international law, the illegal Israeli settlements in the West Bank. You talk about the blockade in the Gaza Strip. You talk about Fatah and Hamas having completely different interests in the Israeli government. You talk about a right of return and what that actually looks like. You talk about the continued expansion. Because the thing is, it's not just like Israeli settlements are this like kind of block thing, like this thing that is like this block in Palestine. It is an expanding thing, as we can see from what's going on in Palestinian neighborhoods in West Jerusalem. So there's so many different factors involved. That's why, like, while the official position of the United States and of many governments is a two-state solution, how to reach that two-state solution ever since the Oslo Accords has been just like basically in ultimate limbo. And I wish I had an answer to that. If I did, again, I'd be much wealthier.
What's up?
Maybe we can give them both like separate Rust servers.
Yeah.
Are you guys like debating?
No, we're
talking Israel Palestine.
How'd your session zero go?
Oh, it went well. I rolled really well.
Good job. Do you have any 18s?
So Mooten,
I do. One.
What are we saying, Dylan?
I got an 18 in intellect.
Wow.
Kind of like real life, you know. What's
so
up,
Mooten,
Dylan?
what's your take on Israel Palestine? Everybody's dying to know.
Both should be under the United States control. Everyone should be under the United States control. True and based.
Holy shit, the U.S. should just annex all of it. That would be actually be based as fuck.
Damn.
You're now U.S. states. True.
What are they going to do? Say no?
Exactly. Based in U.S. pilled. I like it, Moon. Good one. The U.S. should move their embassy to Jerusalem. Israelis are celebrating, and then the U.S. actually just builds the embassy like halfway between like the Palestinian and the Israeli-controlled territory, which serves them both. There you go. That's the solution.
That's it. We
Like cut down the middle. Like one side is the Palestinian embassy, the other side is the Israeli embassy.
Exactly.
They've got like different color coding patterns, different ceilings, different floors.
Yeah, true. I wish people could just be
my Terraria is running like shit.
less cringe and just not fight so much. That's all I want, Dylan.
Is that what you want?
Just be less cringe, please.
Or just fight more.
be less
Figure it
cringe.
out.
Oh, really? So you support the violence, Mr. Mooten? Is that what you're saying?
I do not support any violence.
Okay, because that's kind of what you just said. So I just want to
Okay,
get a
well,
clear statement on that. You
not what I
support the
said.
violence and yeah?
No, I support no violence.
Oh, so you think that the Palestinians should just sit and lose all their land to the Israelis?
I think they shouldn't fight.
If the settlements are illegal, wouldn't any use of force to get them out be self-defense? Well, just because something's breaking the law doesn't mean you use like lethal or like violent force in order to like.
Wait, who's
enforce that.
breaking the law? Who did that person say?
The settlements in the West Bank are illegal.
Which, the Israeli ones or the Palestinian ones?
The Israeli ones.
Okay, gotcha. According to international, yeah. You have to be careful because the law stuff can be crafted by who's in power too, and that gets wielded in weird ways too.
The laws also don't dictate morality. And
sure, because technically, like Israel is going to argue that, well, there are neighborhoods in the East Jerusalem area that are violating our laws, but obviously the Israeli government is trying to craft those in such a way that they can bully Palestinians out. Also, something that I really like is people on Twitch, especially in leftist spheres, hate me so fucking much. It's so funny that like, I know it's not on you particularly, but your chat hates me so fucking much that while I'm giving like all these justifications for Palestine, they're like simping for Israel because they're so fucking desperate to disagree with everything I'm saying. Is really funny to me. Sorry, okay, I'm done.
Why you have to be mad, Stephen?
I'm mad at all.
It's only game.
So
I'm loading in.
Stephen was a Mossad agent the whole time.
For a bit.
What do you mean by that?
Shut up.
When his family fled Cuba, they actually did a detour and head to Israel first. And when Stephen Bannell II was born, he trained in Mossad training camps, so he could be an internet warrior for the Israeli state.
Exactly.
Have you killed the queen bee?
Probably not. I've just been building all our fishing spots. I think I've got most of them built. We have a Sky Lake one. I don't know if you can tell or if people told you how to fish, the difference between like caverns and underground. I have, if you go to the
on the
fishing
right side, I
spots,
see. Yeah.
there's usually like a little thing you can step up, so it'll just change the biome you're in if you're in the caverns or the underground, yeah.
Hey, Mooten.
What's up?
What's that? You know that space game you play? Is it like FTR or something?
FTL? Fast and Light?
FTL? Yeah, man. You should stop.
I haven't been playing that for like a week.
What's wrong with FTL? The game is awesome.
Well, no, it's good. It's just Mooten isn't.
What?
No, I beat it. I
beat it. How many FTL runs have you beaten?
How many FTL runs have you done?
A zillion actually.
Yeah, that's what we thought.
And you haven't beat a single one.
I've beaten them all. Okay. I've never lost. Champion.
Nice try. Nice try.
But you haven't been a hard run yet, though, Mooten.
Oh, I haven't. No.
That's right. We could race that game. We could start tomorrow, so you can beat a hard run first. I would definitely crush
you probably just get lucky.
Yeah, lucky, huh?
Yeah. Everyone knows I'm unlucky. Wacky devs. Who's this guy in a hole? Oh, is Jade on the server?
Yeah.
Do you think, Mooten, that maybe if you like stopped eating like cold ravioli, right? Then with the raviolis that are cold and mild, then the brain rot would stop, so you get better vitamins.
Wait, do you eat cold ravioli?
I do not eat cold ravioli.
You admitted it.
I said I have in a past.
Oh wait, we watched this clip. Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah. You like it.
Why are you saying yeah? I've done this one time. It's not like it's not a common occurrence. I think I did this when I was like 15.
Don't look at me to shit on them, Dylan. There's nothing wrong with cold ravioli.
Fuck you, Lycan.
There is something wrong with the cold ravioli.
I mean, it's not as good as hot ravioli, but it's not that bad.
It's pretty bad.
You want to know what else is really bad? I'm gonna come out and say it. Okay. Pizza that's cold is just not good. Okay.
Oh, you're so fucking wrong.
Cold pizza is just gross. You guys are just disgusting.
Cold pizza is better than hot pizza.
I'm gonna drop. Here comes the nuclear take. The only good cold pizza are pizza Lunchables, baby. That's it.
Oh, those are very good.
Now
those are very good.
I've given the absolute base take. No one can disagree.
Like
cold pizza that oh god, it's just disgusting.
I think it depends on the topping.
No. It doesn't. Depends on the bread and the sauce.
It depends on the bread and sauce, true.
Does it? Oh.
Yeah, that's all it is.
I'm still 20, man. My palate has just completely developed.
Why do you have a fucking bunny?
Well, you want to see one? Watch this. Oh, yeah. Ram said that I fuck like a rabbit, so I thought I'd go ahead and ride one.
Yeah, quick and you're done. 3 seconds. That's what you meant. Suck boy.
What?
Tell Melina to quiet down.
That wasn't
Melina.
Melina. That was Jade. Are you okay, Moon?
Jade is muted. What do you mean?
I don't know who was screaming in the background. That wasn't in my background.
It was.
It was not.
Oh, you expect me to believe Lycan has a woman in his background? Yeah, no thanks.
Oh.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, what did you mean by that, Moon?
Just fucking destroyed him.
Would it be bad if Lycan was gay, Mooten?
No, there'd be nothing wrong
No,
with
Mooten
it.
is just doing his
Nothing wrong with
toxic
it?
masculinity thing again.
Steven, the only thing toxic is you on the Rift, okay?
You know, Mooten, when I came out, you know, I knew I would face adversity, but I didn't think I'd face it from you.
Tell him off, Mooten. Tell him what you really think about it.
What do you really think about me, Mooten? Just say it.
Oh,
Call
you
me
should have
queer.
seen. You should have
Do
been
it.
here last night. Me and Mr. Mooten were actually we were doing really good political discussions.
Oh, you should have seen what Steve. Yeah, you should have seen what he said on the Rift. True.
We found a new hack, a new cheat code to get some of these losers off of our server. Anyway,
So,
what?
I was gonna try to make a right of return joke on the Rift, but couldn't think of it.
Man, we lost some unbelievable games yesterday.
We played. I think we played really
playing
well. Almost
we
all
were tired,
night.
but we were playing well.
Like unbelievably. We hard carried games. We lost games. We won. It was insane, and we just had some certain
Are you
types of
talking about
people.
League?
Yes.
Oh, okay, bye.
Thankfully, got him. Easy.
Thank God.
That was easier than I thought it would be.
That's all it was.
There, here's your sky fishing biome.
Jade's about to drown like a dumb fuck.
How do you get out of here?
You could have a flying item. Not
You
be a
get out?
noob.
Dig down.
No, she's destroying it.
No. I'm just making an air bubble. Don't worry.
Okay, stay there.
You better replace all the clouds you take out.
Yeah.
How do I get clouds?
You're picking them up as you're destroying my place.
Oh, your place.
Yeah, this is his home.
I don't think someone can own clouds. I think there's kind of.
You want to bet on that?
I don't know. Maybe I've never seen a cloud real estate.
Dude, what? Dude, Dylan's chat when I'm talking, it's so funny how people are like so thirsty to like disagree with me. And I'm like literally providing like really good justifications for Palestine acting the way they are. And they're like, so you're saying Palestinians should kill civilians? Like, they're like all unironically becoming pro-Israeli simps because they're so fucking hateful towards it. It's hilarious. Jesus. Hold on, I'll be back in a second and then we'll figure out what we're doing. 1 second.
Who cares?
Fuck you.
Yeah, I bet you want to.
Oh.
He hasn't put all this work into you for nothing.
It's true. I'm prude though. Yet to put out.
Wait. If you're a prude that wants him to put out, that wouldn't make you a prude.
No, I said I've yet to put out.
Oh, yet to put out. Okay.
Dumb fuck.
I misheard.
Blood Moon, soy.
Is that an anime?
No, that's a mechanic in the game right now.
I'm like really focusing on the game right now while they're just talking it up. And I'm learning slowly. I think I'm about to start losing my people soon. So I can't seem to get some food going.
No, I'm not playing the Burning Crusade.
You should.
Oh.
Dude, I had this guy. So I'm paying a guy a bunch of gold to run me through ZG so I can level up. And the dudes, I bought like $1,000 worth of run throughs or $1,000, Jesus, 1,000 gold worth of run throughs. And the guy goes, "Hey, thank you for buying so much. You really helped my life." And I'm like, what the fuck? Now I feel really bad for gold farmers. I've always hated gold farmers, and now I'm like, there are actually people, supporting families.
Fuck them.
Through gold.
Oh.
Get a fucking job, you bum.
My dad actually knew a guy in Venezuela that leveled up accounts, and that he got most of his money from that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, maybe he should just fucking move, like Steve would say.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, wait, are Venezuelan gold? Someone mentioned it in chat too. Is that
Gold
like
is
more
more
than Chinese?
worth than Venezuelan money?
No. Like I actually Googled like what, so like I looked up what the amount of gold I'm paying this guy would go for on the market. And then I looked up what like the average salary in Indonesia is, and it's really fucking sad. Like the amount of shit he could buy for it if he sells this gold at market rate is nuts.
Okay, well, go give him. Never mind. I'm gonna get myself in trouble.
But now I feel like, so I'm passing on all the items so he can sell them on the auction house, and I'm like, I feel obligated to let him level me through 60. Not obligated, but like, I feel bad not using him.
Well, that's very good that you're giving him business.
That kind of makes me change my mind about people buying gold.
You are one of the fucking problems with Classic WoW. You type of people who pay the gold farmers to go do shit. You ruin the economy, Lycan. Accept that.
I saw a gut ripper for 30 gold. That's a 100 gold item. I don't think the economy's ruined on this server.
The economy is fucked now because of you guys.
My mom was a gold farmer.
You know what? I'm gonna say it. We need to region lock our video games.
Oh, no.
Sorry.
My mom, I got her addicted to WoW. I told her, hey, if you want to talk to me while I'm in Iraq, I will be playing WoW, so you can play WoW. And she got on, and she started doing crazy shit that I never thought of. I never knew that people did. Like, she got multiple accounts. She would level alts up to whatever the level was to get the certain recipes that you couldn't get on the other factions. So then she'd like swap them through the fucking auction house before you were able to really cross faction transfer on the same account and like sell rare recipes. She would get the pets that you can only get in like the Horde city and do the alliance, and just always had this rotation of income. For my some of my WoW years after that, I never bought a single thing. She bought my end game gear. She helped me level my professions. It was
fucking so your mom did everything for you?
Pretty much, yeah. Hey, I have zero shame. For my birthday one year, I was at training in Florida, and she ordered a bunch of Chinese food to my room, and then I got onto my character, and I had several thousand gold, a bunch of cool rare items. It was pretty sick.
Jesus.
Yeah. But she was also addicted and spent way too much of her life playing that game, and I'm glad she doesn't anymore. It's better for her health.
No, she should play. She should farm you gold.
Oh, as I play this game and I'm struggling to find gold, I'm thinking the same thing, but I can't do that to her.
Good one, guys.
Okay, Steve, will you agree with me? We need to region lock our servers if everybody's gonna region lock theirs.
What are you talking about?
In video games, our games, we don't need other people, okay? Coming in to our servers, yes or no?
Wait, where does it happen that some are region locked and some aren't?
Doesn't South Korea region lock their shit?
I don't think so. No, of course not.
I'm almost certain they do.
Well, I think they like have a soft region lock. Because in order to play, I think in order to make a South Korean StarCraft 2 account, didn't you have to get somebody else's social security number?
Or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, so I guess.
I mean, that's locking it enough, right? Like.
Did they? How did I get an SSN? How did I get a number for? I must have just got it from a fan or something, huh? Huh.
Some fan just gave you their social.
Whatever the equivalent.
Does China not lock their stuff as well?
China, I thought China has like their whole separate internet, right?
Well.
That's why it's called like the Great Firewall of China or whatever, isn't it? It's kind of like Cyberpunk. You wouldn't understand that since you didn't beat that game.
Keep them off our games too. Region lock.
Those allegations from Nixon are semi-true. They're half-truths. I think they would be on the yellow part of the pants on fire meter. I did wipe us twice in the same night on a very easy place to not wipe. Like the raid hadn't even started.
No, that is a fact.
That is a fact, yeah. But to say I was the worst fucking WoW player because of it, no. He's just very mad that I wasted an entire guild's worth of
You weren't the worst WoW player in the world, no. I'd give you that.
And I felt terrible. I actually have a conscience.
Prove it. Pay our gold repairs.
If I had the gold at the time, I would have.
This just in. Israel destroyed Al Jawara tower in Gaza, Minnesota. Holy shit.
Hell yeah, brother. Breaking news, baby.
Hell yeah. You support that?
Breaking news.
His views are his and his alone, by the way. These do not represent my views, by the way, guys. I don't know why he's acting like this right now. Wait, so what is your campaign going to be about? Sell us.
We are pirates, and we are going to do pirate things.
Are you going to rape people?
No, we're specifically not raping.
Why?
Because that is bad.
Oh,
We're
so
gonna
you're not
pillage
real
people.
pirates. You're just like PG pirates. Is that what it's
We're
called?
at,
The PG
we're,
pirate
at a,
campaign?
we're not raping, so.
Are you going to be
I
murdering?
saw what happened to that other guy in D&D who
yeah
did some stuff. Yeah. Yeah, we'll kill people.
Mm-hmm.
Will you? Will you pillage?
We will. Oh, well, we'll see.
You guys want to see a crazy pivot? I could join the campaign as another one of the pirates, and then Mooten's character will all of a sudden become a lawful good character.
Not true.
He's mad. He's getting mad already, guys.
Steven's mad.
You know how mad he's getting?
He's mad and he's white.
Wrong and wrong. Loser.
How much gold did I get on this blood moon? Like
Ask
50.
your mom. Jesus, how does the time go so slowly? Moon's character is Zoro from One Piece. True!
It's not true at all.
It is absolutely true.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you one time.
What?
What? How many swords does Zoro use to fight?
3.
Okay, where are the swords at?
They're all on his right side of his body. What do you mean? Where else
Wrong.
did they go?
Wrong. One's in his mouth, one's in his hand, and the other one's in his other hand.
Not all the time, you dumb fuck.
Yeah, all the time.
Really? All the time?
Yep, all the time.
Can you explain where this picture comes from then, Mooten?
Shut up. You're
Mooten.
cringe, dog.
Oh my god. He doesn't even know about One Piece, guys. Sounds like you're one of those losers who got stuck on like episode 600. You didn't even get it halfway to the anime, you loser.
You are cringe.
He's a fake fan. Jade,
just
stop
died?
dying. Yeah, she's dying all the time.
She's trash.
You probably don't even remember what
I'm
arc
not.
he joined the anime at, do you?
Don't start with me.
He doesn't. Oh my
fucking start with
god,
me.
he doesn't know.
Zoro was the first crew member.
Yeah?
Dumb fuck.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you sure he's not the second member of the crew, Mooten? Of the
he's
Straw
the
Hat
first.
Pirates? Are you sure?
No, he is the first. Well, unless you consider Luffy the first member.
There it is. Oh, no.
Unless you consider the captain to be the first member, then
Moot,
no.
Moot,
I
you're done.
disagree.
Moot, you're
No,
done.
you're
and not
done.
just on Twitch.
No, you
okay?
are done.
Not just
She's
on
just
Do you even
not
remember the
gonna
name of
hit
the pirates
this-
he was part of?
This boar is she
Straw
just
Hat
cannot
Pirates.
hit it. Melissa,
Oh, you
come
know one
on.
thing about him. Nice.
Thank you,
Pull that
Melissa.
from the
Like,
wiki.
You're so
geez.
dumb.
Jesus. I didn't know we had fake One Piece fans here.
That's a trick question. You would have been like, oh, of course you don't count the captain as a crew member. He's the captain, dumb fuck.
You're dumb as fuck, okay?
I'm getting fake news in the chat right
You're
now.
just so white and mad. Like, how do you be this white and this mad at the same time? Like, if you're this
Not
white,
white.
you don't have much to be
I'm
mad about.
Italian.
So say it. Say you're a person. Say you're a person of color. Thought so.
My grandfather got called names. You know what? Fuck it. I'm a person of color. If you're Italian, fuck it.
Wow, you're really on one today, aren't you?
Fuck it, dude.
You're really on one today. Is the corruption to our left or right closer? Probably the one to the
right.
right.
Oh, wasn't there a lot of racism towards Italian people?
Yeah, there was.
Wow.
Hell yeah, there was.
Some fucking Fredo bullshit.
Yeah, that's why there's like strictly Italian communities because they're like all.
They were
forced
very
to-
racist towards Italians and the Irish people.
Is that because of the wars?
What?
It's because
No.
What war? Do you think Italy has ever been an enemy of the United States in a war, Jade?
Yeah.
No, because
Jade.
they were fascist, right?
No. What? Italy
No.
is the most devout democracy in the world, Jade. How can you not know this?
Hold on.
Oh.
So Jade, you're not wrong. Yes, Italy was fascist in World War II.
Like, you're
but
so cringe.
I'm sorry, but
You're
the reason they
cringe.
hate Italians is because they actually came to this country and took
to
the job.
immigrate, yeah.
Yeah, they were actually taking jobs.
Actually,
What do you mean by
what?
that? What
I mean,
the fuck do you mean by that?
because we demonize Mexicans as if those people are taking jobs that Americans are vying for, but Italians came over and actually did take jobs Americans would vie for.
What?
Yeah, I know you tried to make it weird, but
Oh, so we're not people.
is that why
I am
they do the
Italian.
mafia?
Really? You're Italian? What's your last name? Thought so.
Looking ass.
I'm more Italian than both of you. My last name is Benelli.
My last name's
Benelli.
Nuzzo.
Yeah, Nuzzo. What's
Benelli is
that
kinda
from?
smelly.
Hey, Jade.
Italian shit.
Get your one-liners in before you get murdered by that fan you're going hiking with. Okay, go. Good. Congratulations.
Oh
Got any
my
more jokes for
gosh.
us?
Actually, I'm going to get my mom to speak to him, and if she finds him creepy, then I'm not going.
Oh, I mean, that's probably a great litmus test. It's not like creepy people are really good at like fooling people otherwise.
What is his like? What is his astrology sign?
Oh yeah, did you even check
Leo.
into that? Oh wow, nice.
Oh, oof.
I know, right?
Those are people who murder.
True.
What?
The murderous tendency.
If I have to fish something out of the corruption, that means that it doesn't matter if it's above ground or underground or anything, right?
Shut up, cringe.
What?
Lay it down, Moot.
Oh, you're done? That's it. You didn't have shit to say. You just wanted to go, because Jade's on the call. Really fucking creepy, Mootin.
You know Che Guevara?
Yeah, he was a murderer and a racist.
Prove it.
Okay.
Prove that he was racist right now.
Prove that he was racist?
Yeah, prove it. He can't.
Actually, I don't know if he was racist.
He wrote extensively about the superiority of white Europeans over people of African descent, by the way.
Really?
Did he?
Prove it.
Hold on.
Actually?
Go look at
Read his book. You got to read his book in
Yeah.
order to know that.
Yeah.
You can't just take those facts.
My first year in the military, my sister bought me a Che Guevara shirt from Hot Topic because she thought it looked cool.
Nice.
I thought it was pretty funny.
He was homophobic too. True.
How do we know? Did you read his book?
Yes, I did.
I mean,
What's it called?
Che Guevara, My Life Under Communism.
Cringe.
Dumbass.
Communism
Did he like it?
Yes, I love
Did he like it under communism?
No, he hated it so much that every time he made a country communist, he left immediately to go live in another
Prove
country. You prove it.
Oh.
No,
Thought so.
I won.
More like you 1 inch.
Wait, when is Jade going hiking?
Oh yeah, Jade. We need to know when to set aside time for your funeral.
Oh. In the next like 2 weeks or so.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
It's nice knowing you.
Have you like written a will and all
Yeah.
that?
No, I'm not gonna die. I swear.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like the "It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia" meme.
True. So,
My God.
Do you want to go to a cabin, Steve?
What do you mean by that?
Can I come along? I can like stay in a tent outside the cabin.
You're a woman. Boys
so?
only. It's a boys' retreat, dog. Problem?
Boys are for the Saturdays for the boys.
Cringe. I bet Dan would come, Steve.
No, Dan would never come. Let's go
He
to
would.
Big Bear and do LSD, okay?
Okay, I'll go.
Okay.
Just don't make me do shrooms.
Okay. We'll have a lot of fun, okay?
Wait, so you'll do LSD, but you won't do like a normal dose of shrooms?
Nope.
You know, Steven's experience wasn't normal.
Yeah, I've done shrooms before.
Oh, okay.
He has scared me. He has scared me straight from
Listen,
shrooms,
don't.
though.
Oh my God. Salmanov. No, Americans weren't justified in hating Italians. I'm simply saying that they had a better reason. It's not a good reason, but it's better because they
Really?
actually did take the jobs, unlike the way they treat Mexicans.
I'm gonna DM you what you are being right now, Lycan.
Go ahead.
Luton, do you have a cornicello?
A what?
Do you have a cornicello?
No, but he does have a fettuccine.
I got a
Ooh.
fettuccine Alfredo.
Ooh, fettuccine Alfredo. Cool.
Don't ever DM me that.
Oh no, that's what I sent Lycan, you dumb fuck.
No, what do you mean? Why did you DM me that? Racial slur.
Okay, no,
It's
I
not
didn't.
funny.
No, that is not a.
It hit. Oh, so it's not a racial
Okay,
slur.
that guy didn't get banned for it, therefore it's fine. But I'm not comfortable saying it because it's a.
Well, you might as well just say it if you don't think it's a bad word. Say it. Call me it.
It was the worm word.
What is the
I'm not
worm
gonna
word?
call you it.
Why? That's what you just did in DMs.
No, it's not.
Okay. Well, I see where we stand with each other.
Uh-oh.
I didn't know those league games were affecting you that much. But I guess that's what white people do when they lose games, just like the meme.
I'm not white.
Person, when he loses a video game on the internet and it's a keyboard with their finger going right to the G key. That's what you just did to me, Mooten.
Call me, okay, fine. You can call me Alfredo. I'll allow it.
No, you don't deserve that.
Just one time.
You're not as cool as he was. Why is your mic peaking? His mic isn't even peaking hard, you dumb fuck.
I don't know. Every time they complain about it, I just want to scream into my fucking mic. Give them a real reason to cry.
But we're not even playing League. Why would you scream into your microphone?
Just to piss them off.
Dude, we were having some unbelievable games.
We were having unbelievable
Oh my god. I think we were losing games where I was like 15 and 5. And we weren't even throwing like hard. We like maybe had like 1 or 2 dumb deaths, but like, oh my god.
It might have been 4, 5, 6 a.m., but we were playing well.
There were games where we were. Do you remember that Lucian lane?
Oh, where we bullied.
We bullied? I had never seen a Lucian. I didn't even know Lucian could get bullied by Jinx.
Dude.
It was a Lucian Alistar.
Yeah. He got cocked. Did you really, first thing in the game, go and get all the Sky Islands like a cringe lord?
Not first thing, but I did it eventually. Oh, look at my stream real quick. And then you can see which ones I've uncovered.
Hold on, I gotta open it. 3. Okay, let me look. Well, I'm pretty sure you've got them all. Oh, you didn't get them all. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, the east and west of the map I didn't. Also, there should be a Crimtane biome up there somewhere too.
Crimtane. Is that the next like thing that we need?
Or I'm not Crimtane, sorry, a Crimson. No, it's the other like corrupted.
Oh.
Here, if you look at my stream, I'll show you where it is, where it should be.
I found tungsten. Is that what I'm looking for?
No. Look at my stream and you can see where it should be like right here.
You cringe.
Oh my god!
We do a little trolling. All right, we do a little trolling. Sheesh. Did you see XQC Rage earlier?
Oh shit. Did you see that he like solo-handedly got the price of like the strips or whatever reduced from 500 to 80?
How?
I don't know. I think he just complained they were too expensive. And he's like, listen.
Jesus.
Damn, people were molding over that one.
Oh, I get the money trough.
Oh, that's a good item.
How do I use it?
You just put it in your... Yeah, and then look like...
Oh, fuck. Hey. Oh, fuck yeah.
What is a strip? It's like the strips you put out to catch robbers.
Bike strips. Ooh, I got a wedding dress.
Jade.
You want it, Steve?
Never mind. That was weird.
I got a wedding veil, too.
What's so funny? Please share with the class.
Let's get Dan to go to Big Bear.
Dan? Oh my god, and we can drug him with LSD in a video game.
We can have our great rap session again.
You mean our roast session?
The lost tapes, yeah.
The lost tapes.
Dan likes to pretend that they weren't good, but we were.
Oh my!
We were like Eminem, honestly.
It was like we were. It was on another level.
It was. I have a feeling this tungsten ore isn't going to be used for shit, but we didn't.
Tungsten is like the equivalent of.
Don't say iron.
No. It's not platinum gold. It's either tungsten or. What is it, guys? Whatever it is way beneath us at this point, but silver. Oh yeah.
Okay, well I mined a bunch. Fuck it.
Tungsten under these nuts.
Silver and gold.
Oh shit! I gotta go inside. Bye. Be right back.
For what?
Okay, bye-bye.
Do not tell him bye.
Oh.
We don't say goodbye here. We say mahalo.
Mahalo.
He turns that camera off so we can't see that thickness.
Can't see his little gnome walk, is what you mean.
Oh.
Gnomes have them hips.
Mahalo, brother.
What is that accent?
What? That's just how
You can't be racist against Hawaiians, can you?
No, you can't.
They're Americans.
Mm.
Mahalo, brother.
Didn't they kill the princess though?
What?
The princess of Hawaii.
Who, Americans or Hawaiian?
Yeah, I think Americans.
Americans have never killed anyone ever.
Seriously. Don't listen to that communist propaganda.
Okay. What is oh, someone said there's a book.
I don't read.
You don't read? Can
Nope,
you read?
That shit's... Nope. But if I
No.
could, that shit's fucking communist propaganda.
Oh no. Das Kapital.
Have you read Das Kapital?
I've not.
I read Das Dig.
Das Dick.
Das
Das
Das.
Auto.
Und ja,
Und ja.
tell me more about your stick, Mutan.
I need Steve here.
Do you feel uncomfortable?
I got a good meme, chat, but I need guidance on it.
Und Mutan wants his daddy, ja.
Oh. Some Wiener Schnitzel with sauerkraut.
Und ja, it's delicious.
Mmm.
Und Mutan, would you like some schnitzel?
No. You're cringe. And white.
Und Mutan, how do you feel about juice?
I didn't understand that meme when I read it. What did you mean? No!
Und Mutan, do you like your juice fresh or from concentrate?
Okay, that is not okay. Mods, Parmaban. If you get Steven banned, I'm gonna be.
Listen, I'm just talking
I'm gonna be
about
very
I'm talking
upset at
about produce in various forms, and juice is one of my favorites. And I'm asking you whether
I'm
or
gonna
not you
be
like yours fresh
very
and squeezed,
upset if you get
cold
Steve
pressed,
banned.
or from concentrate.
You're getting Steve banned, and he's gonna be fucking pissed. And you're gonna feel bad.
Oh, I would feel fucking terrible.
Yeah. Me, I'd feel nothing.
But I was listening to a fucking Bo Burnham album, and he said the same fucking joke in a song. I really don't think Steven will get banned. So,
Wait, real quick.
Are you?
What time is it in game, right?
8:42.
Oh, okay. At night, right? PM?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Keep going. Sorry.
Are you coming back?
To what?
Are you here? Are you back?
Yeah, why?
Okay, hold on. I want you to do something for me. Hold on.
What was Lycan about to say?
Lycan was being omega cringe.
I was being a tiny bit cringe, yeah. I was asking about Mutan's preferential preparation of
Stop! You are gonna get fucking banned. You are cringing it up.
Stop. Wait, do it. Send it to her.
No. I need you.
No.
to do that.
Just send it.
I don't.
Please.
No. I don't know them that way.
Please, Moon. Okay,
You
Jade.
have to do that.
Jade, are you here? Okay,
Hello.
Mooten wants you to read something, and just can you translate it for us? Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
No, that is not what I want.
Please, Mooten, just ask her. She's cool. She'll be okay with it.
She's not cool.
She's not cool.
I can take a joke.
Yeah, it's
well, apparently you can't because Moon doesn't think you're cool.
Because I don't think that this joke is appropriate, but Steve
How is it
seems
not
to think
appropriate?
Okay, sure. Steve is doing a research paper and he needs a little bit of a translation. So go ahead, Steve. Send it on over.
You've already typed it all out. I'm busy eating. I got to fish before 6 a.m. I can't do it right now.
Okay, I'm fishing too.
I'm already need to fish.
What? I'm already need to fish? How about you go back to fucking English?
Yeah, right. I can't even do that. See, please just send it to her. Okay, just so you guys know in chat. Now I'm gonna do the ultimate appeal. Just so you guys in chat know, the reason why you're not getting content right now is because Mooten is cucking you because he's too afraid to send it to Jade. I don't know why. So that's why you guys just lost out on that content. Sorry, guys.
Oh, sad.
Yeah, I don't know why, guys. My bad.
Oh well, another day, another content.
Yeah.
Dab, 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 dab.
Moon, what's your favorite Italian slur?
Oh my gosh.
No, any really.
Are there slurs for Italians?
There's one that I know.
I don't think I've ever heard one before.
It's like without papers, so it's like WOP.
Wait, say it, Moon.
How does it sound?
I'm not saying it. There's no reason to say it.
I mean, you said you were Italian, right? So you should be allowed to say it unless you're lying about your background.
Well, I don't want to get you banned.
It doesn't matter if we're allowed to say it. There's just no reason to.
So you are not.
That's a good argument.
So you're saying that black people shouldn't rap with that bad word either? Then there's no reason to.
Black people can do whatever they want.
Hello?
Hello?
Did anybody else just get disconnected from the server?
Nope.
Yes.
What?
No, I can hear you guys, but the DGG stopped scrolling.
Wait, Jay, did you really get DC'd?
I did.
I'm literally fishing right now.
Moot.
I'm not actually.
Something happened.
DGG's down. Time to go to Twitch chat so I can be a clown and type real dumb shit and get banned by the mods.
Whoa, that's some
fire. Heat.
That's some fire.
Yeah.
Wait, when's your birthday?
You already should have known this. I've already told you before.
Wait,
I'm not telling you it again.
Have you? Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Jade, can you please, what does this mean?
What does this mean?
Here, can you translate this? Can you just read this?
Okay. Oh my gosh. I can't. This is traditional. This is Cantonese. This isn't Mandarin.
Oh, fuck.
Are you Chinese?
I'm like.
Wait, you
part.
can't read Cantonese? Are you serious?
No, I can't read Cantonese.
Are
Sorry,
you
bro.
serious?
So it's like a whole other football field.
So they're just not legitimate to you.
Peru. Just
wait. Why is my internet disconnecting from everything? What is happening? Can you go? I need you to fish an extra one of those fish for me, please.
Okay, I'm not online. Your Destiny server's fucked.
Oh, so you did get disconnected. You just fucking lied.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not my internet just randomly shutting down. It's my.
We do a little bit of trolling.
Thank you.
You're probably getting DDoSed.
Thanks. Like, why don't you bring a lot more attention to it?
You're welcome.
Thanks.
DDoSed him.
Oh shit! Oh my god! Hold on, 1 second. Oh my god! Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no! Shit! Cake is gonna kill me.
Oh, you didn't pay it, did you?
It's on auto pay. Why did it stop?
Dumb fuck.
According to their terms, you settle your invoice. What? Wait, why? Did a card expire? I am so. Hold on. Everybody, just calm down.
Cake's pissed.
Fuck, Cake is gonna be so mad at me. What if they just wiped the whole server?
Melina in the chat, acting all cool. If I saw her at a school, I'd give her my drool. I don't know.
Whoa, not cool. When does this card expire? 02/22. That's like years from now. Or a year from now, right?
Oh, maybe you're fucking bankrupt, dude.
God.
We all know you're dankrupt. You got no memes, dog. Dab, dab, dab.
Oh man, I was muted the whole time.
Good one, dumb fuck. Sorry.
Yucca no fuck. Is that how it goes?
Yep.
Yucca no fuck. Okay, let me translate this. English to Cantonese.
Any bald boys in the chat?
Play your cards right, you can find out.
What?
DGG Shay got evicted by the landlords.
True. Do you think this will automatically start back up and everything, or do you think it's...
I think it's fucked. My land is your land.
Oh man, I muted myself again. It's okay. Lycan, what's your favorite color?
Blue.
Ugh. Okay.
What's wrong
You're
with
like
blue?
You're like Steven.
What a great color. God, my car looks so cool. If you could just see how blue it was. Oh my god, it's so blue.
Only... No, never mind.
I'm gonna shit on your car like I did Dan's pool.
Oh. Did someone shit in Dan's pool?
No, but I'm actually considering paying someone to.
Have you ever tried shitting underwater?
I think it'd be very funny.
Why not just do it yourself?
Because I think Dan would actually shoot me with his BB gun.
Ford Focus.
It's not just the Focus, it's some special Focus.
Whoa.
It's a Focus RS, please.
Thank you.
It's
I said special.
That's how bad the car was. They discontinued all of their cars.
That's actually a really nice blue.
You're probably not even looking at the right one. I hate you.
It's like a light blue.
There's
sky blue.
It's not light blue. It's nitrous blue. You dumb fuck.
Your car was so trash.
Blue? Nitrous blue, more like nitrous.
The Focus RS was so trash they don't even make it anymore.
It's called limited production. Do you think Ferraris are trash because they don't make that many of them?
Yes. Dab.
What if our whole Terraria server got deleted?
Okay.
How would...
It's just a DDoS. They didn't hack it.
It's not a DDoS. He forgot to fucking pay the bill because he's dumb.
I didn't forget. They canceled my auto pay.
Oh, I thought... Never mind.
Just say you're Destiny.
What? That is me. I am Destiny.
And they'll be like, "Oh my god, we'll give you
be like,
10 years."
Fix your mic. Steven, can I scream into the mic real quick?
Do it.
Fuck you, bitch. Fix your fucking ears, dumb fuck.
What if that's what they wanted, dude?
Maybe they're sexually attracted to loud noises. And you just got them off. They're like coming all over the keyboard now because of you.
You're the only person I ever got off.
Oh well.
All right, well, we'll see when the payment goes through, guys. I don't know how long it takes for everything to turn on. Guys, if you're having problems getting to the site right now, just DM Cake. Shit, you just joined.
Is that Cake?
No. Melina.
Oh.
Ah, hi.
What's up?
What's up, Melanoma?
What's happening?
Your mom.
Oh no.
What?
My mom?
Yeah,
is a lovely lady.
Yeah, she is super lovely.
How are you, Jade?
Facts. I'm doing okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
Why is Mr. Mutten being so cringe?
Well, I'm just rapping, dog.
Should we throw some raps at Melina?
Hey, can I get some?
I have to be in the beat. Come on.
I think you should rap about Jesus. You should do a Jesus rap.
No, I'm okay on that one. Thank you.
Why not?
Does Melina and ballerina? Those rhyme, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that what you're gonna call me now?
Well, I was gonna rap. I was gonna add ballerina to the rap.
Okay, go.
Hold on. The Terraria server needs to come back up right now.
Wait, why isn't
DGG
working?
It's back.
Because you fucked it up, Melina. That's why. You fucked everything up.
What happened?
He couldn't afford to pay for DGG anymore because you did too many Uber Eats.
Oh, it is here now. Nice.
True.
No, not true. No. Hey, I've been paying a lot, okay?
You the breadwinner now.
Maybe. I think equality is good.
Totally.
Melina thinks she's paying a lot. 'Cause for the first time, she's paying her half. That, by the way.
Shut up. Hey, if you want to move to Sweden, we can live cheaper and better. It's up to you.
Yeah, you have to be in Sweden now.
Yeah, that's why we're poly. You take your other boyfriend and move to Sweden, okay? Fuck that shit.
Do you want me to be? Do you want to be my second, not the main anymore? Is that what you're saying?
The important part isn't whether I'm your second or main boyfriend. It's that I'm your American boyfriend, okay?
Oh my god.
I'm sorry, I'm not
Am I
moving.
supposed to get one from like every continent or something? What's going on?
Sure, go collect them
You
all.
got to dab again, Steven?
Shut the fuck up.
Wait, what? Oh god. Okay.
Wait, can you go check the quest fish? I don't know if the resetting of the server changed the quest fish.
Yeah, I'll check it right now. Cotton corruption.
People in chat that's like, choose me. Pick me. I want to be your other boyfriend.
Wow.
Wait, it's about to reset, isn't it? At 3:30? Let me check.
I think it resets at 6 a.m.
Well, you better fucking get to catching. Still corruption right now.
Jade, are you half Chinese?
I'm a quarter.
Is it?
But it's not. It's like my grandpa's like my whole family over there in like 2015.
Do you have abofa?
I don't know what an abofa is.
Abofa these nuts.
Oh
my god!
Listen, she's new enough that I got to fucking do it, okay?
Oh my gosh. Do you know Sugandis?
Jade?
No. What is that, Jade?
That is Sugandis nuts. Got him.
She done got me good.
Yeah, she done got me good. Yeah.
Gorsh, Mickey?
Oh, who's playing guitar?
Moon.
Yeah, it was me.
You're a musician?
Yep.
Yeah, we're a fucking band, Jade. How do you think we met?
Underground Tundra, Steve.
Underground
Oh,
Tundra.
I made one of those. Wait, have you fished 200 fish?
Is that the name of your mom's frigid pushy?
No.
Oh. Is there a way to check?
You're not taking my angler shit, are you? Okay, no, you're not.
That would be a good band named Underground Tundra.
It's the name of
Where's my fishing rod?
I have my fishing rod. I don't know what yours is.
You're alright.
I made an Underground Tundra fishing thing, by the way.
Where is my tackle box? It's on me, right? You're lucky again. Okay, I have all my fishing shit now.
Shut
Don't
up,
worry about me.
you loser.
You call me a loser, but when I watch your stream, I hit a big snoozer.
What?
Damn, we got wrecked, bro.
Your battle's back. Are you not supposed to battle back?
What?
You're going hard at you.
Oh.
Moon can't go hard anywhere. He can barely even get hard these days.
Do not confuse Dan and I. That was fucked up, Steve. You know Dan has a problem.
If we make fun of Dan enough, he'll come back. So
He'll come back,
Coca.
Is he not around anymore?
No, Melina,
No,
don't
he's
rub it in,
gone.
Why?
okay? Because he's
Why?
cooler than us now. What do
He's
you
moved
think?
on.
He moved on.
What?
We bullied him too much in PUBG or whatever we played.
And then.
Wait, is this underground or caverns? Where do we need to go?
Underground. Underground Tundra.
Easy.
Isn't that what your mom's pussy is called? You know, whatever.
You know what? Since Lycan did that, I'm gonna say what I was gonna say earlier when we were watching the Surfs TV. I'm gonna say the joke now, and I feel bad saying this.
What joke?
The Surfs reminds me of if Lycan was a leftist. There it is. I said it, Lycan.
Damn. Do you mean like the way I operate, or do you mean the way I
He
look?
just reminds me of, I don't know why, I just get Lycan vibes from him sometimes.
I mean, I think he looks like me when I was a little younger and shaved face. So I can see that, but I like to think I operate better.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, that is the problem. Lycan.
You don't think. Hey, Cake, what up? Frost
I thought you were gonna
Daggerfish,
say-
23. What the fuck?
What?
Oh,
Like
it's a
shitty
thrown
range
weapon.
weapons.
It's a weapon, yeah. God, I'm just a better fisherman than you.
What, Mel? What do you want?
I'm gonna go to the store to get a Switch so I can do Just Dance streams.
Oh, yeah. Wait, did you order that other capture card?
No, I'm gonna see if they have it.
Okay. You're looking for a capture card that can capture multiple HDMI inputs, okay?
Okay, but you sent me the link.
I did. You're looking for
I'm just
that
gonna
one.
say, hey, here, help me.
They try to sell you one, okay? Tell them.
I'm gonna say, hey,
Say,
can I get
yeah.
some help?
Don't let them
Please
sell you on
help
anything
me.
else, okay?
I need to find a thing so I can just dance,
Yeah.
okay? in
Best
front
Buy
of
employees are ruthless. They will fuck you up, okay?
Do not get any insurance.
They'll sell you
Melina.
dumb
You
shit,
don't need
okay?
that shit.
people. No insurance.
No insurance. Don't give them your info. Tell them no.
No info? No.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, what happens if I do?
What? We can't keep doing this to the chat. We can't just keep DMing jokes.
Yeah, I don't. Wait, Steve, you're doing the thing that.
Okay, that's a good one.
This is like your biggest trigger.
That's a
You're
good
doing
one.
it.
Like passing notes in a classroom.
Yeah, what's the joke? Come on.
Yeah,
Share
share
with
with
the
the
class.
class.
Go ahead,
I feel very
Steven.
left out. Oh my god.
I can't do it. I'm so sorry, guys.
If it's at my expense, I give you permission.
It's not. It's a much scarier
I want
party.
to say them too. No, I'm not in that group, so I'm left out. For me.
I'm right there with you, Mel. It's okay.
Yeah. Yeah. They're always talking about Israel and Palestine, and I can never answer it because I don't know anything about
They're
it.
probably shit talking me, chat.
It wasn't about you either, Mel.
Well, I bet it's about me. I'm always the butt of the joke. High school never ends.
It really
always
doesn't.
the joke.
No, actually, I was like I kept to myself. I kind of just like showed up to classes and didn't like talk.
Wait, you got your fish?
Yeah, like an hour ago.
What fish am I looking for again?
A mutant flinfix or something. I don't know. Wait. You have to be standing up on the platform to get it, I think.
I think I'm on the little platform that you made.
Okay. Just make sure you're in the underground or whatever, not the cavern.
Yeah, I'm in the underground, yeah.
Delphi.
I got it.
Cringe. You're saving all your crates, right?
Yes, of course.
He's not.
I am. They're already in there. I've even put a golden crate in there.
How many crates has he fished, guys? Have you even fished at all? Wait, I thought you've been fishing a ton.
What do you mean a ton? I've been fishing a little bit. I haven't fished like a ton. I just got to summon a pet ziffer fish.
Ziffer.
Go, bye.
Bye, Neil.
Goodbye, Melina.
Bye. Have a safe trip.
Don't talk to her, Jade.
Don't speak with her. Yeah.
What? No, she's a lovely lady.
Yeah, my lovely
Prove it.
lady, not yours, bitch.
Oh, I don't know about that. She's kind of a cutie pie.
Oh, so you're going to take his lady.
A smelly vanilli.
Curious.
Careful, Jade. I might
Wait,
be
what is
making a
this
speech
rabbit
at your
good
funeral
for?
soon. What?
Nah.
What is this rabbit good for?
Fucking.
Eaten.
I'm
Okay,
not
the
a lesbian.
slime. Is it just faster?
Wait, how can you be straight in 2021? Yikes. Not a good look for you, Jade.
I'm straight.
I know. I quickly. I gotta apologize for it.
Yeah, not a good look for
Gotta
you.
get my hardened straight person card.
No, you got to polygize. And change
Like in
your
Super
Oh,
Straight.
true.
What's that, Moot?
You're super straight.
No.
Super.
I'm sorry, guys. I need to test something.
Yeah, scream.
Oh my god.
Wait, what? Why is so the rabbit's not better than the slime?
I don't think there's only like 1 or 2 animals that are actually good.
Well, the slime's good for falling, I think.
If you care about that.
Yeah, I guess. Care about it more than whatever you shit ass thing is.
Is the UFO available in this game, or is that in like 1.4?
Steven, have you ever played a game called DayZ?
Jade. Jesus Christ.
What?
You're talking to the two Daisy masters.
It's like asking
right
George
now.
Washington. Like you go back
Wait,
in time and it's
actually-
like, George Washington, do you remember the Revolutionary War? You ever heard of that?
Wait, so you guys were like so good at Daisy?
We were like the trendsetters. We actually, wait, was I the first big like Daisy streamer to like play full time? I'm trying to remember.
You were Lyric.
I'm pretty sure Lyric started after me. But we played, yeah, we
played a lot of Daisy.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why?
What do you want to know?
I was just wondering. I've never played it, but I know it was like a popular game. It kind of died
You
down.
missed it, okay?
You missed
never,
out.
yeah,
It's too
sorry.
late.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You're gonna have to read about it like Woodstock.
But you
okay?
know what I didn't miss out on?
Fucking
These
Fortnite.
nuts in your mouth.
What are you doing? Why are you acting like this? Jade, what has happened to you? You used to be such a pure person.
I know, and I still
Have you been watching
but-
The Fat?
What's the fat?
My fat dick in your mouth.
Oh no! Wait! Oh my gosh! Wait! Oh my gosh! I have to be more diligent. Oh.
Yikes. Not a good look for you, Jade.
Yikes.
So how do you farm more cloud?
Well, being on my stream, like you do every day, Mooten.
Cloud, not cloud. Okay.
He's so mad. You can probably make it. There's probably like a cloud generator or something.
Yeah, probably.
Have you started following any political stuff yet, Jade?
Let's see. Oh, dude, I was on TikTok.
Nice.
And apparently you can start gatekeeping music now based
True.
on like race.
Oh,
So-
speaking of race and gatekeeping music, do you know who Candace is?
Don't. I know what you're up to.
What?
I know what you're up to. You're going to be, oh, can these nuts fit in your mouth?
No, I was talking about Candace
What?
Owens. She's a friend of Kanye West. She's like a black person that like tries to gatekeep. Do you not know who
Oh,
Candace
actually?
Owens is?
Wait, no. If I agree, you're gonna set me up. I don't know who she is.
Oh.
You cringe, Steven.
Okay.
Oh my gosh!
Okay, Moot, I think it's time.
All right, get the fuck out of the call, losers.
Whoa.
Okay, bye-bye.
I love you, Jade. Bye.
See you. Take care of yourself.
Hope to see you in the afternoon.
That's how you gotta get them out, Steve. You gotta be real with them.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, the riff calls to no one.
Did you hear what happened to Candace?
Carrie, go! This is stupid.
Mom, did you hear what happened to Candace?
Carrie, go!
Right to bear arms. Are you in chat?
Why?
Because he's my friend.
Mr. Mooten makes a critical error. Wait, what is this? Hold
I don't remember.
on. I was watching Scuffed yesterday. What did hold on, I know what this is. Andy
Oh, this is the joke that I made
Yeah,
about
it's the
Mexico.
joke. It's the joke about Mr. Mooten's okay,
It
let's
was
go.
a joke.
Okay,
Yes,
let's listen
it was.
to it. We want to listen to it. Hold on.
Okay.
She was like,
Yes,
Northern
you may.
Sweden reminds her of South America. And everybody's like, what? And she's like, like South America. Like, what do you mean? She's like, well, like how they talk, like in the country and everything.
Oh, God.
And she meant like Texas and stuff.
Yeah, not like Mexico and shit.
Yeah. Well.
Further. It was a joke. It was a joke, dude. How
It was
you
a
guys
joke,
act
and you
like
guys
it
all
wasn't is
understand
beyond
humor.
me. I don't know what to say.
All right, guys. How long until Mr. Mooten bans copium? That's the next emote. to
Oh
get.
no, that is a good emote.
Oh,
That's
yeah?
a good emote. Yeah.
I've been around long enough. Time to go. I'll see you later.
Goodbye, Lincoln.
Fix your mic. What is this?
Fix your mic? Fix your fucking ears, bitch. Fix your mic? Fix your fucking ears, bitch.
Why?
And suck my balls.
What is wrong with you, Mooten? What are you doing? Why you like this, Mooten?
I wasn't quite a mood that day.
Just that day?
Oh, Super XAD use the R word in the chat. Yikes, dog. That's gonna be a 1-day ban from me. That's a streamer word, dog. Only I can use that.
Do you think we should have an ultra ban that makes it so that if you get banned, you can't sub out of it? I thought about having this, but I feel like if it was there, I would just abuse it.
You would just use it all the time.
when I get mad at League. So I feel like
you would just use it.
Probably not good.
Can they sub out of an IP ban?
I think without a time, I don't think you can.
Okay, I didn't think so, but I thought I've seen people do it. I went to Chipotle today for like the first time eating out in like, I don't know, a week or two.
Yeah.
And these dumb fucks didn't have any white rice available.
Yikes.
Or brown rice. I had to
you had to
eat
eat
cauliflower rice.
Ooh, how was it?
It was okay, but it was like, it kind of tasted like rice that's not like fully cooked. So it was like
it's got
crunchy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I wasn't like a huge fan. This some bitch wants to go Morgana. I guess I'll let her. I can probably only play like 3 games, maybe 3 to 4 max.
Fuck you. What if we go on a 4-game win streak though?
I gotta stream in the morning. That's the issue.
Fuck you. Wait, can you give me a little Coke?
Nah, sorry.
No, perfect.
Once a bandle gunner, always a
What?
bandle gunner.
Yep. Good. Be careful. Don't die.
Malina.
Alright, now that Melina's out of here, now the fun can begin. Alright.
Now you can troll me like a troll.
Is that a support Heimerdinger? Oh no. Yeah? I think?
Could be a support set.
Oh god.
Unironically, it's probably a support set.
Do you wanna bet?
Yeah, but yeah, Twitch sub.
Oh,
$5.
Good one.
No, I wasn't even trying to. You're dumb.
Wait, the milk clip of the year. Good hook! Woo! I remember this. Look, that was a good hook! Woo!
That was a good slam, wasn't it? That was a good base. That's what the people want, Steven. That's what the people want.
That is absolutely what they want.
That's what they want. I think I spilled a fuckload of water on that one, too. Who am I banning?
Woo!
Shut up.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No one fuck with me, chat. I'll take you to the ground and I'll smash you. Hello, Destiny's Twitch chat.
Dude, this slam is so good, Moot. I'm sorry.
Are you still listening? What's wrong with you?
It's just it's a perfect slam. It is a perfect slam.
Would you rate it a 10?
I would. If I pick Jinx in a Nocturne, I'm not gonna hate my life.
Just pick it, pussy. Wait, why do you?
That was a good hook. Oh my god. Okay. Destiny on schooled cheaters. What did I say? On schooled cheaters. It's like, are you smarter than a 5th grader? Oh. So they're... Oh no, why did this even get any traction? I feel bad for Mizkif.
Wait, what happened in that clip?
Caseytron and Amaranth are just like blatantly fucking cheating at his game show. Well, especially Casey. I'm like 85% sure Amaranth is, but like Casey, at one point, Mizkif was like, okay, you both turn around so you're not looking at your Discords. And so they turn around and he's like, okay, so what is DNA stand for? Or like, what are the 4 bases to DNA? And then Casey's like, are we allowed to turn around when we answer? And he's like, no. And she's like, okay. And then she just like turns around and looks at her monitor. She's like, what about now? And then she turns back. She's like, oh, sorry. It's just like so stupid. Oh my God.
Interesting.
What is even happening? I'm not even reacting too much. I'm trying to figure out every little thing I can about this.
Okay, they have the Syndra.
Oh, I need to figure out how to stockpile. Just stockpile. Urton. Rimworld.
Hi.
Hi. You get the copy paste ready?
Look, the storage tab. Oh.
Hit it, yeah!
I got it. Yeah, boy.
Babe.
Wait, he wants our help.
Yeah, I know, we will. I'm always waiting. Why do you always scream at me like a dumb fuck?
To battle.
Have you ever had something called a hot pot?
I've heard of it.
Okay. It's just,
what is it? It's like a hot pocket. I don't remember what it is.
It's like Korean barbecue. Oh, get ready. This is gonna be a rough one. Varys.
Let's zoom on.
Okay. Why didn't he open Q?
I have no idea.
Remember, if you get E'd, then that guy can kill you. The Swain will grab you. Or me. Get ready for level 2. It's right here. It's right here. Get up. Go, 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 go. I would flash, but fuck. I think if I flash, I might have killed him. And here come the dumb fuck Varus keys.
I think I'd flash EQ.
No, don't do any crazy.
I think I'd die, yeah.
Nice. Careful. Nice. Woo! You see me get in and out of there, baby?
We fucking take those.
I'm a fucking Navy SEAL.
We take those. I was trying to look.
Is he up there?
I couldn't see him.
Nice. Just fuck all my creeps up, dude.
Yeah.
Cool. Just EQ this wave as much as you can. All the spells. And we're gonna get the fuck out. And we take those. We take these.
We take those. Please type Klappa in the chat. He wants help at Scuttle.
Are you a 2B fan?
He wants help at Scuttle. Do you want to help him? Tell him to get the fuck out.
Wait, what was the name of the sexier one? Not 2B. It's not 1A, right? Oh, A2.
What, comes banned? Really?
Wait, what do you mean banned?
Well, it's word censored.
You have censor turned on?
Yeah, I do. Problem? Trollface? Problemo? Senor?
You think?
Hey, the cannon.
Is he in that bush?
Fuck that up. I have no. Yeah, he was.
Oh my
We're
god!
getting a game.
It's over. You forced us so hard, like. Oh! You see those traps?
Yeah, that'll be good. He wants dragon.
Yeah, we help those.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother.
Really, dude? Was that a Chris Tucker impersonation? What is wrong with you, dude? I don't know why you're on one. Are you not?
Have you seen the conservative Fox News guy?
What?
Am I wrong?
Have you not seen?
Oh, sorry, Tucker Carlson.
Rush Hour?
I actually don't think I have. I've been meaning to watch that in Heat.
You haven't seen Yo! Whoa, that was your ass right there, Moot.
Nah, we're good.
Let's go.
I did beat myself. Fuck, I don't have enough for my boots. There's a crappy back for me.
You gotta watch Rush Hour, okay? That's a classic.
All right, well, let's watch it for the movie podcast.
Let's do it.
Okay.
And it's still good. It's still funny.
I don't doubt it. Friday night? You want to watch it with this chat?
Yeah, sure, let's do it.
Okay, Friday night, 9 EST.
Yep, I'll be there.
You better be. Copium, the movie podcast gonna happen, guys.
We'll bring along Adam, guys. Don't worry.
I could DM him actually. He's probably seen it though. He doesn't want to see it again.
What? What are you saying?
He's probably seen it. He probably doesn't want to watch it again with us.
Is that just you've seen a movie one time and you're just done with it?
Well, I would assume that he probably doesn't want to watch it with us if he hasn't. I don't know.
Oh fuck, we're done.
Alright, I guess.
Oh, yo! Fuck.
I don't have any. I'm gonna check these bushes.
There's 0 chances there.
Always a chance.
Coca.
True.
What, that did not hit me, but okay. Moat!
You were way too close to the turret when I just used everything.
No way. Varus' level 6 is way better for dueling the mine, be careful.
Who?
Varus is level 6.
Who asked, bitch?
Oh, I'm dead, thanks. They're waiting for Nocturne.
Let it push.
No. Nocturne's top.
Nocturne's top.
I have my
Nocturne's top.
ult, so I can set up a kill. I just need Dolan back. Oh, he's not back. He's still there. I need like one more auto on him, and then I'll try to ult him.
Okay.
That's it, baby. Got us heal.
Okay, we got a heal.
I'm actually dead.
Probably. Good on that.
Fuck. Dumb fuck. You fucked the whole game up. Wait. Want to? Go! Oh! Dick ride?
We
yeah,
take those.
we'll take those.
We take those.
Oh, my dick ride. Never mind.
We don't take these.
Shut up.
Oh!
Middle mute.
Ah!
Moot, help! Moot!
Well, there's nothing I can do there.
Not with that fucking attitude. QM!
I don't have it. We got him. Hey, we take that. We take those.
His mental is breaking, guys. Slowly, don't worry.
Kopka. His mental's breaking, Kopka.
It is breaking, guys. You heard his voice get loud there? He was trying to hide the upsetness. What's that
Fix your
Varus'
mic.
life out? Oh.
Chat, I don't know how to fix the mic on Discord. I don't have a compressor or anything in real life, so sorry. I don't care either. Honest to God, I don't give a fuck. I W'd you.
No! Okay, that was a little bit too much. No. There was no reason for him to take that one.
Dragon?
Yeah, go help him with it. He's lost my help and support.
If he's helping that much, I don't care if he takes one. Fuck it.
Remember the Graves? Don't ever forget that Graves. Don't ever forget that Graves.
Don't ever forget him.
I've never been more pro HK in my life, okay, than having that Graves in my game, okay? Come help me.
Help me.
Got him. Damn. That guy just got schooled.
Got him.
Got him. Oh my god, are you ready? No, don't.
Nocturne's dead. There's blues coming up.
What is this guy doing? Oh, fuck. Cinder might be coming to us. We gotta get the fuck out. This way? This way? Oh, Cinder went top.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, chill right here.
He's not coming. We should sit over here.
Trust.
Probably run for him.
No. Trust me on this one. We're about to get a kill.
Trust. Yeah, for sure.
Up here. Okay, let's go bot. Fuck it. Holy shit, Nocturne just fucking gave up on this shit. Okay, we should transition, man.
Yeah.
Wait, what is this guy doing? No, okay, we need to leave. We need to leave. We're inting hard.
I'm 100 gold away.
From what? Giving a fuck?
No, from an item. Mahalo, brother. Mahalo, brother.
What? How is a Syndra 6 and 4? What?
It's Warden. He's in.
Who is? Nocturne's top.
And I don't know what it is. Swain.
Oh, they went top. Oh my god. Okay.
Nice-ish.
Fuck, can you help me on this turret?
I was getting a warden.
Okay, I need you to be near me in case Nocturne ults me.
I'm on the way.
Oh my god, I just outplayed him so hard! I just outplayed him so hard! Oh my god! Over here? Nah, he's good. Yeah. He's gonna ult one of us? Okay, I gotta get out. I'm so dead.
Yeah.
You cunt. I need to get like a tube that connects my mic to the desk so that I can like do a good Mutant Slam.
True.
Let's go.
I'm dead.
Well, how does that help us get Drake?
Doesn't. I knew I should have backed off.
Do you want me to get it?
No.
Why?
Because you're not going to get it.
Watch mode. What are these guys doing? It's the slowest Drake in the world. Oh, but I'm on the assist. I got on the kill now. That's all that matters.
Yeah, that's going to go to the Z kill board.
Exactly. Now I'll get an appeal for sure.
That was so fucking stupid, dude.
No shit. We have to solo carry this game, by the way. I don't know if you can tell or not, but our teammates are garbage.
The top's not bad.
He still has his ult? Stop pinging me and go, bitch! Does Swain's shit not pull you anymore?
I'm not sure. I W'd you.
He's like, Is he? Oh, I thought he was Hextech flashing. What the fuck is he? Why is he backing there?
That was someone else. That was Syndra, I think. Or some shit. Let's go to blue.
Why? Okay.
Just fuck off this.
Why don't you fuck off? Got him.
That was a bad word.
A bad word? Fuck off.
Ward.
Doctor's coming. Go here. Why did you use your W?
I don't know.
Why are you running from me? Good all. No! Oh my god, that was so close. Nice. Also, I outplayed them. Also, nice.
Let's back.
No, let's. Yeah, actually, let's. Wait, we need help. For Akali? I'm going over, I'm sorry. Oh my god, guys. Are you guys watching this?
Yeah, run away from the support who can eat you.
Help me. Okay. They're going top. No one cares.
Yeah. I have no ult. You're getting hit.
I'm trying to kill a turret so it stops hitting me. Dumb fuck.
Only one dumb fuck here. Yeah, getting hit. Stay away from me.
What?
You're just gonna EQ both of us. I'm in a W. Nocturne's down, so.
Oh.
Mahalo, brother.
Oh my god! Okay.
Mahalo!
Really stupid. I don't even know what's happening right now. But we take these. This is all of our games last night, guys. This is all of our games. Okay.
W do.
He mod. Oh, he get the mod. He get the mod. Well.
We fucked him up.
Wait, how much gold did I have at the end there, guys? Fuck.
Yeah.
I am weaving. You guys see me just weaving in a 5K? Jesus.
Little first win of the day bonus.
S plus, S minus. 13% win rate, Ferris. Oh my
I've been there, man. I got a Draven on my team a few times with a 0% win rate.
0%. That's not me, baby.
Yeah, not anymore. Yeah, it's like what, 10? 10%, baby.
17%, loser.
Represent, dude. True Majestic Gopher. Any Moot and merch owners out there? Just type 1 in the chat. Let's see him. Let's see his impeccable style. A lot of ones. Mootandmerch.com. Check it out. Remember when Dan used to shill react or redact? Feels bad, man.
Yeah. But now that we shielded for him, it doesn't need us anymore.
It sells itself.
Yeah, especially these days. Yeah, sure. I'm gonna say it. Did anybody else think that the Hollow Luke, the Force projection fighting Kylo Ren, was actually just really lame?
That whole movie.
Yeah, but people treat it like it's this epic moment. But like, didn't anyone else kind of just want to watch like Luke like whip his ass or do some crazy shit?
Yes, of course. Everybody. Yes, that's why Episode 3 is the best one, because we got a nice Star Wars fight. I'm glad you agree with me.
Oh my god.
Thank you, Steven. Thank you.
Oh my god, your Zoomer brain. Soy. It's a projection, soy.
The worst part about Star Wars universe is the fucking movies. There's like never any cool fucking Jedi fight scenes and shit. That's what people want.
Oh yeah?
Yes. You probably did, but did you ever play Jedi Knight Academy or whatever? Those old games?
No.
Oh man, those games, I played them on stream and they were so fucking fun.
I played one Star Wars game on the N64, but I don't even remember what it was called.
You should check out the Jedi Academy game. It's pretty quick. It's a lot of fun.
I'm right now just being a big dictator, just watching over my little people. Just letting them do their thing. And like, honestly, I don't even know where else to go with it. Anything now. Like, I have marble, but is marble the same thing as silver?
Oh, I didn't get Lulu like at all last night, did I? It was like all Blitzcrank.
Sometimes, yeah.
So when I start making stuff, can I make like...
Oh, never mind. We got a lot of Lulu.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with the marble chunks.
What was the name of the game that I played? It wasn't. I think it was a first-person shooter.
First-person shooter Star Wars game?
Where you were like, it was like first-person perspective. I thought it was. Damn, it's been so long though. I don't even remember. Dark Forces? Am I?
Lee's body code.
Hold on, we have a Graves.
Komodo's grassland. I like that.
Oh my god, with the glasses, he kind of looks like
Rito?
Zeke.
Quarter pack. Northwestern
He's a 53% win rate with 308 games played.
Doro.
That's an easy
Potatoes. Treaty of Verteras.
Fucking Kopka.
Right? Hayam.
Yesterday you were screaming.
Surrey.
You were like, we're never playing.
Wait, you're right. Wait, why didn't you remind me of that?
You were screaming. I just did.
Oh my god. I wasn't processing. You need to remind me. Oh my god.
It's fine. They have a Moo jungle. You know what? This game calls for the Jonas Brothers. I gotta bring them out.
Oh yeah. Maybe it was. Maybe it was Shadows of the Empire.
All cats do is lick butt and sleep.
Good one. Yeah, I think it was. I think it was this game. Yeah, because I remember this like snow stage.
Where are my Battlefront 2 boys at?
Oh yeah, I'm trying to tie them up. What, Mootin? What? Can you please? The good old days? What, before civil rights?
Curious how your mind would go there instantly.
Yeah, because I'm actually woke to these issues. Oh, you're not gonna kill the ward in the bush? Go! Wait, there's no way we actually get kills here, right?
Probably.
Oh, we got a pot though.
How do I make cloth?
Take those.
Well,
where's my chat? I need a chat to.
If I get my
designate me to where I need to go.
Giving you a heads up. You need help, Graves.
I know.
Oh, put the ward in the bush! Ward in the bush!
I don't have it.
Ah, you. Oh, you fucked me! You fucked me up!
You can't do that.
What? Say you fucked me up!
That's doctor disrespect.
No. Dude, I can't believe he got away with that.
I can't believe he got away with it either. The dog was crazy.
I'm gonna flash for those creeps. Do you think I would? Well, why?
I didn't even get it, so
yeah,
it doesn't matter.
You fucked me. You fucked my mental mood.
Oh, I thought it was.
Remember, Hanami
I know, we
has
can't trade.
Klepok. Like epic Doge meme. Yeah, keep autoing. Nice, dude. Just let. Okay. I'm on. I'm back. Kiting back. Still kiting.
We take that.
We just got her flash and that bitch's
And
heal.
ignite.
And ignite. Did you use any stuns?
No, I didn't use anything.
Okay. Well, you know what we're waiting, right? Well, careful.
To get queued.
Oh!
I thought you was gonna queue me. I thought it would be over.
Queue you? What? They can't. Wait, we're getting ganked. We need to call our ignites better, okay?
Yeah, I think we have a. Nah, I don't think we do.
We have bad ignite.
I thought we were fighting now.
Well, they.
Who are we on?
Fish bitch! No, back up. We need level 3. If we get level 3, we can all in. They're gonna have it before us, so back up. If you fight, you die on your own. Unbelievable.
I have a backup, senor.
How the fuck does a Zed get first blood by an Anivia?
I don't know.
What a champ. I guess he
What a
probably
champ.
has never fucking seen an Anivia in lane. Get ready, because I'm getting ready to jump, babe.
I have no mana, really.
Wow, because you
I have enough
waste
for
your
an E.
spells.
I have enough for an E.
And your
I
autos
have enough
too.
for W.
I'm going! She has no mana. Can you E, W, or Q?
I don't have any.
Okay, then she's away. Then she got away, Moot! Because you wasted all your mana on her turret. Do you understand? Yeah, maybe it's better if you don't talk.
Yeah.
Because yeah, that we fucked him up.
You missed that.
Oh my, weird.
Just go. Just fucking leave me.
Kopka. I wonder if that was warded.
I'm not sure. It had to have been, I think.
Or it could have just been a blind fucking...
Nah, not with the jungle coming down. There's no reason for him to come.
So what do you mean? It's a destiny lane. There's always a reason.
Whatever had a whole loaded automatic weapon, and these white leftists jumped him, harassed him, and then he defended himself. Do, just like the song says. Don't be cloud chasing. Do. That's what happened. Do. Don't be cloud chasing. Kyle got that aim, you feel me? And like, so he took out 3 of them, and they were armed as well. So it wasn't even like he took out like unarmed people. They was armed and attacking him. They was attacking him. Kyle showed you who's tough, and that's why you mad. That's why you mad.
Jesus.
An award.
You're gonna die. Good luck.
Checking dragon.
Is it clear? Looks like Scuttle's still up too.
Scuttle's up.
Can you start attacking it this way? If you hit it from the other side, it'll come to us.
Graves gonna get anything.
Graves is a loser. Why the fuck would we ever give him Scuttle?
Yeah, he's getting it. Nice. Just missed a lot of XP. Feels good, man.
Good job. This way. I got it. Oh, did anybody say, oh, free kill? Oh, free kill. See you later, Ariel. Ping, why wouldn't you do Drake, dude? It's because he's Graves. He has no... Oh, thank you. Let's go. I don't know why I just ate a turret shot for no reason.
Couldn't even eat.
She didn't war this, actually, right? Do you want to try to kill a Mumu?
Mumu?
Yeah. Oh, fuck. He's 6. I just aimed too hard. No, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Okay, I want to do Dragon.
Yeah, I question you.
Just scared the Mumu off. Listen, when you see a Tristana jump on you like that, you know shit's about to go down, okay? Go kill that word.
Okay. He just stole it from me.
Yeah, that's because he's a dumb fuck. Don't let him get it. Yeah, fuck him.
Yeah, fuck him.
Fuck it. Hey, yo, our pink ward.
Stole my ward.
I got you, babe.
I should get that, right?
You're gonna die. Chill. You need to go around.
Okay.
I don't need to because I'm a god.
Kopka.
Imagine if Graves ganked us after doing his shit. Oh my god. Okay. Wait, how did they know he was coming? We had the pink.
I think it was our movement. It must have been our movement.
Bullshit.
I have no E.
I have to run. I've got to run. We're dead. We're both dead. Can somebody watch the replay of my game? I'm curious if these guys are just ghosting, especially because of the gank. Like, it could just be they just have wards in random places or whatever, but I'm super curious. It's fucking AIDS. I don't believe it. You can check after the game. You think I'm watching my replay? Are you serious?
Waiting for 16 gold.
Are you serious?
Nice.
4 days ago. I think this person's goes.
Prove it. I'm not 6.
Jesus, these fucking minions. Give another pink or no?
I have a ward clear. I have no idea where the Mumu is.
Ready? Her.
I didn't.
Christ. Why are we getting pinged?
I don't know. I have ignite. Or I have ult and everything.
Dude, you're actually so lucky. It's actually like so lucky. She just fucking panic throws the bubble out and it happens to catch me mid-jump. So fucking trash, dude. Oh my god. Whatever.
I have no ult.
I can't outrun this with boots too? Not where they're slowing me. Chilling. Yeah. Be careful.
Yeah.
I'm picking up here.
I have everything.
She has to miss her bubble before I can do anything.
Yeah. Dragon's back up.
Yeah, I know. I pinged it for it, but they're doing dumb shit, so. Up here? Up here? For the pink? What a fucking tryhard dipshit. Okay, we'll go kill this one, I guess. Okay.
Imagine going to your blue buff instead of the fucking dragon like a dipshit.
Well, he can do it as long as he goes to Drake.
She really wants that ward.
No, she's just worried Graves is Link, I can't think.
Oh, maybe.
Over here, over here.
It's not warded.
I know. Looking at Kaisa. Oh, wait, never mind. Amumu in the pit. I do no damage. I just have... I healed you.
You got it.
Zed is coming.
Zed coming.
Joe right here.
We know this isn't warded yet.
Yep.
And I can wait. You want to back her?
No, he's,
okay, he's back.
Because if you W him, he's fucked. Okay.
Why did this moron go top?
Which one?
Our jungle. Instead of come back down.
Because he's a dumb fuck. What are you spam pinging us for? Move.
That is a stupid champion.
Ready? If she misses a bubble,
What?
looking to
I don't
go.
have ult.
I'm just letting you know. You will have ult. Why do you say you don't have ult?
Well, I will. I don't know if you're about to jump in.
Oh, maybe I am. you want to try to bait the bubble out, you can.
Trying now.
Oh. Where's the Amumu ult? Oh, you cuck. How many TPs do we have on this team? This is like they're doing like Destiny ganks. Jesus.
We take those.
If you get down here, Moot, we can do the ultimate meme spot, okay?
On the way. W'd myself to get there quicker.
Oh my god, she's so mad. She's so
yeah,
mad.
You fucked around.
Oh man, she's sick.
W'd you?
Can we go check their blue, I guess?
Yep. I went the other way.
That's fine. Q over, see if you hit anything. Oh. Is that a bitch?
Trying to act? No, I didn't care.
Over here? Oh, Zed must be coming. Careful.
Damn, their jungle is like pinked.
Yeah, their jungle is fucked. This game is fucked.
Oh.
Okay, I'm not. All the CS is disappearing on the map. It's fucking Anivia. Damn, our Graves has so much CS. He's got the most in the game.
Top, I guess.
I'm gonna go buy an item, I guess.
Nothing I can really do. Wait, pinks, I guess. Rift? Oh, Rift says. How much gold do you think we're ahead right now? 7?
Good question. See that little loser over there? He. Oh shit. Okay.
I thought it was you. I am so sorry.
You know what happens. Okay, I don't know what to do at this stage of the game. Like, our entire jungle is cleared, all of our lanes are pushed, like Dragon and Rift are down. I legit have no fucking idea what we're supposed to be doing. I don't know. Nice. Not nice. Very, very, very nice. Imagine if they just came to Baron and did it. Imagine if they just came to Baron and did it. Oh my god, they are. You need your W's, babe. Babe!
got it.
Okay. No, Anivia, fuck.
Dragon in 30.
Why?
Was Lee Sin bottom? I thought up. He's kind of trolling.
Okay, can we siege mid? Can we just siege mid? One bot or something? Good job, dumb fuck. Ooh. Okay. What champ is that? Oh, it's Lee Sin. Okay.
I couldn't tell with the skin.
Yeah, I actually got confused. I thought it was like Vlad or something. They have a fucking top Lee. Thank God we didn't have that on our team. Okay.
I think they've had that 2 games in a row now.
Yeah. I wonder if it's the same guy.
God, I hope so.
Actually, Destiny, they played a top Lee Sin in an LCS game, and it was actually really good.
Damn, this Lee actually had enough shit.
Yeah, no shit. It's fucking lame Sin.
Shit.
I just realized I've had my donuts muted for like an hour, guys. Good luck. I'm catching up.
You gnome fuck!
Destiny. Isn't that a child's name?
You gnome fuck!
Just easy. What is your LP?
Let me look.
Wait, you might be in promos.
No.
You gnome fuck!
We lost a lot of LP yesterday. 77.
Really?
Yeah, I only get like 15 a win. Bro, at least this game I got 15.
It's okay. We're close.
You gnome fuck!
It's funny that socialists love to say that Stalin was a bad communist so that they can say that the Soviet Union was solid save for him, but the Soviet economy arguably had the most growth under Stalin and started to stagnate after his death. Is online socialism just a neat cope?
You gnome fuck!
This is guy like the owl in
Nice.
Ocarina that won't stop talking. I wish Lance would quit dominating this discussion. Let the old man speak.
You gnome fuck!
Moot, we're unstoppable.
True.
You gnome fuck!
You understand?
Understood.
Lance blinking in Morse code, KILLME, Among Us. Pretty sure he is wrong about the voting system in the Weimar Republic. Never heard that workplace voting was a national thing in Germany. I know it was in the 1919 and 1920 a thing in few cities socialists try to establish a new
Sorry, these
nation.
donuts are literally 5 hours old, guys.
We are now watching a streamer watching a streamer watching a YouTube video. Yang has literally been frontrunner even before he announced his run. He's been leading in all major polls, double-digit leads, not from 538. Mandatory rect threads. Tron Zhivago, $5. Did you hear about the Almogus Mosque? Trainwreckstv, don't talk to Dylan about this, he will try to brainwash you with his anti-Semitic neo-Nazi tanky horse shit. When it comes to Israel, Dylan is more or less Nick Fuentes mixed with ISIS.
You gnome fuck!
Aok woke shamed Yang for his tweet condemning Hamas. Said he was chest thumping and essentially supports killing children. Online lefties are toxic.
You gnome fuck!
Oh, it's our girl Leo. Oh no, that might be a Leona Karma lane. You're about to see true cancer.
That would be cancer.
It's okay to avoid making comments on extremely complex topics when you have little to no idea what's actually going on. No need to both sides apartheid and ethnic cleansing.
Oh man.
Are you building an Amogus cloud? Sus dude.
You gnome fuck!
Karma mid, Leona Kaisa bot, Urgot top, Graves jungle. We should probably dodge.
Wait.
Our whole
Destiny,
team is...
don't you think they should just move?
His thing just cut out. This is a good team though. I like AP damage teams. Please don't dodge me. We're good, we're good, we're good. Why?
Alright, so I might just
Maybe attack military bases instead
I think AP
of
damage teams are good because it means nobody builds armor versus me.
Just
So.
though.
Just
You
carry.
gnome fuck!
What was my take?
Hi chat.
Israel is bad and evil and horrible. So Israel is bad and evil and horrible because they're with America, and Palestine is good and righteous, awesome because they're not America. There you go, pretty easy. We can do foreign policy analysis from
Jacob Yearwood.
This is all I did today.
Terry's literally video evidence of Palestine being in the wrong, and I don't think Israel should exist. This guy. Alexi time, $10. I can waste money also.
You gnome fuck!
Hello, I hope this donation can help you with your financial situation.
Wow, thanks, it did.
Hey Steve, I heard you needed some money. I hope this is enough to get you back up on your feet. LLLL.
Why are people donating this?
The sexual tension between DGG and Twitch chat is so apparent. Just fuck already, Jesus. Please reveal the secret memes to chat or well keep making fun of your Ford Fiesta.
Oh, because the servers went down. I think they're gonna get a flash. Wait, you got a flash? No, they're gonna get a flash. Yeah, they got one. Graves, no flash.
Oh, I'm sorry. You saw the person right beneath us, right?
I did, yeah.
Okay, Kaisa. I didn't know what you were talking about. Okay, but you were talking about there. Okay.
Thoughts on if you should eat all the rice they give you at a restaurant?
You gnome fuck!
Lego Indiana Jones Godstiny.
Damn, we got brigaded. What did we get brigaded?
Leono.
Destiny, did you play the new Helltaker DLC that came out today? No?
I'm probably gonna have to flash. I ignited.
Just fight. Oh, okay, you're gonna.
Mid.
I lose. Echo's just fucking asleep at the fucking wheel, I guess. Nice job, I guess.
Shota T, $5. Steve, you need money, right? Here you go.
Here, but I don't know what jump right now. So.
Yeah.
We have all of Leo's. Sounds awesome.
Yep. She got level 2.
I can't believe I got it. If Leo ease me, I'm just jumping back. Just so you know. Or just kidding. Is she dead? Of course not. Are you fucking kidding me? Graves dashed the wrong way. What a fucking idiot. Okay, it's one of those games. Alright, we're just gonna try to AFK him.
Hell yeah, brother man.
Serious. Okay, so far Kai's just gotten 2 assists, so she's not like ahead of us.
Yeah. 40.
I'm jumping. Nice kill. Good job. Nice. I got healed by the way too, but we're just gonna chill on her turret. Watch for her Qs. No way. Oh my god. I got heal still? I should have jumped on her. Nice job. That Graves was really low too.
He was so low.
Why did he come here? Can you W me?
I don't have it. I don't have mana for anything.
Okay,
Sorry.
Hold on.
He's
Hold on.
Probably.
Oh! Okay. We still take this.
Yeah, we take this.
Carry Lulu. Death Cab Rush.
Yeah, I guess. Fuck.
Why is this guy? His name is like a plan where tankies. What is this fucking loser doing on my subreddit?
I feel like your subreddit has the lefties back again.
Yeah, I don't know, dude.
I think they all came back. I don't know why. No E.
Okay, I have an item advantage at the moment, so. Do you have a word for this up here? Hello?
Yeah, I do, sorry.
Okay, yeah. It's way more important than that.
Actually, I don't. Oh, yeah, I do.
Okay.
I lied.
Okay, we got a big creep wave, so we're technically...
You can probably jump.
Well...
Sorry, I didn't actually mean to. Dragon?
If he wants it. I'm jumping. Okay. Jumping back. Is he doing Drake? Oh, okay. Nice.
I have no mana.
How did both of those miss? I'm waiting for mana. They're waiting for gold.
Careful. You're, okay.
Can you help me up here?
Yep.
Oh my god. It was too risky. My bad. I should have known. I should have known he would just sit his fucking ass down here and wait for it. Why wouldn't he, dude? These guys are so fucking shit, dude.
You're W?
you have a word for this here?
Yes.
Okay, Rumble's about to gank us.
Kopka. I have everything except Flash.
If she ults us here, we're in a pretty bad spot.
She doesn't have it.
Oh my god. She doesn't have
She just used
Kopka.
a tower. I don't know how I got that. It's cute, I guess. Fuck it.
Okay, I should probably chill. You have 5 out of 7
Fucking
word kills.
Yeah, I'm not trying to.
Okay, Gray's not trying to gank us. No, just okay, just back up, back up, back up. It's scary. Oh my god, dude. I'm trying to jump out. Okay, good job. We got him. Did that Q really hit me, guys? I don't know if I believe that one. Nice job.
They say
Start building damage? I just don't think Lulu does damage, so.
Yeah, her scaling is really bad.
$4.99.
I'm getting
Time
good support
for a real
items,
question. Did you play
Okay.
Witcher 1 and 2? Are they good story-wise? The combat in the third was bad, so I expect the same for 1 and 2.
W.
There's our,
You see?
Yeah. What is that champion Graves are gonna find? Why is it? Why are his arms glowing?
Up, up,
Oh
up.
shit. Oh my fucking god, dude. I just am never gonna get any kills. Just fuck this game, I guess. Okay, I
Let
love
me
you.
try again. They say a coward dies 1,000 deaths, a brave man dies, but
I don't know if he has ult. I'm gonna try going on him. Nice try. We take those. Nice. That's good. Echo getting big is really, really good for us.
It's really good.
You going mid again?
First strat. I have Mikhail's for you.
Who is Vina Malik? Oh, Hamas. Jesus. Pakistani actor. Holy fuck. I should have just shot at the other bitch. Jesus fuck. Do I have my Kraken Slayer? Just not fed enough. Can we go top and do anything? Actually, never mind. I'm just gonna stamina farm this way.
Nothing really to top, yeah.
Dark Shadow Elm, $5. Imagine having been banned by Hunter Biden's huge ding dong. No worries, in here to help struggling streamers. So they say
27
a dies 1,000 deaths a brave.
Nice. Oh my god. He has no ult though.
No ult. A lot of minions, man.
I'm busy answering right now, sorry. Oh, I didn't know you were stun locked for fucking 45 fucking seconds. That's cool. All right.
Urgot coming top. 3 coming.
Hey, no chewing on me.
89 CS at 18 minutes. What a horrible fucking game for me. Did you just clear a ward or did you just place a ward?
Nope, I just placed.
Okay. Have everything up.
You can keep pushing.
Yeah.
See a lot on the map.
We bought, yeah. Okay, stay hidden. He's got I don't know if I can kill him. Oh my god. I'm trying to run out. Oh. Rumble with ult? Oh my god. I didn't think he would come right over here. My bad. We should stand our half of the map. Wow, this Rumble is jack all. Holy shit. My bad. Fuck! Okay. Reset our mentals. Camp our side of the map. All right. I think Jungle Rumble is way better than Jungle Graves, but this guy is not doing it.
Probably stop their back.
I don't even know where they went.
Sure. Probably go to Dragon.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, just back off from our house.
Yep.
You gnome fuck!
Bottom?
A
A little bit far.
I think this may have wave.
Accumulating wave though.
Going back. Are they doing Baron? No way, right?
Nope. They might though.
It's a good rumble ult. You might as well use it.
You gnome fuck!
What do you know about rolling down in the deep? When
I don't
your
think we can
brain
do any
goes
of
numb, you
this.
can call that mental freeze. When these people talk
What
too
the
much,
fuck?
put that shit in slow motion. Yeah, I feel like an astronaut in the ocean. Cat jam pains to me. Cat jam.
Oh my god. This could be huge. Rumble ult. No, Echo, don't fight yet. Oh my god, good rumble ult. How does this guy manage to do the worst rumble? Like, half his ult is out of the pit. He's unironically like a troll, dude. Dude, we just get... Wait. Never mind. Do you see his name?
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, I understand everything now. My bad.
I know what's happening.
My bad.
I know.
We woke up too late.
He's
We're
gonna have to
playing
go
too late in
AFK.
the game. I might have to put my back screen on for a sec, guys. Sorry. I just noticed what was happening this game. Fuck me, dude. I'm fucking real, dude. Kai says the
There
meme
is a
score.
Japanese airline called ANA, and if you add
the
an
issue is this Urgot,
LLLL,
dude.
it's
I don't know how to kill
spelled
that champion ever.
Give me like 2 more items and I'll be able to. Oh, fuck. I shouldn't have jumped so far this way. Worth, baby. I got 1,000 gold for that
Worth.
kill.
Yeah, surely you're gonna come back in it, Kopka.
Come back in this game? I don't think.
Yeah, aren't you behind?
I don't think. Wait, me? But the Kai'Sa?
Yeah.
I'm not behind. She's fucked.
Yeah, but-
We're just. It's just the Urgot. Like we just need to do.
I'm buying you Ardent.
Yeah. They don't have a good team comp or anything. Like it's not like a super scary team comp. Bye. Just nobody needs to fight right now. Okay. Just one. Nobody's getting caught mid, right?
They're.
Oh.
Rumble just ulted.
Cool. He does that.
No! Oh no, we can do it, we can do it, we can do it.
He's not dead, is he?
He's not dead. So fucking AIDS. We lose. I can't stop the 50 million. Oh, unless if they can just hold off, we can win this game.
Yeah, I think we can hold it off.
Okay. Oh, we just need to wait for our mid and him. Oh, okay. Oh, I have my LDR. I can do so much damage, okay? We can do this.
I believe. Cobra? Someone needs to hold the base, not the fucking Lulu.
I got it. Nice. Almost ace.
Going there. Baron in a minute. We unironically need to look for warrants.
Can you help me get my red?
Yeah, Baron's in 30.
I don't think we can contest it because somebody might sneak into the base. I think we just have to give and.
I mean, it's not really useful anymore, right?
What, Baron?
For them. I mean, we were already fucking sieged in, so.
No, but I mean, like, somebody might teleport to our base and finish the Nexus.
Yeah. I was just saying the Baron's not really useful anymore.
I mean, it's always nice to have, like, big minions
bit of
pushing.
movement or whatever.
You also, I think, get some buffs for Baron, too. It's slight, but it's still buffs. I think, like, 80 AP or whatever.
That's a freak out.
We need to back off. The rumble, dude. Okay, now we definitely do. If Echo dies here, we just insta lose the game. Stay near me. Over here.
I'm in.
Okay, good luck.
Just running at mid.
We can't get behind the Nexus. We have to fight in front of it. Or they're just gonna end the game. Okay, they're just gonna end the fucking game. I don't know what the fuck the point is, guys. Fucking so stupid. Get me out of this fucking shithole of a game. Dodge you know who we have to dodge, okay? I don't want to play any more games with him. Jesus fucking Christ. Report for, I don't know, something. It should be too early in the day to get these types of people in our game too. I don't understand how. Like, usually this is like a late night thing.
True. Rumble mains are bad.
Yeah. See this betrayal.
Who else wants to give me an example of like an interesting evil character from media that us and the viewers might know?
Oh, actually, I thought really my chat mentioned Steven kind of Destiny Bottle in a second.
Who else wants?
That's not always. Nice.
Once a vandal gunner, always a vandal gunner.
Money cakes.
What up?
Hi, Moody Cakes.
What's up? I'm clipping my nails.
How are your cats doing?
How are my cats doing, you said?
Mm-hmm.
They're sleeping. They're hanging out.
Are they adults yet?
Are they what?
Are they adults yet?
They're like 1.5 years now. One's, I think, 2.5.
Nice. Are you coming or what?
It's not ready now. Is it? This is the last game I can play. I gotta sleep. I have to.
Okay, baby.
Baby.
Okay, chill.
I'm not addicted, right? But playing this game is very enjoyable, I guess. And you really get into the weeds of trying to figure out every little thing you're supposed to be doing. So, and then I got this in the background, just kind of talking. But I'm back right now. I've been here the whole time, just been playing the game and just losing track of time. See, it's almost been 5 hours since we've been streaming, and look at me, just here. Oh, hey, the Teeny Arcade, how's it going? I just saw the chat. Hopefully that wasn't like 3 years ago. Let me check. Hopefully that wasn't too long ago. Been just playing Rimworld, as you probably can see, of course. Yeah. For maybe about 4 hours, because it's been a good hour just talking about the Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro 13-minute clip and going into the postmodernism, modernism versus postmodernism. So, what did I want to look up? Oh, pull up my chat. Gives me a good timeline of what's been going on. I might have missed that chat though, I'm not gonna lie. Sorry about that. I really gotta save this food and I just don't know what to do. So I'm thinking I'm gonna put a new cooler where I pushed off some of the stuff. Oh, since he's awake. Who's fighting? Who's... Now I need steel. You gotta be kidding me, man. So if we deconstruct this, I guess I missed it. Well, if you ever come back, we're still here. Okay, so hey, wait, stop moving. All right, so finally figured it out. Now, I guess next time I make my place, I gotta get rid of that. I don't know. It's a little. I don't really know what to do now. I got rice. We would probably have to go hunting one day. From there, so I got the cooler working. Amen. Yes, sir. And now, I mean, what do we do now? Like, figured out the power. And sorry, got distracted by the panther. Had to take out the panther real quick, everybody. But it bled over some of our crops, some of our rice crops. That's not good. Anyways, I might just sit here and talk while they just do their thing. Okay, so I'm sorry. Once again, how my setup is, everything is a little unorthodox. Like my TV is like in a certain area, or PC's in a certain area where I have to kind of look at the screen a lot weirder, like bend my neck and twist and turn to get the view of what I want to change and edit. So that's what's going on over there. Anyways, as we're here together in holy matrimony, I'd like to take the time to introduce you to your main man, Cali Vibe. And while I'm doing all this, serenading of the voices, I don't even have my chat pulled up just in case, so I don't let the next person down. The Teeny Arcade, I'm sorry about that. Come back, join the channel whenever you want. Let me know what you think of my gameplay, how you like the game itself. I'd really like to know, because I've spent almost 4 hours playing it, and this is as much as I've gotten. I've got my barricade, I got a little house, I added wood to it. There's certain areas where I can't put wood at, which very, very upsets me. Knowing that I've built an area where some of it's ineligible for me to take advantage of, in the essence of making it more beautified. And how I've even set up the beds, I like the 3 beds that I have, but I need a 4th, and I don't want to make a 4th that goes closer to the mountain, like top here. I don't want to do it up here, and I definitely don't want to do it down here. Just less room to travel. I don't like that idea in both cases, but I don't really want to be that close to the mountain. Like, I like my separation that I have going on right here. So I'm not sure where I should move to next. Alright, well, Joven joined the club. Anyways, we got Sleepy doing this thing over here. Managed to knock into some ore. Some steel, actually. Talk about great shot. But never mind, I was going to get him to just take care of most of the cutting, but hey. Not sleepy, I didn't really. Well, go ahead. Why not? It's not really much. I am really inclined to do at this very moment.
I never thought things would be this way.
Into the realm of death. What did you see?
I had a dream. It was the first time.
So, for me, I'm probably going to get off in a little bit. So that's why I felt like I should take the time and start communicating and saying stuff back and trying to jazz up everybody's morning. Because I have been here, been up. I need to shower, need to eat. I usually get me a bowl of cereal, usually in the middle of the night. And that's what I kept thinking I was going to do, but I never did it. So I want to do that, get some cereal into me. Enjoy the rest of the day that I got looking forward to. And I definitely need to go back to the gym. That's a must. That's a very must. Almost 12 days. In 12 days. Went back you could say yesterday, but the day before yesterday. Because of course I was there streaming, so I definitely didn't go last night or the evening prior to today's date. So what happens now? What do we listen to now? Where do y'all want to go? What do you want to see? What do you do when you wake up in the morning? How is your mornings impactful to you to make you want to wake up and say, yes, today's the day that I've gone to sleep. I've had a moment of death, but now I'm alive. Free to encounter the world as I see fit. Realizing got some unnecessary doors. Because for me, right now, it's this game. Really got me into it. But I'm thinking that the next thing I go into is going to be Disco Elysium. Seems like we can have a lot of fun with that one. I really like role-playing games. My favorite one was Star Wars, of course, and I say of course because if you watched any of my playthroughs so far, the only one that has actually been working, and I want to do the second one, which I gotta finish that. The first one is Star Wars: Knights of the Old Republic. The sweet spot in my heart, for sure. I'm looking at our food pile, realizing that we're running out of food. All right, yeah. Oh man, I really don't want to stop playing this game. Guess I'll have to leave this exact minute, right? Or this exact 8 o'clock. So what we're gonna do is watch some Rimworld, just so we can get a little peek of some of the stuff that we're gonna be doing in our next episode, of course. Oh, I'm trying to get the, here we go. Yes, let's bring up the stick.
Rimworld. A wonderful game. Challenging yet forgiving. Nothing can possibly foot portal! Face on ground. Oh, sandbags. People. We're all gonna fucking die! Not nice people. What's this? Grenade!
I hope they don't do that in this game.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I think we all have struggled with a few things when we first played Rimworld. Some of these things were probably obvious. Some of them not so much. In today's video, I'm going to show you 10 things I wish I knew before I started playing Rimworld. Starting off with number 1. Your pawns need light to move faster. This one feels pretty obvious, right? But it's not necessarily going to be the first thing you think about when your pawns land on a barren wasteland. The lack of light will cause your pawns to suffer from the darkness debuff. The darkness debuff causes work speed penalties and gives -5 mood. After all, no one likes working in the dark. To give us an example, I'm going to have McLaughlin here cook us some simple meals in the dark. While she is busy doing that, I'm going to count how many seconds it takes for her to complete one meal. There, she's done. Now, I'm going to place a torch right here, next to the stove, and repeat what we just did. As you can see, there's a significant increase in work speed with the light when working indoors. It's best to use torches or lamps to avoid this penalty. Moving on to number 2. Pemmican is the most efficient food in the game. Is it pemmican or pemmican? Who knows? Comment down below. How do you say it? Is it pemmican or pemmican? Moving on. Before we get into the details on this one, I want to read the first paragraph of the Rimworld wiki for pemmican. Pemmican is a low-tech, long-lasting food ideal for caravan trips. It can be cooked, after research, for a mixture of 0.25 nutrition from meat and 0.25 nutrition from vegetables, without cooking skill requirements, on a campfire, fuel stove, or an electric stove. A single batch produces 16 pemmican with 0.05 nutrition each, or 0.8 nutrition total, and up to 20 can be consumed in one sitting. It can also be purchased from traders. No skill is required to make pemmican, and your colonists won't get sick from eating it. That's a major plus. I can't forget to mention pemmican can last up to 70 days before decaying. That's pretty awesome, to be fair. Number 3 is a quick one. You can mark a grow zone to not sow and reap whatever is growing naturally. This option can be really convenient at the start of the game and is especially useful when you have random ambrosia sprouts or patches of heal root around your base. Delicious! Number 4, honestly, number 4 should have been obvious to me. You can have multiple researchers working at the same time. This can be super effective in the late game when you're trying to build your ship, but it can also be useful early on to push through the early stages of the game. For example, you really want that carpet making done, so you're gonna slap 10 researchers on it to get it done quicker, you know? Number 5, banishing colonists. We've all had that one colonist, you know, the one that can build, all the colonists that won't clean because they are better than everyone else. That really irritating colonist that's always having mental breaks and destroying your components. Yeah, that colonist. Well, next time you're dealing with awful colonists and you find yourself wishing you could do something about it, just remember, click on their character bio. There will be this fun little door button in the upper right-hand corner of the menu. Click on it, and all that terrible colonists will never be terrible trouble ever again. Number 6 is an interesting one.
Wait, what?
Faster research. To continue off of number 4, sometimes you can't afford to have 2 colonists researching at one time. Maybe you just need that one level 12 researcher to work just a little bit faster. Well, I do have a solution for you. Researchers need a clean research. Can't afford to have 2 colonists researching at because they are better than everyone else. That really irritating colonist that's always having mental breaks and destroying your components. Yeah, that colonist. Well, next time you're dealing with awful colonists and you find yourself wishing you could do something about it, just remember, click on their character bio. There will be this fun little door button in the upper right-hand corner of the menu. Click on it, and all that terrible colonists will never be terrible trouble ever again. Number 6 is an interesting one.
I keep
Faster
missing
research. To continue off of number 4, sometimes you can't afford to have 2 colonists researching at one time. Maybe you the right-hand corner of the menu. Click on it, and all that terrible right-hand corner. Do something about it. Just remember, click on their character bio. There will be this fun little door button in the upper right-hand corner of the menu. Click on it,
tell them to leave.
and all that terrible colonists will never be terrible trouble ever again. Number 6 is an interesting one. Faster research. To continue off of number 4, sometimes you can't afford to have 2 colonists researching at one time. Maybe you just need that one level 12 researcher to work just a little bit faster. Well, I do have a solution for you. Researchers need a clean research environment to work in. And to provide you all with a clear example, I have our good friend Grief here, who is going to be helping us today. Next to us, I have 2 research rooms. The only difference is the flooring and cleanliness. One is very dirty with wood floors, and one is perfectly sterile with sterile floors. Grief here is going to research for 10 seconds in each room. We are going to track how much he accomplishes to see which option is more efficient. Now let's get started. We are going to begin by having Grief research in the dirty room. As you can see, his work speed is pretty slow. In 10 seconds, he only managed to complete 12 research points. Now, we are going to have Grief use the sterile research room. Seconds are over, and as you can see, Grief managed to complete 17 research points. That's almost a 50% increase in work speed. Now, obviously, we can't all get sterile floors, but keeping your research room as clean as possible will increase research speed as well. You're welcome for that one. Number 7. You can use grenades to put out fires. Seriously! You can actually use grenades to put out fires in Rimworld. Aside from being super effective against your enemies, grenades will put out any flames within its blast radius, as you can see here. Number 8 is an expansion of number 7, or maybe a continuation, whichever word you prefer. Hunting with grenades is safer. Now hear me out. This sounds ridiculous, I'm sure, but just think about it. You're hunters lurking in the night. You hear what sounds like a twig snapping in the distance. And then BAM! Dinner has been captured.
Base.
Grenades deal a ton of damage regardless of shooter skill, and as a bonus, the damage they deal in a single blast can easily down most animals. Because of this, it reduces the chance of manhunting packs as well. Also, grenades are fun. Number 9. Whatever reason it may be, you can force your colonists to stay awake in hospitals by using certain substances. By giving them yayo or go juice, the colonist whose consciousness is at 40% will see a significant jump in consciousness when administered yayo in the hospital. Here's an example. We're gonna cause some grief for a random colonist here. Somebody break this man's legs. As you can see, this poor soul is in an incredible amount of pain. He is definitely losing consciousness, but we can't have that, so we're going to give him some yayo. As you can see, he's gained most of his consciousness back. The downside of this is that we have forced him to stay awake to his end. Number 10. Stop poisoning your colonists. Have you ever noticed the moment you get a kitchen up and running and you feel like your colony is finally going somewhere, you have colonists falling ill left and right?
Oh crap.
All that food poisoning is coming from your dirty kitchen. And maybe even an incompetent cook. Luckily, there is an easy solution to this. Simply move your butcher table into a separate room than your stove and you're done. Hey everybody, my buddy your colonists. Have you ever noticed the moment you get a kitchen up and running and you feel like your colony is finally going somewhere, you have colonists falling ill left and right? All that food poisoning is coming from your dirty kitchen. And maybe even an incompetent cook. Luckily, there is an easy solution to this. Simply move your butcher table into a separate room than your stove and you're done. Hey everybody! My buddy Meow here has told me that this video hasn't passed the 10-minute mark yet, and we all know YouTube likes it when our videos get past that 10-minute mark. I want my video to get recommended to all the other cool peoples out there, you know? And not only do I need your help sharing these videos around, but
Also need you to smash that like and subscribe button because this was a good video. I'm sure you think it was. Meow worked really hard animating these things. He wants a like, so hit that like button. Smash it till it turns blue. They're like, don't break it, just make it blue, you know? And always hit the like button in odd numbers, you know? So you hit it 1 time, but you don't hit it 2 times. You can hit it 3 times, but you don't hit it 4 times. You can hit it 5 times, but you don't hit it 6 times. You can hit it 7 times, but you most definitely can't hit it 8 times, you know? Keep those odd numbers on that like button, all right? Also, click on another video. Click on another video. There you go. Yeah. A lot of things can go wrong in Rimworld. Surviving in the Rimworld is hard, so get smart with these Rimworld tips. If given the chance, there are many things out there that will wipe your colony. But if you're paying attention, it is viable to reduce risks and enormously increase the survivability and viability of your population. Making everything sustainable can be a huge task though. After all, the game is designed in such a way that anything can happen at every turn.
Are you sure about that?
So here, we'll look at some tips that can help you get started in case your colonies are failing a little too much. And we've got everything organized for you as well. So you can go down in the description and click away to get to whatever part is more important to you so you can be on your way and making great colonies for the future. Category 1 is choosing your starting site. The first thing you gotta do is choose where to land on your planet. If you click on a hex on the map, you can find some information about them. The most important aspects are the temperature and the growing seasons. Number 2, it helps to have some natural barriers to stop raiders at the beginning. To take advantage of that, large hills have a balance between having those barriers and keeping your base out of the mountains. Do be aware of insect hives though. Yeah, there's that. Number 3, rivers are a plus since you can use them for both the defense and power generation. Number 4, don't settle too close to other colonies. Whether they're friendly or not, being too close will cause your relationship with them to constantly deteriorate. Lower relationships means less trading and more attacks. Keep that in mind. Category number 2, choosing your colonists. When choosing colonists, you should try to get a balanced team. Although the game allows you to randomize them, they have a point system that balances their pros and cons. Therefore, you will hardly ever have a perfect colonist. Number 6, always check the health tab before choosing. You don't want a colonist with a high shooting skill and a cataract, or a crafter missing a hand. Scars can also be a problem because they will give your character an almost permanent mood debuff. Number 7, the most important skill for starting are, in this order, growing, shooting, construction, crafting, mining, and intellectual. Cooking and medicine are also important, but there are all ways to get around these. Number 8, avoid colonists who are unable to do certain jobs. Can't make me cool. People who don't haul or don't care for the injured are bound to give you a headache. Number 9, always check the traits. See if they are good or bad and worth your choosing your colonists. When choosing colonists, you should try to get a balanced team. Although the game allows you to randomize them, they have a point system that balances their pros and cons. Therefore, you will hardly ever have a perfect colonist. Number 6, always check the health tab before choosing. You don't want a colonist with a high shooting skill and a cataract, or a crafter missing a hand. Scars can also be a problem because they will give your character an almost permanent mood debuff. Number 7, the most important skill for starting are, in this order, growing, shooting, construction, crafting, mining, and intellectual. Cooking and medicine are also important, but there are all ways to get around these. Number 8, avoid colonists who are unable to do certain jobs. Can't make me cool. People who don't haul or don't care for the injured are bound to give you a headache. Number 9, always check the traits. See if they are good or bad and worth your time. Sometimes bad traits can be managed, but sometimes that's a little harder. Pyromaniacs, for example, will set fire to your base from time to time. So unless you're having a barbecue, you should probably avoid them. Number 10, Colonists with lower skills but very good traits are better for the long run, but will make things harder at the beginning. Category 3. Getting more people. Number 11. It might seem at first that you want as many people as you can, but it might be better to reject people sometimes. No one likes you. More people mean you'll need more food and resources, and if they don't pull their weight, that could be a problem. Number 12. When raiders are downed and not killed, you can capture them for recruitment purposes. Always pause the game and check if they're worth your time before doing it. An unwanted prisoner might not be worth your time and resources. Leaving a raider to die does not imply the mood of your colony, but letting a prisoner die does. Number 13. If you want to capture a raider and make sure you won't kill them, use blunt weapons like clubs, maces, fists, or even melee attacking with guns. Unless you need extra hands. People who are being chased and call you asking for asylum might not be a great plan. They give you a bit of information about themselves, but they won't know. They give you a bit of information about themselves, but you won't know the details about their skills and traits. So it's sometimes not a gamble that's worth taking. Number 15. People will drop from pods sometimes. They will be hurt and need medical attention. Again, check their stats and see if they're worth your time. If they belong to a different faction, they'll likely not join you. So if you want them, it's better to capture instead of rescuing. However, this will make your relationship with that faction go down. If you rescue someone from another faction and let them go after they're healed, your relationship with that faction will get a boost. So keep that in mind. Category number 4, base building. Number 16. Starting the game using the structures made of wood is a good plan. They're cheap, easy to come by, and fast to place. Just remember to place them later, since they're very flammable and not very strong against attackers. Number 17. A lot of resources like food, components, and clothing will deteriorate when left outside. If you have some storage space inside, prioritize the perishables. Resources like steel, gold, and stone will not deteriorate outside. Number 18. A quick and cheap structure to store materials and food can be made with a 9x9 roof and a wooden or steel wall in the middle. It'll only take 5 resources to build since roofs don't cost anything, and it'll be a good enough starter storage. You can add a couple of walls on the corners to make it safer from the roof collapse. Resources deteriorate for being unroofed out outside, so putting a roof over them removes at least one of these penalties. Remember to upgrade it once the colony gets going. Number 19. Diversify your power production. It's good to have different sources of power in case something happens to one of them. Night and eclipses will halt your solar panel production, and wind turbines are not constant. Watermills and geothermal generators are more reliable, but they need to be placed in specific locations and might break. Number 20. Avoid batteries if you can help it. They're a great way of keeping you from having power issues, but if they're overcharged, they might cause a short circuit explosion. You might need them eventually though, so try to install switches to avoid overcharging. Number 21. In very cold biomes, you can use geysers to heat your colony. They are a constant source of heat, even during solar flares, and can be the difference between surviving and dying in the early game. Tip number 22. Run your conduits through the walls so they don't hurt the aesthetic of your rooms. Number 23. Carving a base out of a mountain is viable and gives you security from raids, but it takes a long time and will make you open to the possibility of insect infestations, and these are quite difficult to deal with. Tip number 24. Diversify your defenses. Sometimes enemies will try to get around them, or maybe the circumstances will keep them from working. Use traps, lay down different kinds of turrets, and build a cover for your colonists. Tip number 25. Giving individual rooms to your colonists is a must, since it gives them a mood buff. Don't make them too small though. 4x4 rooms are good enough if you're short on space, but if you make them a 6x6 good looking room, the bonus will be even better. Tip number 26. Nutrient paste dispensers are great ways of making the best out of your food. Colonists don't like it, and it will give them a mood penalty. But they make your food use more efficient, will never cause food poisoning, and won't take your colonists' time for cooking. They require power, so it might be a good idea to have some nutrient paste meals stored in your freezer in case a solar flare happens. Number 27. Be careful with hoarding resources. Everything you add to your base, like structures, crops, stored resources, and people, will increase the wealth of your colony. With increased wealth come harder and stronger raids. Category number 5. Number 28. Assigning work priorities is essential. You should always set firefight, patient, and bread rest to number 1. The other priorities need to be done based on your needs and your colonist skills. This might be a bit boring at first, but it reduces the need to micromanage everything later. Tip number 29. Try to keep a good amount of components on hand. Even if you need to buy them from traders, electronic devices will break once in a while and need components replaced. If you don't have any on hand and an essential piece of equipment stops working, you'll be in trouble. Tip number 30. Also try to keep a good amount of stone bricks for building. Having some extra on hand might make a difference when building quick defenses or repairing broken walls. Number 31. If you don't want to think about your crops too much, go with potatoes. They're balanced in production and time taken to be harvested. If you can grow crops all year long though, and are not in a rush to get food, corn is the one to go with. Rice is good for when you need food quickly since it grows fast, but the amount produced is quite low. Corn will always be the better option. Tip number 32. Pay attention to the map temperature at all times. If your crops are not fully grown, colonists will not harvest them automatically, but you can still give them the order to do so if you think the plants will die because of the temperature or blight. Number 33. Always keep a stock of extra clothes in case you need it. Clothes worn by your colonists deteriorate over time and will give them a mood debuff when they're below 50% quality. In the beginning, go with whatever fabric or leather you can get your hands on. But as you progress, try to make clothes better suited for your situation. Number 34. Remember to check your colonists' moods so they're not prone to having mental breaks. Try to satisfy their demands to the best of your abilities. You can keep recreational drugs around in case an unexpected event lowers their mood too much. Number 35. Sometimes animals will self-tame. When that happens, check how useful that animal is and if your colony has enough food to keep them. Most are not worth the trouble and you're better off using them for food. Number 36. Animals can be used to ease the amount of work in your colony. They can be trained to haul resources to your stockpiles, and although they don't do it all the time, they can help colonies with low population and abundant food. Just remember that as of 1.0, trained animals require maintenance. To many, might be more work than they're worth. Category 6. Combat. Number 37. If your enemies have ranged attacks, cover is your friend. It makes your colonists harder to hit, be them trees, walls, or rocks. Of course, walls are better covers usually. It also helps to take the cover away from enemies when you can, like chopping trees from possible battlegrounds or shooting them while they're crossing a river. Number 38. Checking your gun stats is a good way to check what they are good for. This way you can know their range, damage, and shooting speed. Number 39. Against melee attackers, it's a good plan to keep moving. Before doing that, compare with their move speed with your colonists to make sure you can outrun them. If they're faster than you, try to slow them down with some leg shots. Number 40. Check your foe's stats and try to make out their better trained and better equipped units first. Be careful with grenadiers and snipers especially. They'll mess you up. Number 41. Dress your colonists to kill. I mean survive. Good armor will greatly reduce and sometimes even negate damage entirely. Give shield belts to your melee users so they don't have to worry about being shot. Number 42. In case a manhunter pack or animals bigger than you can handle comes to your colony, it's possible to keep your colonists safe by placing them inside structures until the pack is gone or falls asleep. It's a bit boring and eating and sleeping might be a problem depending on how your colony is built, but it's better than losing all your progress because of 46 bloodthirsty chinchillas. Number 43. When attacking enemy outposts, you can take out their turrets by shooting their power sources or conduits from a range they can't reach. This way, you can also uninstall them and take them home with you after they're done. Number 44. If a colonist or raider you want to capture is very hurt and will die before you can take them to a hospital bed, you can quickly lay down a sleeping spot and set it for medical to give them first aid before they bleed out. After that, just delete the spot and try to rescue them again so they're taken to a proper bed. Number 45. Mechanoids are difficult to fight against, but with well-placed traps and colonists, you can take them down from a distance before they can do any real damage. Range and traps are the best choices, but you can always use EMP grenades and other guns to do the work. Remember to disassemble the mechanoids at a machining table for some extra goodies. Number 7. Category number 7. Dealing with disaster. Number 46. Beavers. They might not seem like a lot of trouble at first, but they will eat all the trees on the map fairly quickly. You should send at least 2 colonists to deal with them. By dealing with them, I mean shooting. They might turn manhunter and attack you. Number 47. A blight will sometimes emerge on your crops, making the affected plants not produce any food whatsoever. They will also spread, if not taken care of, so you should have them removed as soon as possible. Number 48. Cold snaps and heat waves will make your region significantly colder or hotter, respectively. It is usually a good idea to harvest your crops and turn the heater or cooler up. Also try to keep the temperature in your freezer controlled so the food doesn't spoil. If it's too bad, use fires and passive coolers inside your base as temporary solutions. Number 49. If a fire breaks out inside a structure, the first thing to do is open the doors to the outside so the heat escapes. You don't want your firefighters passing out inside a burning room due to heat stroke. Number 50. Always have some medicine stored in case a disease breaks out. They'll usually affect several colonists and prisoners and can be fatal. Have them take it slow if they get sick and try to keep them comfortable and treated. Number 51. Prisoners will sometimes find a way to escape. For this reason, you shouldn't keep weapons or clothing close to your prison, because they will go for them if they get the chance. You can capture them again if you knock them out. Number 52. Psychic drones will sometimes affect your colonists in both good and bad ways. Usually people from one specific gender will be affected by it and get a temporary mood boost or penalty, my bad. You can use drugs like beer to keep their mood higher during these events. They can also smoke some joints if that's what they like. Number 53. Solar flares will keep all your electrical devices from working. This includes temperature coolers, turrets, and hydroponic basins, nutrient paste dispensers, and the like. It doesn't last long and it's usually not a big deal, but it can harm your colony if it happens during a raid or a cold snap. Also harvest those crops from your hydroponics ASAP. Number 54. Volcanic winters will obscure the sun and make solar panels produce less power and plants grow much slower. Sometimes not at all. It's not a big deal if you've set up inside food production and diversified your power generation as well. But this event is a real colony killer since it might last for over a year. There's not much to do about it besides being prepared in case it happens. Number 5, our final tip. Toxic fallouts are another pain in the butt. They will make every unroofed living thing build up toxicity until it dies. If the living things are your colonists, they might develop dementia or carcinoma. All you need to do is keep your colonists indoors and greatly reduce their time outside. Make sure your animals stay inside too. These can last a few days to a few months, so similarly to volcanic winters, do your best to be prepared. I hope you liked this video. Don't forget to subscribe and like, and leave your comments down below. Make sure to hit that like button until it turns blue, and make sure you do it in an odd number of times. So if you do it 1 time, you can't do it 2 times. If you do it, you can do it 3 times, but you can't do it 4 times. You can do it 5 times, and you can't do it 6 times, and the like. Make sure to click on another video. Also, again, subscribe!
Hey, this is Bug Powder Dust. Thank you for joining me. It's been a long time, a year, in fact, since my last video. But life's been busy. I've had a second daughter. So, as you can imagine, my free time has been almost next to negligible. However, I've been meaning to do a Rimworld beginner's guide for some time. I've done a prison architect one, which I really enjoyed doing, and it seems to have helped a lot of people. And I was waiting also for Rimworld to hit the 1.0 release, which it has done a few months ago. So now I think the time is good. I've got a new microphone, which hopefully is super clear. So the stars have aligned, and I appear to have a little bit of time in which to create the beginner's guide for Rimworld. So just to be clear, this is really aimed at people who have never really played Rimworld before, maybe interested in playing it, or have played it, run into issues, and they would like just someone to kind of guide them through it. I'm going to not go through too many stats and figures and options and bloody blah, but I'm going to really, I think it's probably better if I just play through a colony, how I'd play it. from scratch. So this is going to be vanilla, no mods, because I think that just might confuse the issue, at least initially. And I'll be explaining what I do to start off with. I don't know how long I'll carry this on for, but probably not too long really, because things can get a little bit repetitive. But hopefully, if it's well received, I can sort of carry it on. So just to be clear, it's not a let's play as such. It's more of a kind of explanatory as to what I'm doing. So without further ado, let's crack on. The first thing I'd recommend you do is do the tutorial, because that is a good starting point, obviously. That gives you the basics, the kind of controls, the UI, etc. And it also kind of guides you through making your first colony. However, there's a lot of things it doesn't tell you. Rimworld is quite a deep game, and there's a lot of nuances and a lot of things that you'll just not know about. I'm still finding out new things about it, mostly around right-clicking certain things, but we cover that as well. So go for new colony. You've got different options here. I think they go down in difficulty. So this is probably the easiest, the traditional 3-people crash on Rimworld with resources, weapons, some defences, and bits and pieces. Lost Strike, you start with a very kind of low technology level. You don't have guns, you have to research all that, but there's more of you. And that can be a force multiplier in itself, of course. British Explorer, one guy with advanced technology, there's only one of him, or one of you, but you do start gun types, which is quite useful. Yeah, so it gets more difficult, and then naked brutality, you start naked, alone, and unprepared. Being naked is actually quite an issue because you get debuff for it right from the word go, so that is an extra thing you've got to do, is kill enough animals and use their skin to craft clothes as a real basic, so that's something to bear in mind. Excuse me while I clear my throat. However, I recommend go for Crash Landed, just traditional, 3 survivors, this is kind of average difficulty. Right, AI storyteller. So there's 3 different types. You've got Cassandra Classic, you've got Phoebe Chillax, and you've got Randy Random. They both kind of explain what they do. Randy Random is not recommended for your first few playthroughs. He can be quite brutal. It's all kind of RNG as to what happens to you in terms of events and other bits and pieces. Phoebe Chillax, as the name would suggest, it gives you a lot of time between disasters, or events, should I say. Some events can be positive, of course. Not many, but some. But based on difficulty level, that can be quite difficult as well. We'll go to Cassandra Classic. Now, this is your sort of classic storyteller, and she will increase, as it says, the curve of challenge and tension based upon basically how wealthy your colony is. So the better you do, the harder the challenges will be, so the raids will be bigger, the events will be tougher, etc., etc. However, I would go with Cassandra to start off with, then choose your difficulty level. So I'm going to go with medium, and I'm going to choose the reload anytime mode, which is your classic. If I want to save scum, I can. Commitment was also known as Iron Man. You can only save when you quit, so anything that happens to you is kind of, well, you've got to stick with it. Or restart the game. But for the purpose of this tutorial, I'm going to go with the reload anytime mode. I'll choose next. Right, seed. I'm going to choose a seed called tutorial, just because it's a tutorial. You can click on randomize seed, and this basically allows you to create the planet that you are going to be playing on. So not the map itself, but the planet. Glow coverage, this is how much of the planet will be generated. Honestly, 30% is enough. Depending on your PC, this could take a long time if you set it to 50 or 100. Leave it on 30 for now. Overall rainfall, overall temperature, increasing to high. Well, that'll do as you would expect it will. More of your biomes will be kind of water-based, rainforest, lots of rain and temperature. But on high, again, you'll have more sort of desert area. And then opposite for the low. Only on north now. Click on generate. Okay, so as you can see, only 30% of the world has been generated, but this is perfectly fine for our purposes. So the different regions will be given names, and you can see the different biomes are different colours. What's a biome? A biome is a starting area. So for instance, right at the top you've got, it says here, sea ice. Permanent ice sheet floating on water. Now this is super difficult. Don't even bother with this until you're a lot more experienced, even then you're going to struggle. Ice sheet, a little bit easier. Think extreme desert. Again, you're going to struggle, so I'll leave this for now. Then start moving down, you've got tundra, so it's mostly frozen. Then as you get down, start getting more kind of temperate climate. I'll recommend you start on temperate forest, because temperate forest is a little bit more forgiving. As you can see, the average temperatures are not too cold, not too warm. You get long growing period, so pretty much half of the year. Average rainfall, can animals graze? Yes, but you also get the ability to grow berries on the map, or rather, they grow themselves. You don't have to farm them at all, you don't have to grow them, they grow themselves, and then of course you can harvest them, you can eat them. So good for a kind of early game food source if you get stuck. So as I said, I'll go with temperate forest. I would go for something probably not over here, so don't go for flat. Go for mountainous, or actually I'd rather go for kind of large hills or small hills, because you get resources in those hills that you can dig out, you can mine out, and then you can use. So things like compacted machinery, things like silver, gold, jade, and also metal, of course, which you can use. If you start in a flat area, it's a little more difficult, you don't get as much to mine, and so you're relying on kind of deep drilling to get those extra resources, and that takes time to research. So I would probably go with something like this. So small hills, you've got a little stone road that can be, I think, the bigger the road, you can actually use it for resources, but I'm not 100% sure of that. You certainly can with ancient asphalt roads. These come with kind of lamppost blocks, as they used to be, and those can be deconstructed and you get resources from them. But for this purposes, I'm going to show you small hill, stone road. You can see here we've got marble, limestone, and sandstone. You've got the average temperature, looks fine, doesn't get too cold, and you've got grazing, berries. All looks good. We'll go with that. That is fine. Feel free to experiment, as I said. Do whatever you like. We are close to certain factions here, so you can see that the lime green factions are hostile to us, that's them, and then the red factions, being Skull and Crossbones, are probably pirates, which they are. So we've got Outlander, Tribe, Pirate Band. Outlander Union are going to be gun toting, as is the Pirate Band, and the tribes will be kind of that tribe technology. So it'll be melee weapons, bows and arrows, spears, that kind of thing. So that's what you can expect to happen. Some people don't like fighting tribes, because if you capture them, they're quite hard to enlist in your colony. Some people prefer to fight guns, some people prefer to fight war tribes. Your minds may vary, but this is generated when you generate a planet, so if you want to change this, you've got to generate a new planet. So we'll go with this, and we'll click on next. And it's warning me that because I'm within 4 tiles of another faction base, they all feel that you're encroaching on the land, and relations with that faction will worsen every 15 days. Fine, I don't care about that, because honestly, it's only going to go one way anyway as they raid you, so that's fine. Okay, this is the important bit, choosing your colonists. Now, I'm not going to go too deep into this, because I could do half an hour on this easily, and it's not going to be particularly interesting to watch. What I would say is pay attention to health, pay attention to incapable of, and traits, okay? You select a person, that's this window here. The 3 that you've got here are what's covered under team skills. So you want this area to be as kind of fleshed out and as even as possible. You can see here we've got a big problem around cooking, big problem around intellectual. This will affect research, this will affect cooking your meals. The lower the cooking skill, the more chance they have of getting food poisoning, and that is quite an issue. They'll be slower, they'll be sick all the time, the sick will have to be cleaned up, and they'll get debuffed from being ill and feeling miserable. So this needs to be kind of 5, 6 or so. Incapable of, watch out for this, because if they're capable of too much, personally the 2 that I try to avoid are dumb labour and the three that I try to avoid are dumb labour, firefighting, and violence. Is there one with violence? No. So basically, what's that one? Dumb labour means what they can't do. If you hover over their backstory, you'll see what they can and can't do. And you can see this pawn, Priscilla, she can't do firefighting, doctoring, hauling, or cleaning. Now, hauling and cleaning is not the end of the world. It's quite annoying if they can't haul. Doctoring is neither here nor there really, because there's obviously more you can doctor. Firefighting is a bit of a drag, because if your colony's burning down, they're just going to sit there and let it burn. That's not so great. Okay, so I'll try and avoid that if you can. In Cambridge Central, there's no big deal. Cambridge None is obviously the most desirable. So I'd watch out if they can't do dumb labour, and if they can't do violence, okay, because then they will not fight, and that itself is also a problem. Other than that, I would just go with it, and it's all part of the challenge. Regarding traits, I would look all these up on Wikipedia, and this is probably a good time to plug the Wikipedia. Wikipedia is excellent. It's probably the best one I've seen for a game, period. So look up traits on Wikipedia and find out the ones you do and don't want. Now, if they're positive, fantastic, but each positive tends to have a negative, so careful shooter. Aiming time takes 25% more, but more accurate, so it takes longer to shoot, but the shot will probably hit. Do you want that or not? It's entirely up to you. So look for traits, look them up, see which ones you can and can't live with. One trait to avoid, if I were you, is a fire starter, and the name just escapes me now. Sorry, pyromaniac. Mental blank, yes, pyromaniac. Because the problem with pyromaniac is that your early colony is going to be mostly made out of wood. So they are kind of quite susceptible to fires. Now, if someone's a pyromaniac, if they have a mental break, they're going randomly starting fires. And you guarantee it's going to be in the middle of a raid, when they're injured, or basically when you can't afford for it to happen. So I would avoid pyromaniac like the plague. Okay, so that's what I want to say about traits. I said we could be here for a year talking about this, so look up on Wikipedia, choose the ones that you think are best. Health, make sure that they are not crippled too badly, because it will just affect them moving around, and they're going to have a drug addiction because it's just a pain in the neck. Whole body's got smoky dependence. No, I don't think so. So if it's in pink, it's a problem. Left leg, torso, going to be very slow at moving. So I'd watch out for that sort of thing. As I said, the aim is really, as far as you can, get team skills to be as sort of fleshed out as possible. I was going to pick 3 pawns, and also you can click the randomise button, by the way, so you can randomise your pawns and find ones that are good. You can't allocate points to these manually. You can just click on randomise and you find 1 or 2 or 3 that you like. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to speed the video up now while I just click through and just try and get some roundabout pawns here. So this may take a moment. Right, so I've got 3 here who are kind of relatively fleshed out. It's not too bad. These flames, by the way, mean that they are very good at learning. So if they've got 1 flame, they learn 100%. If they've got 2 flames, they'll learn much quicker whenever they do that thing. So a few things here are a little bit low. Cooking's okay, and these other ones are kind of you can live with. So we're going to go with this. We're going to press start. Right, so our 3 colonists have landed. Well, I can only see 2 of them. Oh, there we go. They've landed. Now, the colonists all land with a random animal. And in this instance, you can see it's a monkey called Boy. So this is probably a good time to talk about training the monkey. This may not be obvious, but all animals can train to a certain level. The more intelligent the animal, the more they can do. In this instance, we can train this monkey to do everything, but because he's quite young, he can't do... Sorry, because he's too small, not too young, he can't do rescuing or hauling. So he can do obedience release, which means that he can assign a master, be assigned a master, and follow. He also be released to attack distant targets, as opposed to just defending the person who is his master. So click both of those, and they'll be trained in due course. Right. Now, let's zoom out and see what we've got. So we've got, got a lake in the middle, we've got some interesting layout. Okay, this is cool. Yep, lots of resources here. So while we're here, let's have a quick look around. We've got, you can see that we've got this area here. Now, this is probably worth mentioning. Whenever you start a map and you've got what looks like this, it's a nice square attached to a mountain. Generally, it'll always be a nice, what looks like a room attached to a mountain. This will be what they call an ancient danger. Now, if you move one of these guys close to it, you'll get a little pop-up saying he senses something inside here, or one of them does. This is something to be opened up later. They can be benign. It could just be some colonists in crypto sleep caskets, or it can be worse. So what I would do is wait till your colony is a little bit more established and you've got a few more people. Then you can basically choose deconstruct, and open it up and see what's in there. But be prepared to defend yourself. That's what I'll say on that. It does vary from map to map, but you'll always find a map. On every map, there'll be one of these attached to a piece of rock, which is like a square room. So just going to look out for that. So what have we got? What's defendable and defensible? This is a nice open spot which people could attack you through. So what we could do, we could set up in the middle here, which is quite nice. And anybody attacking would have to come across a lake or mud. So what we've got here is if you just move the cursor, you see in the bottom left-hand corner, it changes to tell you what is on the square that you're hovering over. So we've got mud, shallow water, deep water. Shallow water can move through, deep water can't move through, and mud can also move through, but it tells you that it's going to slow your warp speed down to 52%. So this is probably quite a good defensible spot. So what we're going to do is we are going to use this building here, because it's pretty much built. We're going to add a couple of doors, build some beds, and then we'll go from there. Unfortunately, we're not near any rich soil in which to grow crops. So by rich soil, I mean this soil here. If you hover over it again, you can see bottom left-hand corner, you get 140% fertilization, which means that the crops you plant will grow at 140% speed. And it's this kind of brown area here, apart from this mud, so it's down to about here. This is all rich soil. Okay. So ideally, we want to plant crops in here where possible. Now, honestly, it's going to be too far from our starting area for this to be realistic. So that's not something we can utilise. There's no rich soil around here that I can see. But that's okay. That's fine. We can work with that. Maybe one beach, I don't know. Anyway, so, okay, next thing's next. Your 3 guys, let's arm them, first of all. So, click on the unit, click on the bio, and what have we got? He's got shooting 6, shooting 10, shooting 0. Melee 3, melee 3, melee 7. Okay. Now, you can either click on the pawns, or you can click on the pawn and press the left and right pointy brackets, and it just cycles through. Okay, so that's like a handy shortcut. So she's got the best shooting skill, we're going to give her the bolt action rifle, so we're going to right click on that. This dude has got no shooting skills at all, so he's going to get a knife. And Ilarion is going to get a pistol, which is just there. Okay. Now, this is going to be our area that we want to use. So we're going to put in a couple of doors and fill in the corner of the wall there. So I'm going to, by double-clicking a resource, it highlights all of that resource on the map, on the screen, and you just click on click on allow or press F, which means the red cross disappears, and they can now interact with that item. So again, double-click, press F. So now they can use the wood. Components which are used for basically using it in electronic things. We're going to allow money, medicine, the pre-packaged survival meals, which they need, and the flak pants. Right, so let them go and get the weapons. Now, before they begin work, there's one thing that we need to do. We need to basically flip this over to manual priorities. Now, I always do this, and I recommend you do as well. It's very easy just to leave on this, which means they'll basically do everything, which is ticked from this side, moving across. And that's fine, but you get a lot more control over it if you click on manual priorities. So it works from the left again. So choose firefighting to 1. Patient means that they will go and lie down and get rest as a priority, which is what you want them to do. If they're injured, you want to go and lie down. If you hover over the top, it'll tell you exactly what that covers. So again, so who's a doctor? So she's got skill 4. skill 10, skill 13. So these two want to be the doctor. She doesn't want to be a doctor, so we'll put a very low priority. These two obviously go to it first. Bed rest, basic, so like flick switches and all the other stuff. Warden. So warden is the person who basically feeds and tries to recruit prisoners. So what are their skills? They've got 3 and 0, so we're quite poor on that. So you're going to be the warden in this instance. Handling, this is for animals. So who's going to train the monkey? We've got 3, we've got 1, we've got 3. So, but this person learns. You'll see the little fire symbol. So we'll put that in as a 2. Cooking. So we've got a skill 5, so you can be our cook. And as it turns out, who's got the gun? Is it? Yeah, Fringer has the gun. So Fringer's going to be the one who's going to go hunting. The others won't hunt because I wouldn't recommend melee hunting. You hunt with a ranged weapon basically, otherwise you can get into all sorts of issues. So construction, you've got 5 skill, 3 skill, and 0 skill. So you tend to get this a lot with certain pawns that they tend to be good at everything. So you kind of want to avoid this if you can. Although these people don't have very good skills in construction, you don't want this guy to be doing the cooking, the hunting, and the constructing, even though they've got good skills. So you want to try and get the others trained up on that. However, Contreras has good growing skills, so they're going to be your grower and your harvester. And mining, we'll get them all to do mining at some point, but on a low priority. Smithing and tailoring, turn off for now. We don't need that, or art and craft. That can go off for now. Hauling and cleaning. I mean, I'm going to set cleaning to a low priority, and research. We have a research bench. We're going to switch that off for now, and hauling and make it 2. Okay, so that's that set. It's a little bit lengthy and a little bit boring, but it needs to be done. Once it's set, it's actually quite handy. Okay, so first things first. We're going to go into structure. We're going to go to wooden door. I'm going to choose. If you click on it, you can choose the materials that you have to hand. So we have wood, we have steel, we have silver. You can make walls and doors out of lots and lots of things, but if you don't have access to it, it won't give it to you as an option. So for instance, here we have marble, we've got sandstone, we've got lots and lots of different things here. Just marble. I thought we had slate here as well. Slate's a darker grey. You probably got slate here somewhere, I think, if I remember correctly. Oh well, anyway. The point is that because it's still in its form of being in a rock and you haven't mined it, you don't have the option to build with it. So what you can do is you just build what you've got. So I'm going to build a wooden door there and there. I'm going to build a wooden wall there. So let's speed things up a little bit. So our pawns now get to work. So this guy's grabbed some wood. He's putting wood in place. Or she, sorry. Now building. Okay, brilliant. Now put a roof on it. Brilliant. So now if you hover over the inside here, you'll see in the bottom left-hand corner down here. Sorry, over here. Sorry, it says indoors. So now it's indoors and it's 6 degrees. So it's not particularly warm. So what we'd like to do, I think, is go to furniture, get a torch, not torch lamp. Torch lamp's not going to warm things up enough. Let's get a campfire going. And then we're going to put in some beds as well. So again, furniture, beds, there's lots of things here, but we'll come to those in due course. We'll put in 3 beds because having somewhere to sleep in a warm is actually quite important. So I'm going to put those in. And again, you can make beds out of lots of things, but in this instance, we're surrounded by wood. So let's build, oops, let me do that. Let's build a wooden bed. So these guys are going to quickly do that. The other thing to do very quickly is create a zone, create a stockpile. So we're going to move all our stuff from here over to our stockpile zone. There you go. So if any pawns aren't directly making or constructing, they're going to go and drag this stuff over to here now, which you can see this chap's doing. Okay, so we made 2 or 3 beds. Oh, so this builder botched the construction, so they're going to have to restart again after losing some resources. Now, Ilarion, let's have a look at his bio. So he's not very good at construction at all. However, you can see here if I hover over it, he's now got 909. So he'll be leveling up very soon. As soon as he does any constructing, this ticks up. So that's actually quite good. These beds say unknown. As soon as they go to sleep in it, the bed will belong to them, and that'll be their bed. So we can see now that we've got some beds, we've got a roof, we've got some shelter, so that's actually pretty awesome. We've got a stockpile as well. Okay, we've got metal. Next thing we need to do is let's take a look at Pawn and take a look at their needs. So you can see that he's got some positives. He's got very low expectations. He's optimistic, but we've eaten with that table, and the environment's a bit ugly. Well, what about this guy? He's soaking wet. Don't know what that would be. It's not raining. Okay, so let's deal with this one. Hey, this is a good indicator of what you should be doing next, really. So let's put in a table. For instance, so we're going to need a small table. Now, if you want to rotate, you can rotate using, well, the middle mouse button is the default, so you just press the middle mouse button in and it rotates around. So we'll have that there. Now, you want to build a stool or a dining chair. You'll notice the stool takes 25 wood over here on the left, and the chair takes 45. Okay, so we're going to build 3 stools for now. Okay, so you'll see that we've actually almost run out of wood now. I think we've got enough to build these 2 stools. Right, let me just pause it there. Now, this character here, Larion, went close to this, and we've got this ancient danger pop up over here. Now, it says there that as he nears the ancient wall, it says falling over comes in. So what this means is this just confirms what I said earlier, that this room contains something which is, well, probably beyond your ability to deal with at this time. So I'm just going to leave that well alone for now. So what's he doing? He's going for a walk. Okay, cool. Right, now, having a stockpile here is all well and good, but you'll notice that if I click on one, it says it's deteriorating because it's unroofed and it's outdoors. So this situation isn't great. What we need to do is get this into a fridge, where if we create a fridge, we can put these inside. Now, these don't need to be refrigerated, but when we start hunting, our food will need to be refrigerated in order to keep it fresh. So we need to get a stockpile of food and a storeroom. So what we need to do, I think, is build a storeroom next, and then get all this stuff that needs to be put inside, and then build a kitchen and like a fridge. So in terms of like steel, silver, and this stuff doesn't need to be put in a storeroom, but you might want to put it in there just to sort of keep it safe if you want to. But again, you don't have to, so it's not a big deal. So I think what we'll do next is we'll create a small storeroom for now, out of trees, and we'll make sure that this stuff doesn't deteriorate. And then we'll turn the storeroom into a fridge once we have got some power in order to add on a chiller unit. So let's go structure, wooden wall, and let's just make a store in there. And I think having a door, probably in a wall like that is good. I suspect we don't have enough wood, so let's just expand out these things up here. Now this item up here can be turned on and turned off by going down to this bottom corner, and you can actually get it to group together, or you can just have a flat list. Not used to like the flat list, but actually having grouped together is quite nice. You can actually switch that on down here, bottom left-hand corner. This will tell me that we've actually got no wood stockpiled here. Now wood could be lying about the map after we chop some trees down, but it won't appear on here until it's in our stockpile zone. But that doesn't matter because our pawns will know that there's some wood lying on the map, and then they can go pick it up. In this instance, we run out of wood, so what we need to do is start chopping down some wood nearby where we are. So we're going to go to orders, chop wood, and we can drag it out and then start chopping them down. You can select a tree and say chop wood if you want to manually, but obviously it takes time to do that if you do it all manually. So they're just showing out. We can see here that we've not got enough wood to complete the table. So that will happen when this wood starts getting chopped down. See, he's actually putting it down here. She's picking it up. She's going to finish the table. There we go. So now we've got this running, which is great. Cool. So lots of teamwork going on here. And that's complete as well. So putting a roof on it. So one thing to point out, if you've come from prison architect, now with prison architect you need to build foundations before you can build effectively a room, which is considered to be sort of roofed. Well, Rimworld is slightly different in as far as you just need to build walls, and it will count as like a proper building, and will start to be roofed itself. So that's one thing to bear in mind if you come from prison architect. That's the subtle difference. Right, now, next thing to do, we need to get all this stuff into here. So how do we do that? Okay, go to zone, stockpile zone. Oh, we just got stockpile zone there. Now, this area here, we want our food to go inside. So click on stockpile zone, click on storage, and here is where we want to show what isn't allowed to be put in this zone. Okay, so let's clear everything. However, we want to allow foods. You can be a lot more granular and specific. We'll probably come on to that in due course, but for now, we want all the foods in here. But more importantly, we want to remove foods from being out here, because out here they deteriorate, so we untick that. So what's going to happen now is that all foods will be moved from here into here, and I suspect. Now, medicine, I think, is good to move on medicine too, because that's deteriorating. We will move medicine subsequently when we build a little infirmary, but for now, we will say we'll allow the medicine to go in here. Now, there's no easy way to find stuff in here apart from you kind of know where it is, so you may have some initial frustrations finding out what you want or where to find it. I've been quite handy to have a little search feature, but you don't have that. But medicines is manufactured. Click on that. I want medicines to be there. So you'll see now that the food's being moved, and the medicines too, eventually, into the storage area, and they're all going to sleep, which is great. Next thing to do is to get some power, and then we can turn this into a refrigerated unit. And once that's done, then we can start hunting, probably use muffalo down here, and start cooking, and get a proper food supply source, because we've got shelter, we've got heat, we've got something to eat, we've got storage, we now next need power, and then we can start getting a fridge unit. So these guys are pretty much on top of this, so he's moving all stuff in there. Okay, let's look at power. Now, what have we got? We have wind turbine, which is quite nifty. Wind turbine, obviously wind powered, so it works throughout the night. Chem fuel power generator, so we don't have access to chem fuel just yet, but we will later. Wood fire generator, perfect. That'll actually be quite nice to use. There are other power options available. If you click over to research, we'll see that we will then have access to other things in due course. So, for instance, this is the research tree. If it's green, we've researched it already, and if it's in kind of this kind of black and light blue, it means that we have access to research it. If it's greyed out, it means there are some prerequisites. So, for instance, if you want to research machining, you need to research electricity, which we have, and also smithing. Now, the point I was making is that you need to research and also get batteries and also get solar panels. Now, batteries is really critical because it means that you obviously can store electricity. So, say for instance, you have solar panels in the day, you can save up the power so you can use it at night. So, if you don't have batteries, which is a bit of a drag, so that's kind of a important first thing to research. So, let's get some power anyway. We're going to go with the wood-fired generator. Now, this does produce heat as well. So, in the winter, we could potentially use that as a heat source. However, for now, we're just going to put it outside and we can put it, I don't know, down here because it can be placed outside. You notice it needs two components. Components we have some of already. So you'll see we've got 30 of them. And as you begin to run out of components, you can get more by basically mining compacted machinery. That's this here. That's what this looks like. Now this is a finite resource. You've got some there. I think there's some up here as well. Once that runs out, then you either have to make your own components or you can buy them from passing traders and other people. But again, that's a kind of an advanced game feature. I notice up here we have some food. So let me just allow that. So they'll go and fetch that in due course. So looking at paper food. So let's unselect that. So what they're going to do now, they're going to make the generator. While they're doing that, we're going to run some power. So we're going to run it up. Best to keep power conduits in the wall where possible. It makes them a lot more protected. And it also means, well, yeah, so they're basically protected from, a little bit more protected from fires, and also they are considered to be ugly. So if you put them on the walls, nobody sees them. So that's actually pretty handy. Okay, so you notice that we've now built it, the wood fire generator, but it's warning that it has no wood inside. So Fringer is about to top it up. So now we have power. So we can see we have fuel for 3.2 days. There's a little bit more fuel to be put in, but that runs for 3 days for 75 wood, which is pretty good. Okay, so we've got power, we've got electricity, and you can see that this power grid is running, and it's all up and that's perfect. So next thing we're going to do, put in a refrigeration unit, a cooler, and turn this area into a fridge. So you click on that, and now you'll notice that when you rotate it again by pressing the middle mouse button, you'll see that one side is blue, one side is red. Now, on a place like this, what this means is that this blue area will be refrigerated, and the exhaust heat will be pushed out on the left-hand side. So if you line it like that, what you're going to do, you want to heat up the room. In this instance, we don't want to do that. So we turn it around, and we can see that this room will be chilled. It's going to take 90 metal and 3 components. We have 385 metal, and we've got 28 components, so that's perfect. So they're going to do that. Excuse me, a bit of a dry throat. Okay, so that's been built. Now, you click on that, and you can see the cooler. The target temperature is currently set to 21 degrees centigrade, which is that. We don't want that. So you can lower the target temperature in units of 10 or 1, or you can reset it back to 21. So we're going to reduce it. You can see it's dropped to 11. Reduce it, and then we're going to reduce it by, say, set to -5. Okay. Now, one thing to bear in mind is that the hotter it is outside, heat does leak through in, but also heat leaks out. So in the winter, if you're trying to heat a room, if it's really cold outside, that heat leaks out just like you would in a normal house. And also, the outside temperature can come in as well. So the hotter it is outside, the colder you'll have to set this target temperature. Just bear that in mind. But for now, it's 16 degrees outside. So if you watch over here, I'm going to hover inside the room, and that temperature, you'll see indoors, it's starting to drop now. 7, 4. It's kind of going up, down, up, down, up, down. There we go. -1, -2. So it's not quite cold enough, I don't think. So I need to drop that 1 up to degrees centigrade. Also, the bigger the room, obviously, you may need to add a second cooler in order to reach your desired target temperature. Keeping it at -5 is fine. This then, if I hover over it, actually it doesn't show it on here. But when you must start to make food, it'll say your food is refrigerated and it will never spoil. So that is something to bear in mind. Right, so you notice now when your colonists are idle, they've got no jobs to do, they'll start reverting to relaxing, cleaning.
Some of
start to get to
these
this end of the scale of
workers,
okay.
so like
So
I have
none of the
Melissa,
construction
she's
done,
supposed to
setting up
be
rooms and beds and
not
so that's needs to be
cooking
set up
at
areas.
all.
So I'm going to create a zone, growing zone. I'm going to create a couple of, say, 5x5 growing zones. So got growing zone. Notice that I used the growing zone, not stockpile zone. Okay, growing zone is what you must do in order to plant and to grow food. Now, you can choose the zone. It defaults to potatoes. Okay, and then but you can change this to other things. So for instance, say I want to grow
Like Travis does his job. He hauls
they're not
things.
particularly efficient to grow, but
I don't think he's really cleaning up.
The debuff means if I click on needs, this is all
The wood floor looks very dirty, but he's doing his job most of the time. Growing his crops, hauling stuff, and then cleaning up.
Disadvantages takes a long time to grow. Bunches get a huge amount of bits and pieces out. Potatoes can be grown in poor earth. They're less susceptible to the earth having to be nice. Although rice is a good thing to start. So I'm going to grow 2 lots of rice. Yeah. There's no limit to how much you can grow. You can make the zones bigger anytime you want by choosing expand zone. So I can do that, like do that for instance. Or I can shrink the zone by doing that. So it's all very neat and tidy. So now what's going to happen is the person who's got the grow, the grow or plant, grow skill. So Contreras is going to start planting rice plant, and they'll clear the area necessary. So chop down a tree in this instance, and here they'll clear the bushes. Okay. So Next thing we need to do really is think about setting up a kitchen and a butcher table, and we can start hunting animals and getting our own food sources. Because at the moment we're relying on these packaged survival meals, which are fine, they don't make anybody happy, you know. And also you need potentially debuffs. So at the moment I think it's probably too hot for them. So I'm probably going to deconstruct that. I'm going to just put in a light source, which is also give them heat. So let's just put that there. At this point I could also build a standing lamp as well, because we have power and that'll give them light as well. But we've got plenty of wood, so it's not much of a big deal. Okay. I think, given how much I've been talking and how much information I've thrown at you, it's probably a good point to stop. So I'm going to save this, and we'll come back to it in part 2. There's lots more to do. And if it's in kind of this kind of black and light blue, it means that we have access to research it. If it's grey. Right, now, having a stockpile here is all well and good, but you'll notice that if I click on one, it says it's deteriorating because it's unroofed and it's outdoors. So this situation isn't great. What we need to do is get this into a fridge, where if we create a fridge, we can put these inside. Now, these don't need to be refrigerated, but when we start hunting, our food will need to be refrigerated in order to keep it fresh. So, we need to get a stockpile of food and a storeroom. So what we need to do, I think, is build a storeroom next, and then get all this stuff that needs to be put inside, and then build a kitchen and like a fridge. So in terms of like steel, silver, and this stuff doesn't need to be put in a storeroom, but you might want to put it in there just to sort of keep it safe if you want to. But again, you don't have to, so it's not a big deal. So I think what we'll do next is we'll create a small storeroom for now, out of trees, and we'll make sure that this stuff doesn't deteriorate. And then we'll turn the storeroom into a fridge once we have got some power in order to have a chiller unit. So let's go structure, put more, let's just make a storeroom there. I think having a door, probably not all that is good. I suspect we don't have enough wood, so let's just expand out these things up here. Now this item up here can be turned on and turned off by going down to this bottom corner, and you can actually get it to group together, or you can just have a flat list. I'm not used to like the flat list, but actually having group together is quite nice. You can actually switch that on down here, it's bottom left hand corner. This will tell me that we've actually got no wood stockpiled here. Now wood could be lying about the map after we chop some trees down. It won't appear on here until it's in our stockpile zone. But it doesn't matter because our pawns will know that there's some wood lying on the map, and then they can go pick it up. In this instance, we've run out of wood, so what we need to do is start chopping down some wood nearby where we are. So we're going to go to orders, chop wood, and we can drag it out and then start chopping some down. You can select a tree and say chop wood if you want to manually, but obviously it takes time to do that. Could you do it all manually? So they're just showing up. We can see here that we've not got enough wood to complete the table. So that will happen when this wood starts to get chopped down. See, he's actually putting it down here. She's picking it up. She's going to finish the table. There we go. So now we've got this running, which is great. Cool. So lots of teamwork going on here. And that's complete as well. So putting a roof on it. So one thing to point out, if you've come from Prison Architects, now with Prison Architects you need to build foundations before you can build effectively a room, which is considered to be sort of roofed. Well, Rimworld is slightly different in as far as you just need to build walls, and it will count as like a proper building, and will start to be roofed itself. So that's one thing to bear in mind if you come from Prison Architect. That's the subtle difference. Right, now, next thing to do, we need to get all this stuff into here. So how do we do that? Okay, go to zone, stockpile zone. Let me just put stockpile zone there. Now, this area here, we want our food to go inside. So click on stockpile zone, click on storage, and here is where we want to show what isn't allowed to be put in this zone. Okay, so let's clear everything. However, we want to allow foods. You can be a lot more granular and specific. We'll probably come on to that in due course, but for now, we want all the foods in here. But more importantly, we want to remove foods from being out here, because out here they deteriorate, so we untick that. So what's going to happen now is that all the foods will be moved from here into here, and I suspect, now medicine I think is good to move on medicine too, because that's deteriorating. We will move medicine subsequently when we build a little infirmary, but for now we will say we'll allow medicine to go in here. Now, there's no easy way to find stuff in here apart from you kind of know where it is, so you may have some initial frustrations finding out what you want, or where to find it. Didn't quite have to have a little search feature, but you don't have that, but medicines are manufactured. Click on that, I don't want medicines to be there. So, you'll see now that the food's been moved, and the medicines too, eventually, into the storage area, and they're all going to sleep, which is great. Next thing to do is to get some power, and then we can turn this into a refrigerated unit. And once that's done, then we can start hunting, probably these muffler down here, and start cooking and getting proper food supply sources. Because we've got shelter, we've got heat, we've got something to eat, we've got storage, we now next need power, and then we can start getting a fridge unit. So these guys are pretty much on top of this. So he's moving all stuff in there. Okay, let's look at power. Now, what have we got? We have wind turbine, which is quite nifty. Wind turbine, obviously wind powered, so it'll work throughout the night. Chem fuel power generator. So we don't have access to chem fuel just yet, but we will later. Wood fire generator, perfect. That'll be actually quite nice to use. There are other power options available. If you go to research, we'll see that we will then have access to other things in due course. So for instance, this is the research tree. If it's green, we've researched it already. And if it's in kind of this kind of black and light blue, it means that we have access to research it. If it's greyed out, it means there are some prerequisites. So for instance, if you want to research machining, we need to research electricity, which we have, and also smithing. Now, the point I was making is that you need to research and also get batteries, and also get solar panels. Now, batteries is really critical because it means that you obviously can store electricity. So say for instance, you have solar panels in the day, you can save up the power so it can be used at night. So we don't have batteries, which is a bit of a drag. So that's kind of a important first thing to research. So let's get some power anyway. We're going to go with a wood-fired generator. And this does produce heat as well. So in the winter, we could potentially use that as a heat source. However, for now, we're just going to put it outside, and we can put it, I don't know, down here, because it can be placed outside. You notice it needs two components. Components we have some already, as you can see, we've got 30 of them. And as you begin to run out of components, you can get more by basically mining compacted machinery. That's this here, that's what this looks like. Now this is a finite resource. We've got some there, I think we have some up here as well. Once that runs out, then you either have to make your own components, or you can buy them from passing traders and other people. But again, that's a kind of an advanced game feature. I notice up here we have some food, so let me, just allow that. So they'll go and fetch that due course. So we can pay for food, so let's unselect that. So what they're going to do now, they're going to make the generator. While they're doing that, I'm going to run some power. So we're going to run it up. Best to keep power conduits in the wall where possible. It makes them a lot more protected. And it also means, well, yeah, so they're basically protected from, a little bit more protected from fires, and also they are considered to be ugly. So if you put them on the walls, nobody sees them. So that's actually pretty handy. Okay, so you notice that we've now built it, the wood-fired generator, but it's warning that it has no wood inside. So Fringer is about to top it up. So now we have power. So we can see we have fuel for 3.2 days. There's a little bit more fuel to be put in. But that runs for 3 days for 75 wood, which is pretty good. Okay, so we've got power, we've got electricity. And you can see that this power grid is running, and it's all up, and that's perfect. So next thing we're going to do, we're going to put in a refrigeration unit, a cooler, and turn this area into a fridge. So you click on that, and now you'll notice that when you rotate it again by pressing the middle mouse button, you'll see that one side is blue, one side is red. Now, for a place like this, what this means is that this blue area will be refrigerated, and the exhaust heat That's actually pretty handy. Okay, so you notice that we've now built it, the wood-fired generator, but it's warning that it has no wood inside. So Fringer is about to top it up. So now we have power. So we can see we have fuel for 3.2 days. There's a little bit more fuel to be put in. That runs for 3 days for 75 wood, which is pretty good. Okay, so we've got power, we've got electricity. And you can see that this power grid is running, and it's all up, and that's perfect. So next thing we're going to do, put in a refrigeration unit, a cooler, and turn this area into a fridge. So you click on that, and now you'll notice that when you rotate it again by pressing the middle mouse button, you'll see that one side is blue, one side is red. Now, on a place like this, what this means is that this blue area will be refrigerated, and the exhaust heat will be pushed out on the left-hand side. So if you line it like that, what you're going to do, you want to heat up the room. And in this instance, we don't want to do that. So we turn it around, and we can see that this room will be chilled. It's going to take 90 metal and 3 components. We have 385 metal, and we've got 28 components, so that's perfect. So they're going to do that. Excuse me, with a dry throat. Okay, so that's been built. Now, you click on that, and you can see the cooler. The target temperature is currently set to 21 degrees centigrade, which is bad. We don't want that. So you can lower the target temperature in units of 10 or 1, or you can reset it back to 21. So we're going to reduce it. You can see it's dropped to 11. Reduce it, and we're going to reduce it by, say, set to -5. Okay. Now, one thing to bear in mind is that the hotter it is outside, heat does leak through in, but also heat leaks out. So in the winter, if you're trying to heat a room, if it's really cold outside, that heat leaks out, just like it would in a normal house. And also, the outside temperature can come in as well. So the hotter it is outside, the colder you're going to have to set this target temperature. Just bear that in mind. But for now, it's 16 degrees outside. So you watch over here. I'm going to hover inside the room, and that temperature, you'll see indoors, it's starting to drop now. 7, 4. It's kind of going up, down, up, down, up, down. There you go. -1. -2. So it's not quite cold enough, I don't think. So I need to drop that by another couple of degrees centigrade. Also, the bigger the room, obviously, you may need to add a second cooler in order to reach your desired target temperature. Keeping that -5 is fine. This then, if I hover over it, actually it doesn't show it on here, but when you start to make food, it'll say food's refrigerated and it will never spoil. So that is something to bear in mind. Right, so you notice now when your colonists are idle, they've got no jobs to do, they'll start reverting to relaxing, cleaning, and they'll start to get to this end of the scale of what you've got to do, okay? So we've done the important construction, we've done, setting up rooms and beds and whatnot. So the next thing we need to do is set up growing areas. So I'm going to create a zone, growing zone. I'm going to create a couple of, say, 5x5 growing zones. So, got a growing zone. Notice that I used the growing zone, not stockpile zone, okay? Growing zone is what you must do in order for them to plant and to grow food. Now, you can choose a zone, it defaults to potatoes, okay? But you can change this to other things. So for instance, say I wanted to grow strawberries. That's great. Strawberries have advantages and disadvantages. They're not particularly efficient to grow, but you can eat them raw without getting a debuff. A debuff means if I click on needs, these are all debuffs, okay? However, strawberries are not particularly efficient to grow, so you probably want to grow rice, maybe corn. Corn is inefficient, but you get a huge yield. The advantage is it takes a long time to grow, and the disadvantage takes a long time to grow. Advantage, you get a huge amount of bits and pieces out. Potatoes can be grown in poor earth. They're less susceptible to the earth having to be nice, although rice is a good thing to start, so I'm going to grow 2 lots of rice. Yeah, there's no limit to how much you can grow. You can make the zones bigger anytime you want by choosing expand zone, so I can do that, for instance. Or I can shrink the zone by doing that. So it's all very neat and tidy. So now what's going to happen is the person who's got the grow or plant, grow, sorry, skill, so Contreras is going to start planting this one. And they'll clear the areas necessary, so chop down a tree in this instance, and here they'll clear the bushes, okay? So, next thing we need to do really is think about setting up a kitchen and a butcher table, and then we can start hunting animals and getting our own food source, because at the moment we're relying on these packaged survival meals, which are fine, they don't make anybody happy, and also need to pay attention to these debuffs. At the moment I think it's probably too hot for them, so I'm probably going to deconstruct that. I'm going to just put in a light source, which is also give them heat, so let's just put that there. And this one I can also build a standing lamp as well, because we have power, and that'll give them light as well, but we've got plenty of wood, so it's not much of a big deal. Okay. I think, given how much I've been talking and how much information I've thrown at you, it's probably a good point to stop. So I'm going to save this, and we'll come back to it in part 2. There's lots more to discuss, setting up a kitchen, a butcher table, getting your food source sorted out, and everything else. But I hope this has been useful. If it has, please leave a like, please leave a comment. Tell me if I've missed anything. Have I concentrated too much on something? Is there something you particularly like to see? All those sorts of things, please throw them at me. I'm more than happy to include it in the second part of this, which I'll publish very soon. So thank you very much for your time, and I'll see you on the next one. Hey, this is Bug Paladus. Thank you for joining me for part 2 of the Absolute Beginner's Guide to Rimworld. So if you haven't checked out part 1, probably better that you do, so please check the link in the description, and you'll be able to catch up with what you missed yesterday, which is when the part 1 of this video was released. So we've got our 3 intrepid colonists, we've got a basic shelter up, we've got some beds, we've got something to eat, we have a refrigerated section, which means now, because we have power, we can start to install a cooker, we can start hunting some animals, and actually make some proper meals rather than these packaged survival meals, which don't taste good to your body. So without further ado, what we're going to do is we need to hunt some animals. Now the obvious choice will be these muffalo down here. The trouble with muffalo is that they have a chance to attack you. It's only 2% if you anger them while hunting. Now, muffaloes early on are no joke, because the amount of weapons you've got literally a rifle, you've got a pistol, you've got a knife, so that is nothing to be taken lightly. So let's have a look at what animals can be hunted which don't really pose any danger, at least early on. Click on the wildlife tab, and you can see here, this is a list of all the animals that can be hunted that are on this map. So for instance, say you want to have a look at the boomlope, you click it, and it shows you where the boomlope is. Now the other thing that this tab shows you is the sex and if they're an adult, or how big they are, the bigger the circle, the more grown up they are. The purpose of hunting doesn't really matter too much. This is more around if you want to try and tame them and mate the animals, but we'll maybe cover that on another one. The percentage chance here basically is the chance that this creature will seek revenge on being harmed by an attacker at rifle range, as it states. If the attacker is closer, then you stand more chance of the animal attacking you. So the best thing to do is hunt with the rifle. As I mentioned in yesterday's episode, you don't hunt with a melee weapon, because as it says here, if attacked at very close range, the chance is 3 times greater. So in this instance, it will be 6%. In this, it will be 105%, but almost they are going to attack you if you melee attack them at these particular walls. So we're going to probably go with gazelles, I think, to start off with. So they're really far away, but the rifle has a reasonable range, and we only just a couple of carcasses just to start off with to give you the idea. And I've actually just spotted some more food down here, which wasn't hauled previously. So if you see anything like that, you can always get your economist to haul. I mean, doesn't seem to be any nearer 0% chance of attacking wildlife. I mean, you've got small ones, but let's go with gazelle for now. Let's go for one of the nearer ones. So let's say attack these 2. So I've highlighted them, clicked hunt, or you can click them individually. It's entirely up to you. So that being done, what's going to happen now is where are these guys going? They're hauling a package of survival meals. Okay. So you notice here that the Fringer, although I designated the animal to be hunted, he was already doing this task of hauling, even though it's low priority. If I want to change that, I'll just draft him and then undraft him, and now he'll go and hunt because his priority's been reset. So while we're here, I'll actually explain what the draft tool does. So you select a colonist. Now, if you haven't gotten drafted, they will just basically move and they'll do tasks of their own accord according to their work priority schedule here. If you draft them, then they will start to do, well, basically you manually control them. So what I'll do is I'll just let this guy haul the meals back. Let's watch this guy hunt. Now, bearing in mind I've got it at 3 speed, if I put it on 1 speed, you'll see how slow it is. So it's not a bad shot really, and if you care to, you can highlight the animal that's been injured, click on health, and you can see exactly what's been hit. So he's been hit in the body, and this little blood icon means that he's actively bleeding. The bigger the icon, more blood loss. It says at the bottom how soon he'll die. If it's only a little small icon, sometimes they actually heal themselves and they stop bleeding. So for instance here, I can stop firing, he'll bleed out basically and die, and he'll come back and collect the body, but you know, life's too short. Fringer has basically been overridden by the need to rest, so he's going to go and lie down again, because bed rest comes before rest. So he's going to go lie down because it's night time, and Travis is just finishing off taking the last of the meals before, and he's going to have a lie down as well. So while that's happening, what we're going to do is we're going to set up the kitchen. So the kitchen is where you cook the meals before you pop them into the fridge. So in this instance, it's actually a good idea to have the kitchen near to your refrigerated unit. You just cuts down on the travel time. What it's not a good idea to do is have your butcher area in the same room as the kitchen, because the butcher room table will cause a lot of mess in the kitchen. And if you cook in a dirty kitchen, you stand a chance to get food poisoning. So what we're going to do, we're going to create a small room for butchering, so something like this. Stick in the door there, and we'll create the kitchen here. We'll create a door there so they can put them straight into the refrigerated unit. What we're also going to do is we're going to put in a nice floor. Now the reason I'm doing this is because colonists do care about the environment that they're in. So if you go to their needs, you'll see here that they have a sliding scale of how hungry they are, what their mood is, how much rest they're getting. Now if it's green, it means that they're actively receiving that benefit. How much recreation need they have to have fun basically, how much beauty that they're surrounded by, and how much comfort they are currently getting. So we can see here that the green numbers are, they're happy with these things, and the red numbers are things like disturbed sleep. So for instance, disturbed sleep is caused if you have people sharing a room and somebody walks in while the other two are sleeping. Steps in the heat, self-explanatory, it's not actually that hot. I think that this was from yesterday when we had the campfire going. And the barrack is considered to be awful. So how do you know if you're sleeping in awful barracks? How do you know what they consider to be nice or not? Well, that's actually quite easy. So down here, you've got a room stats display. There's 2 items here which I'll show you. The first one is a room stats display. You can tick that on, and if you hover over it, it says, right, this room it's awful, its impressiveness is awful, it's impoverished, its average size, it's ugly, and it's dirty. Now it's considered to be ugly because of the floor. Okay, so the floor is just earth. So you could possibly consider putting in a floor of some sort. I don't tend to bother early on in the refrigerated area because they spend so little time in there that there's negative effects of that are quite small. So if you look in here, for instance, the beauty is also ugly. That's probably because it's dirty. But the floor itself is actually giving positives, or at best, at worst, neutral. So let's take a look at the floor. So we can see now what this is doing. This is a slightly different view of what they find pleasing or not. Excuse me. So if you go in here, you'll see where the dirt is. You can see -14, -14. So that's quite a big debuff. However, the floor is giving them all a +1 beauty modifier. If you go in here, again, floor is -1. They will get beauty from different things in different ways. So I mean, for instance, this big chugging generator is -20, for instance, stone blocks is -13. But they'll find things that they do find pleasing. So if you find, I don't know, flowers, for instance. So we see here, it's a nice bush, dandelions here, sorry. It gives them a +3. So you can put plant pots inside early on to basically boost the beauty of a room. How much you want it to do in this area is entirely up to you. But just keep an eye on how the colonists are feeling. What you can do later on when you get spare time and maybe the spare people to do it, you can actually create works of art. So if you take a look at a colonist's their bio, sorry. You can see that they all have a skill at art at a certain level. So she can't do art.
All right, let me get out here.
Hilarion, it's actually quite good at making art. So you can actually make statues and you can actually sell those to traders. We can put them in the rooms and it busts up the beauty of the room. So as I said, just be aware of that. I'm not going to spend too long on that, but you should get the idea. Right, so I'm going to.
And this is the time for me to say goodbye to everybody that's listening. If you're out there, you're listening, I need you to subscribe. I need you to take the time to donate to my conversation. Oh, please. Please, 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 please donate to me. It's time to take the time to donate to my place of freedom. Let the conservatives be right. You donate to me. Donate to me. Do you hear what I'm saying? I need you. I need you. I need you. I need you to donate to me. Anyways, yeah. I don't know. I might be back a little later. Probably not. Probably come back same time. Not same time. I think I got on around 11, 12 o'clock. So usually I try to do about 8 p.m. not working today, so really I could do any time. But since I've been up all night, probably gonna have to get some sleep sometime. So yeah, don't expect me right away. And it might not even be Rimworld that we do. I have Disco Elysium that I downloaded. I have Crusader Kings 3, and I have Universal 4, UV4, EU4. So I have that. So I have those kind of games right now, and then we can always go back to Star Wars if anybody's interested in watching that. I really want to finish it, but I got a little bored. Like any game I play, I can go like ham hours in, like 4 or 5 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours. Especially when we got Halo. I remember my cousin came over. What was I, about like 10, 14, 15 years old? Cousin came over, stayed the night, and we just knocked that thing out in just probably one morning, one night. So 12, yeah. About 24 hours it took us to beat, what was that, Halo 2? So, but that's the best of my attention span. Once that happens, once that 24-hour period goes away, or that binge of messing with that, I usually don't go back to stuff. So Rimworld was definitely fun. I enjoyed that. Didn't expect it to be, and that's without even getting into the challenging part. So I'm a little afraid of that part. But I do League of Legends as well. More so Teamfight Tactics, which I'm just realizing is another Hearthstone where everything is just a meta. You know, if you're not, because you can be doing good in the first rounds with just random teams, just running your legionaries. I like my redeems. I like the redeem characters. I like the coven characters. I don't love the Helens, but it's kind of cool to see them, die. They come back to life. So that's kind of a cool trick that is added onto there. But redeem I really like. I'm trying to think who else, because I feel like Dawnbringers are okay, not very appealing. I like the Forgotten. I want to do Abominations, but it's like when you're playing those like type of builds in the late game, it's just like it's not going to survive. You can't do Abominations with Redeemed, really. I mean, unless there's a meta, and then that meta has to be the top meta to beat the other meta teams, or you're just very good at scouting. You can position correctly, and then hoping. The biggest thing supposedly I need to learn is that the items in that game are really what carries you throughout everything. So just understanding the items for each character, which I think there's about like 9. There's probably like 50 different characters you can play. As far as like the different teams, you got the Invokers, you got the Dawnbringers. Well, Invokers could be Dawnbringers. You got Invokers, Skirmishers, Cavaliers, Legionaries, Spellweavers, Mystics. I think God King is a type of assassins. So you have all those different types of builds that you can have, and then that's one build on top of the next build, which is their clans or factions that they belong to. And then some of them even have like double the factions or double the skill, not double the skills. It's usually double the factions. So you can do Verdant and Draconia, which is an Ash, or you can do I think Draven. He's like a Forgotten and something else. Is he a Nightbringer? Forgotten and a Nightbringer? Something like that. Anyways, there's so many ways that you can go around in that game. It just gets you to really, for me, it really gets me to dislike the game. But if I really want to be so hung up on it and wants to really get into it, then I just gotta be the one to master the metas. I gotta literally sit down and understand each little perk that each team gives, each perk that each class gives, and then each perk, and then each class, each individual champion. I have to figure out what's their best items to have. and bam, I'm in there, right? I think that's all you really need to know. No the synergies. I mean, it's good to know the team comps, but that's only if you're really just striving for one comp. Otherwise, you really got to be. I think you really have to be flexible. Or, I mean, if you're just looking to hit fourth place every time, I mean, that'll get you up in the rankings real quick. I don't know how far that would take you, but just hitting rank 4 over and over and over again for when you're going, like in my case, from what am I, like bronze? I was some even lower than that, but I'm like bronze 3. Went to bronze 2, now I'm back at bronze 3, like horrible. But I mean, I'm saying all this and I'm saying, oh, it's just a meta, but yet I'm not no platinum or something like that. So that's something that is irritating me. I want to get back into it. Because you can have the meta, but if you're not like early gaming properly, mid gaming properly, then the late game meta is just, you're just going to get wrecked. So you're not even going to make it to the late game, which is what another part I'm finding out. So there's a lot of memorization that goes on to that game, and I'm just like, But anyways, we got Teamfight Tactics, of course, Star Wars. I got Hearthstone as well. If you ever want to hop back into Hearthstone, I've been trying to do that Battlegrounds, really like that. But that's another meta thing, and yeah, it's just a lot of things that I can, whatever y'all want me to master, we can spend hours and hours on it. If hey, donations coming in, subscriptions coming in, hey, I'll knock it out. We'll play those games. I'm going to be diverse now. We're not going to be stuck on any one game or one simple idea. I might dabble with this in here and that. Equipment gets better. Might get some better games. Like I wanted to do the Witcher series and stuff like that. So anyways, thanks for joining me. Mr. Cali Vibe is out of here. Catch you on the flip side.